Jenna, it's good to have you here.
I believe additional congratulations are in order. Mr. City Manager's 1 year anniversary of serving the city of Santa Monica. Congratulations. And thank you.
We're calling the regular meeting and special meeting to order at the same time in 3 minutes, just FYI. Okay, it's 5:35. We're going to call the regular meeting and the special meeting of the Santa Monica City Council to order. Councilman Raskin, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Councilmember Hall, will you read the land acknowledgement? Oh, sorry.
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Kuruvunga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and kuyam, or guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Fantastic, thank you.
Let me do the roll call.
Great.
Councilmember Negrete,
Here.
Councilmember Hall,
Present.
Councilmember Raskin,
Here.
Councilmember Snell,
Here.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya,
Here.
and Mayor Tarosis.
Here. Thank you. And the city clerk will ask if any members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act.
Are there any?
Okay, seeing none. I don't see any agenda management, so we will move.
There is agenda management.
Hmm.
So Mayor,
I don't see it. Okay. Oh, it's on a second. Okay, there's two versions of the first page. Can I get a motion to hear the city manager's report and proclamation before general public comment and to continue items 16A and 16B to the July 28th meeting consistent with our prior direction?
So moved.
Second.
Great.
you can do this by voice vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Seeing none, no abstention, no opposed, that passes. Mr. City Manager, can you give us some updates?
I can, Madam Mayor. We have some brief updates to share with the council this evening. First, we are fully into our summer event season. Can you believe it was just 2 months ago when we kicked everything off with the International Jazz Festival? Since then, we've consistently seen and felt this energy in town as we've had the World Cup kickoff and watch parties. We've had Make Music Day, our Route 66 anniversary events, Juneteenth, so many activations at our public facilities, including the beach house and the swim center, just parties and events in our parks, the celebration of our gardens, block fests. We've had Pride, 4th of July, and so much more. We wanted to let everyone know the summer fun has not yet come to an end. We have and will be bringing back an event that I've heard so much love from the community about, and so many fond memories. Coast will be coming back, our Open Streets event, this Sunday, July 19th, in partnership with Metro. We're going to be closing a mile of streets downtown to any vehicular traffic. The Open Streets event is going to run through Ocean Avenue. It'll extend and connect to the promenade and the pier. We're going to have 4 stages of live entertainment, screenings of the World Cup final, for which C'est la vie, the French will not be joining, which has been very, very sad for us in our office. We will have art, a community mural, games, giveaways, vendors, and so much more. We hope everyone comes out to celebrate with us. The following week, on July 23rd, we also wanted to invite the entire community to join us for State of the City. As has been our practice the last couple of years, we are looking to take the event out of an auditorium and back into the community. Last year was at Reed Park. This year, we're going to be hosting our State of the City event where the mayor will deliver the State of the City address on Main Street between Hollister Avenue and Ocean Park. We're going to have an open house at the newly reopened for 4 days a week Ocean Park Branch Library. We'll have tours of the historic Shotgun House, a lot of interactive booths from city departments and our partners, vendors, small businesses. We'll have the entertainment zone activated, which means be able to walk around with an adult beverage. We're even going to have our major event partners out, including Golden Voice, ESPN, and Fever. Everyone that is interested, there's also going to be a special Rose Parade float announcement at the State of the City. So you're not going to want to miss that. Make sure you plan to come on out on July 23rd. Last big event that's on our calendar here at the city, August 4th, come celebrate with our police department for National Night Out. It'll be right here in front of City Hall. It's another can't miss community event. We hope everyone will join us. And with that, we wanted to introduce everyone to our adoptable pet of the meeting. And that pet is here with us this evening. Everyone, please say hello to a 1-year-old terrier mix named Pumpkin. Everyone, Pumpkin has a lot of energy. Pumpkin loves to play. Pumpkin would do so well in a home with another dog that loves to run and play also. He starts off sometimes a little nervous, but as soon as he warms up to you, our team has told me he is the life of the party. So please contact the animal shelter if you want to meet Pumpkin or any of his furry friends. And as always, you can visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. Everyone, make sure you hurry to meet Pumpkin because I hear Mayor Pro Tem Zwick up here saying he is going to go meet Pumpkin here real soon.
Pumpkin come up here?
Pumpkin.
Can you bring
home to meet
Pumpkin
his
behind
kids.
the dais? Yeah.
And with that, Madam Mayor, that concludes.
Wait, sorry, how long has Pumpkin been with you? Remind the audience.
Since end of May.
Since end of May. If you don't want Pumpkin to be spending another holiday alone at the shelter, you will adopt Pumpkin. Pumpkin's a very small, very seemingly well-behaved. We're ready for you here. Pumpkin's ready for
Pumpkin is ready
forever
for
home.
you.
We need to sell it, okay?
Pumpkin
Pumpkin's gonna
is
get
ready.
adopted, right? Okay. Great.
Pumpkin will be adopted. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you so much for bringing Pumpkin. Appreciate you guys. And we can always donate to the Chewy wish list if we can't actually physically adopt. So really appreciate that. I believe we are now moving on to our proclamation for Disability Pride Month because I think we're done with the city manager's report.
Mayor,
And
before
yes.
we go, I think we have one caller on.
On the city manager's report. Okay, great.
David, do we have the caller there?
The caller is not present.
All right. Then let's
Okay.
move on.
We will move on to Disability Pride Month. Could I call for Disability Commission Chair Alex Elliott? Alex, I believe you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council and City staff. Thank you for having me here. My name's Alex Elliott. I'm the chair of the Disabilities Commission, and I'm here in recognition of Disability Pride Month. I'd also like to take this opportunity to formally invite everyone on this dais to our Disability Commission public hearing on October 14th here at 6:30 p.m. in the council chamber, and also to the community in the crowd. Disability Pride Month commemorates the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act and celebrates the strength and contributions of people with disabilities. It's a reminder that disability is a natural part of the human experience. More than 1 in 4 adults in the United States lives with a disability, making disability the largest minority community, one that anyone can join at any point in life. Disability pride is not about pretending that barriers do not exist. It's about affirming that people with disabilities deserve dignity, equal opportunity, and full participation in every aspect of community life. Accessibility is not a special accommodation. It's a civil right and an investment that benefits everyone, including seniors, families with young children, veterans, and visitors. I encourage the City of Santa Monica to continue strengthening the commitment to accessibility by engaging the disability community as partners in policymaking. In other words, nothing about us without us. A truly accessible Santa Monica is a stronger and more welcoming Santa Monica for everyone. I hope to see you all on October 14th at our public hearing. Thank you for your time and happy Disability Pride Month.
Amazing. You can stay up while I read the proclamation, and then if there are members of the group who came and want to take a picture from the commission. Whereas Disability Pride Month is nationally observed in July, commemorates the historic signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act on July 26, 1990. This landmark civil rights legislation prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities in all areas of public life, laying the legal foundation for equity, inclusion, and full participation in society for people with disabilities. And whereas people with disabilities contribute significantly to the city's civic, economic, cultural, and social fabric, yet they continue to experience systemic barriers in areas such as transportation, employment, housing, education, healthcare, artificial intelligence, and digital access. And whereas whereas by designating July as Disability Pride Month, Santa Monica affirms the dignity, humanity, and rights of individuals with disabilities. This designation celebrates the diversity, resilience, and contributions of the disability community, while also serving as a call to action for public agencies, private partners, and communities to dismantle ableism and advance accessibility, equity, and inclusion across all communities. And whereas the City Council appointed the Santa Monica Disability Commission to advance awareness of disabilities in its planning, decision-making, and advisory activities, and whereas the City of Santa Monica recognizes the importance of supporting the well-being of our community members, especially people with disabilities, and whereas Disability Pride Month is a time for community members, government, public and private agencies, healthcare providers, businesses, and schools to recognize, support, and uplift individuals with disabilities by promoting awareness, accessibility, and inclusion throughout the month of July and beyond. And now therefore I, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Disability Pride Month in Santa Monica, and we will have a quick photo. And we don't clap, but you can clap if you wanted to. I appreciate it. Okay, it's now also Parks and Recreation Month, and Jenny Rogers, the director of our Recreation and Arts Department, will highlight the RAD Impact Report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Jenny Rogers, your Director of Recreation and Arts. And with me tonight, representing our RAD, are our Community Recreation Manager, Micah Ackerson, and our Cultural Affairs Manager, Sophia Klatzker. We are honored to be with you tonight to celebrate July as National Parks and Recreation Month. As we move from realignment into Santa Monica's Renaissance, we wanted to share our inaugural RAD Impact Report. 2025 was a year of great impact for RAD. This report showcases the incredible breadth of our RAD services, programs, and facilities, with a department budget of approximately $25 million and a staff team of 87 FTEs. Thanks to the outstanding work of our leadership team and our staff, many of whom are here with us tonight, for their work in the creation of this report and their dedicated service to the community each and every day. The Recreation and Arts Department enriches lives by providing a dynamic array of recreation, arts, and community event services created with and for the community that inspire play, connection, and shared experience in Santa Monica's public spaces. How do I advance the slide? Oh, there we go. Yes. In the year 2025, the importance of providing safe, welcoming public spaces could not have been more vital. In the aftermath of the Palisades fire, the city of Santa Monica mobilized in relief and recovery efforts. RAD played a pivotal role, initially opening community facilities as places of refuge, and later relocating displaced recreation and arts programming to Santa Monica, reconnecting those displaced with essential community services, friends, and chosen family, helping to rebuild lives devastated by disaster and restore community connection. RAD continued to advance the city's priorities and long-term vision, working closely with the Department of Public Works on a community recreation and arts needs assessment survey and in the development and adoption of the 2025 Parks and Recreation Vision Plan. After nearly 30 years since the previous plan in 1997, the new PRVP establishes a long-term framework for growth of recreation and arts facilities and programs, guiding future investment, including development of the beach and pier vision plan currently underway. RAD's work in 2025 also aligned with the City Council's adopted realignment plan, supporting public safety, economic recovery, organizational capacity, and long-term fiscal stability. Recreation and arts are foundational to the city's efforts to provide welcoming public spaces and programs for all. RAD continues this work closely with the city manager's office, major events team, and city departments to transform Santa Monica into a world-class destination for recreation and sports play, arts and culture, community, and major events, as we actively cultivate those only in Santa Monica experiences. Now I'd like to invite Manager Micah Ackerson to talk about highlights from our Community Recreation Division.
Thank you, Jenny. One of the challenges with an impact report like this is that it's really difficult to fully capture the scale of community recreation and the number of people we serve every single day. In fact, as we're sitting here this evening, there are literally thousands of people enjoying Santa Monica's park and recreation system. Children are taking swim lessons, youth and adults are playing in sports leagues, families are enjoying our parks and playgrounds, people are participating in community classes, and yes, I can fully guarantee there are at least 100 people playing pickleball at Memorial Park right now. Across the city, recreation is happening in real time. That's what community recreation is all about, creating opportunities for people of all ages to be active, connect with others, and build community. The community recreation section of this report is organized around our 4 primary program areas. Aquatics operates 3 facilities and provides programs for everyone from first-time swimmers to competitive athletes. Beach recreation activates our coastline through recreation programs, permits, and community partnerships. Community programs, camps and classes, offers camps, enrichment opportunities, and lifelong learning programs for residents of all ages and abilities. Sports and athletics manages leagues, tournaments, facility reservations, permits, and partnerships that keep our parks and recreation facilities active year-round. While this only scratches the surface of what community recreation provides, here are a few highlights from 2025. Over 218,000 aquatics visits across our 3 facilities. Nearly 24,000 permits issued for courts, fields, meeting rooms, beach volleyball courts, reservable picnic areas, and other amenities. More than 11,800 unique participants registered in camps and classes. Over $5 million in recreation revenue supporting programs, facilities, and services. And one that is especially meaningful to me is celebrating 50 years of Westside Special Olympics programming serving athletes with disabilities. These numbers are certainly important, but what they really represent are people. Children gaining confidence in the water, families making memories in our parks, adults staying active, and community members building connections. That's the impact community recreation has every day, and we're honored to provide those opportunities for the Santa Monica community. Now I'll hand it over to Sophia Klatsker with my favorite photo from Cultural Affairs.
Thank you, Micah. Okay. So if recreation is the infrastructure residents use every week, Cultural Affairs is what creates moments of joy, fuels curiosity, and strengthens community through shared cultural experiences. Cultural Affairs exists to support, elevate, and invest in artists, cultural organizations, and creative experiences that strengthen Santa Monica's identity and enrich everyday life. Our work spans 6 interconnected areas, from managing cultural facilities and public art to investing in artists, supporting nonprofit organizations, and creating opportunities for residents to experience arts and culture throughout the city. This year marked several exciting milestones for our cultural facilities. The Miles Memorial Playhouse reopened after a 5-year closure. More than 1,200 residents attended its relaunch at last year's State of the City, and it is now generating rental revenue again. At the Annenberg Community Beach House, we hosted 153 private events and over 11,000 attendees. Some of those events put Santa Monica in front of a genuinely global audience. Our TEDx program was live streamed to viewers on every continent except Antarctica. At the Annenberg Community Beach House, Camera Obscura Art Lab, Miles Playhouse, and Airport Art Center, we expanded opportunities for exhibitions, performances, artist residencies, and community gatherings. This spring, we also opened the city's first gallery at Bergamot Station, activating and creating another public space dedicated to contemporary art and creative dialogue. Investing directly in artists and nonprofit organizations remains one of our most important responsibilities. In 2025, we awarded more than $538,000 through grants supporting nonprofit organizations, individual artists, youth access, and transportation to cultural experiences. Santa Monica also continues to be one of the few cities in the country that invests directly in individual artists, recognizing creativity as essential to civic infrastructure. Art of Recovery continues to demonstrate how arts and culture can respond to community needs. Through our Art of Recovery initiative, we funded 33 projects and allocated $144,750, and 11 of those projects went directly to fire recovery and community healing. That is cultural function as a direct public service, not an afterthought. And finally, public art continues to transform our shared civic spaces through collaboration across our city departments. Working closely with our partners in Public Works, we advanced significant public art projects that will become lasting parts of our landscape. I'm especially excited about the Tanya Aguaniga's Manos Unidas, a major civic art that celebrates community, connection, and belonging at city yards, and it features the actual hands and tools of our colleagues. Also featured here is Deborah Scacco's work and residency, which featured a presentation at the Getty Museum recently, bringing national recognition not only to her work, but to Santa Monica's longstanding commitment to excellence, environmentalism, and essential workers. That is the same spirit in tonight's proclamation, welcoming the world to our public spaces, hosting the International Frieze Art Fair in Santa Monica at the airport, presenting international and local artist residencies, and world-class productions filmed here are all part of that same story. I'd like to hand it back to Jenny, who will further contextualize the department and celebrate Recreation Month.
In closing, RAD's administrative division and its community events team worked diligently on citywide initiatives and special events. In 2025, this included celebration of Santa Monica's 150th anniversary, which included 80 events showcasing new community-wide events on a community calendar on Localist. RAD supported 33 local community projects through the Art of Recovery and the microgrants funding engaging activations which celebrate the unique history and culture of this great city. In October, RAD supported Council's adoption of a signature events resolution to provide greater support, high-touch customer service, and a waiver of city fees for our cherished community events. As the worldwide audiences are riveted by the final rounds of the FIFA World Cup festivities this week, we recognize the power of play, recreation, and the arts to bring people together in communal experiences and cultural exchange. As a city department, we build community. Our RAD services provide public programs and places for social connection, enriching the small town character and high quality of life in Santa Monica. Recreation and arts are the why, for why people decide to live, visit, and vacation in Santa Monica. Known for its exquisite natural beauty and near perfect climate, Santa Monica is the place for play. Santa Monica's recreation and arts programs, indoors and outdoors, serve people of all ages and abilities and reflect the city's identity as a place where recreation and art making are a way of life year-round. We invite you to Summer in Santa Monica. Come join the fun in the best place on earth for play. Santa Monica is rad, and our cultural renaissance has only just begun. I'd like to hand it back to our mayor for reading of the proclamation and invite up the vice chair of our RPC, Karen Malik, to receive the proclamation on behalf of the RPC and our RAD team.
Amazing. Thank you so much for all of your great work. And we are going to proclaim it National Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas the city recognizes the importance of recreation, the arts, and green spaces in celebration of Summer in Santa Monica, and whereas our community continues to welcome the world to our public spaces, the Promenade and Pier to experience FIFA World Cup, the joy of worldwide sports competition, and communal cultural exchange, and whereas the Recreation and Arts Department, affectionately known as RAD, faithfully builds strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of play, the arts, and parks to create community and elevate the spirit, and whereas the city is bringing greater awareness to the benefits of nature and outdoor recreation and positive impact on health and wellness, mental and physical, and whereas our public spaces, beach, parks, green spaces, arts and recreation facilities continue to be welcoming, fun, and safe social gathering spaces for all, whereas the city of Santa Monica and its RAD will continue to provide the community with robust recreation and arts activities and activate its beautiful public spaces so generations of residents and visitors alike can enjoy these spaces and program offerings for years to come. And now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council, we do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Santa Monica and encourage everyone to recreate, get out, and play.
Just thank you to the mayor and city council for this proclamation and your continued support for our parks and recreation. And thank you to all of the city employees, particularly in the Recreation and Arts Department and Public Works, who support our parks and recreation. Parks truly make life better. They provide places for youth and adults to be active, places for wellness, and environments that bring people together. I hope everyone takes the time this month to go out and enjoy our wonderful parks and recreation facilities. Thank you.
Recreation staff, come on up.
Hi. Good, 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 good. Very cool. Oh, wait,
Denise, I wanted to speak on this item.
okay. Aren't we rad?
I'm sorry, but we didn't have you listed as a speaker.
listed it outside, and he said yes.
Mayor, did you guys want to,
And I sent you a
on the
note,
disability
I put your
item?
note in your desk.
Do we want to accept a late shit?
I did it on time, but
Okay, that's fine. 1 minute.
Okay, you get 1 minute.
Oh, do we? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none.
Go ahead, Zoe.
Good evening, council members. I wanted to speak on both proclamations, especially the Disability Month, because there's been a misunderstanding on what disability is, and sometimes we focus so much on physical disabilities that we don't pay attention to invisible disabilities. And as someone who, publicly disclosed that I was diagnosed with ADHD, that is a disability recognized by the mental health department, I would like the city to really do more work, especially with the city attorney's office, to really recognize invisible disabilities and to train the Santa Monica Police Department and other departments on what invisible disabilities are, because they're equally important as other disabilities in this umbrella. So I really would like to see the city attorney paying more attention to that.
Thank you, Ms. Montaner. We will now go on to, okay, we do happy hands here, no clapping. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We will now move on to general public comment. Item 1, I see that it appears that there are a couple late chits, so they will have, there's 2 late chits, right, for item 1?
Well, there's 31, 15, I'm sorry, 15.
I only see 15 for this one. I just wanted to make sure that we can see the people, hear the people that signed up.
And then we have 3 callers on the phone.
Okay.
Do we need a motion?
Do you hear the late ones?
We don't need a motion because
Okay.
we haven't started the item yet.
Okay. Joe DeRosa, Bill Davids, John Medlin, Kelly Smith, and Denise Barton. And when you come up, you can just say your name. It doesn't necessarily have to be in order.
Mr. DeRosa, are you doing the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we getting 1 minute or 2 minute?
2
minutes.
Okay, so just play the longer one.
Welcome to this video on the Santa Monica Global Conference Center, a transformative investment in the city's future centered on iconic design, economic growth, and community benefit. Located in the heart of Santa Monica, this premier project offers a connected and walkable environment. With over 3,000 hotel rooms, direct metro access, and a thriving business climate, it is uniquely positioned. An iconic architectural vision, designed by the world-renowned firm Morphosis, will serve as a landmark that reflects the innovation, creativity, and forward-looking spirit of Santa Monica. The facility offers 200,000 square feet of flexible, state-of-the-art space. Features include 2 50,000-square-foot ballrooms, a 1,000-seat indoor amphitheater, and various meeting and exhibition rooms. At full operation, the center is estimated to drive significant economic impact, including over 400,000 visitors, 280,000 hotel nights, $650 million in total economic impact, and 2,800 permanent jobs. This project aims to benefit Santa Monica's key industries, including hotels, restaurants, retail, technology, and transportation, helping to foster growth across the entire local economy. Designed for year-round activation, the venue serves as a platform for connection, hosting events ranging from conventions and tech summits to cultural festivals and award ceremonies. The development acts as a catalyst for future growth, supporting new hotels, mixed-use developments, and office spaces to build a vibrant, sustainable district for generations to come. Ultimately, this is an investment in our shared future, strengthening Santa Monica's economy, culture, and community while establishing a world-class destination that reflects the best of the city. The current ask is for $250,000 from the City of Santa Monica to fund a comprehensive feasibility study and conceptual design renderings by the renowned firm, Morphosis. Welcome to this video on the Santa Monica Global Conference Center, a transformative investment in the city's future, centered on iconic...
Thanks, guys. Morphosis is...
Okay. Thank you so much. Bill Davids.
I wanted to come down because a very unfortunate statement came out of the city attorney's office. I'm not sure how many of you know that ownership of 220 San Vicente meets with the city on a weekly basis. Tenants have been excluded from those meetings, and as a result, we discovered that the thinking in the city attorney's office apparently has become very lopsided towards ownership and also very biased against tenants. We found out that based upon the statement, I'm not going to identify the person, but the statement has circulated through the building that the city is pleased, quote unquote, with the progression of construction work in the building. We have many seniors in the building, although that's eroding. We have people with medical disabilities, medical needs, who are essentially caught up in the havoc of construction in the building. In my particular case, and this sounds ludicrous, my issue happens to be condensers that were put under my apartment by Deutsche Bank, the previous owner of the building. I don't think anyone in this room has 7 industrial strength condensers placed under the building with the approval of Building and Safety under my apartment by Building and Safety, including 1 additional industrial strength condenser right next to my apartment. That's 8 industrial.
Can we get someone from our city attorney's office to speak with Mr. Davids? This is concerning to me. Again, this is not like a question and answer session. We don't respond to folks, but I think we should talk about how to not have him come here every time so that we can have a better dialogue.
Absolutely. We have Mr. David's contact information, and we will follow up.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. So again, John Medlin, Kelly Smith, Denise Barton.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, good evening. My name is John Medlin. I've been here about 30 years. And it's a great place to live. That's why I moved here. First lived here in 1967. Today is July 14th, 2026. 3,754 days ago, on April 4th, 2016, a small group of citizens from the Pico neighborhood decided to seek power for their neighborhood. For too long, they had been on the short end of attention and support. For the previous 69 years, only 3 of 64 city council members had been similar to them. For almost 20 years, a pedophile had abused children in their neighborhood with nothing done in spite of the many rumors and whispers. After more than 10 years, you and your predecessors have refused to honor their simple requests: neighborhood representation, district voting, which is true in most of the cities in California, including those between 50,000 and 100,000 like we are. LA, San Francisco, San Diego, et cetera, which are major cities. Over that decade, the city has spent $14.5 million paying the city's outside counsel to prevent Pico and all neighborhoods from having equal representation. Those monies could have been used for 14 sworn police officers or even 20 Rose Bowl floats. The next court date is Monday, October 26th. Our city is in fiscal distress. Stop the bleeding. Give power to the people on October 26th. Give power to the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to call up a few more names as Ms. Smith is coming up. We have Claudia Cordero, Clarence McDowell, Lawrence Cohen, and Jonathan Foster.
Good evening. I'm Kelly Smith. I want to address the City Council, except for Lana. The recent Wall Street Journal article on the demise of Santa Monica was an absolute embarrassment, a global embarrassment. You have completely lost sight of your priorities. You continue to champion affordable housing, yet what's been built isn't affordable, and many are vacant. And I've toured several of those buildings this last weekend. You continue to neglect our small businesses, tourism, and local economy. You ignore how this city is funded. We need revenue, not more taxes. Nearly half of the 3rd Street Promenade, 40%, nearly half of the 3rd Street Promenade is empty. I counted. 40% of the commercial buildings sit vacant. Major retailers continue to leave for neighboring cities. Recently, I visited Malibu, Venice, Marina del Rey, Manhattan, Hermosa, Redondo, Newport Beach. Every one of those communities is thriving and full, and every store is full and on waiting lists. Santa Monica is the only exception. It should be the crown jewel of Southern California, yet it has become a symbol of failed priorities. You should be ashamed. With the Olympics less than 2 years away and the Super Bowl next year, the world would be watching you. And you, each and every one of you, have an opportunity to shine. It's time to stop serving developers in this community and your political and professional agendas, Caroline, and start prioritizing the residents of this community and our local economy. Start supporting the small businesses. Start getting more businesses and attracting more businesses here. Enough with the housing. There is plenty of housing, and I want each and every one of you to go to those buildings and see, ask for the vacancy rate.
Thank you. Janice Barton.
Good evening. First, I wonder why the Big Blue Bus is gouging seniors and the disabled on bus fare. I thought the fare was supposed to be comparable to Metro's, not double for cash fares. If Metro's fare is 35 cents and the Big Blue Bus is 75 cents for cash fare, do you not see a problem? Then if the city council falls under the Democrats' big tent as progressives, which is a nice way to say socialists, Marxists, and communists, do any of these sound familiar? DEI, defund the police and prisons, abolish ICE with unfettered immigration, the Green New Deal, single-payer health care, Medicare for all, and strengthening labor and tenant protections, because these are all core policies of the Democratic Socialists, just so everybody can see who's really sitting up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudio Cordero, Clarence McDowell, Lawrence Cohen, Jonathan Foster.
Good evening, dear city officials. My name is Claudio Cordero, and I'm the owner of a Norrush Short School, a small business based in Santa Monica, excuse me. I am now entering my second year of business after spending 5 years working as a surf instructor for established surf school in both Venice and Santa Monica. Through my first years of business, Santa Monica city officials visit my operation approximately 3 times to inspect my documentation. Each time I presented my Santa Monica business license, and each time I was told, okay, looks good, thank you. At no point did I attempt to avoid regulations or operate outside the city oversight. To the contrary, I openly conducted my business in the same location, welcoming inspections, presenting my documentation whenever requested, and relied on the information provided by the city staff. I had been informed during any of those inspections that an additional permit was required. I would have applied immediately. In late May of this year, I unexpectedly received an email stating that all surf instructor conducted for compensation requires a city permit, that I was not on the approved list, and I must cease operation or face fines. The email also stated that the application period for the permit had recently closed and will not open for another 5 years. Learning this was deeply concerned, and after investing years into career and successfully building my own business, I was suddenly being told that I could no longer operate while also being given an opportunity to apply for a required permit. I respectfully ask the city to consider this situation and allow me an opportunity to apply for a surf instructor permit as an independent provider. My only goal has always been to operate legally and responsibly, and I have never intended to violate city regulations.
Thank you so much. I don't know if staff can talk with him. Thank you so much. Clarence McDowell, hi.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Clarence McDowell. My wife, Victoria, and my son, Adam, have been in Santa Monica for over 20 years. We are currently displaced from our home, 1011 Pico Boulevard, Unit 7, since September 3rd of 2025. That's 314 days. Why? Because the owner of our unit knows that the rent could double if we were somehow just give up our space. Okay? So for 2.5 months, our landlord tore apart our unit to make repairs without permits. Then on February 19th, a stop work order was issued, designating our unit as uninhabitable, ordering the property owner to pay a per diem that he paid partially and then stopped paying. But the city of Santa Monica will not enforce the code, the very code a year ago today that you revised to protect tenants from predatory landlords. Right now, in the midst of the World Cup, my family is bouncing around from one Airbnb to another. We have used all kinds of resources, and as of today, the per diem that your city required the landlord to pay is now short $53,000. That could have gone to my daughter's college fund, or my son's college fund, or my wife and I's retirement. But we're paying to bounce around from one Airbnb another, waiting for code enforcement to enforce the code. HD 11536 mandates relocation benefits to be paid per day until we get back into our unit. Instead, we have code enforcement officers that are coercing us to take a comparable unit while waiting for our unit to not be repaired. I thought it was just us, but I talked to a senior neighbor of mine who's been out of their unit for 3 years with the same management company because her unit is close to the beach and they don't want her back. So they've been bouncing her from one comparable unit to another. And that's why she's my neighbor. I don't get it. You know, I've been here for 20 years with my family. I've seen my family grow up. I've seen my daughter graduate Samo High. My son goes to Samo High. But we can't even live in our own community because we're still waiting for the place that I've raised my kids to be repaired. But my landlord has no incentive or motivation because he can get $8,000 a month instead of what we're paying. So could someone give a crap about us or other tenants or seniors that are just pushed out of their units because a bag of gold or double rent is in the crosshairs of these landlords? Some help would be appreciated. Thank you.
Have you spoken with our city attorney? I mean, it's not a question and answer, but I would love to.
They've been on every
Okay.
email that I have had back and forth with code enforcement.
Okay.
And they have
Sorry.
said absolutely nothing.
Let's set up a separate discussion. I see that you're a rent-controlled tenant, and I just want to make sure that the rent control board is also involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, appreciate it. I'm asking the city attorney to come speak with you now. Lawrence Cohen.
Hi, everybody. I haven't had a chance to formally thank you all for your support for the Denim Runs. Very successful here in Santa Monica, also in Austin, Texas, and New York City. So thank you. Year one was great. I'm here to talk about, all my life I've heard the most important, this is going to be the most important election of our lifetime. And I agree, it is. I vote in vote centers every year. And every year I find that they're very underutilized. It's usually just me and my wife in there voting. So I have a new idea that I'd like to implement starting here in Santa Monica with the upcoming general election. I want to I'm partnering with the LA Lakers. I have a relationship with them through all the years I represented the LA Marathon. And what we're going to do is we're going to put together the Stroll to the Polls. We're going to meet on the 3rd Street Promenade, and I know there's 5 voting centers within a relatively close distance, and the Lakers will lead walks or runs to those polls. People will vote at the vote centers, and then they'll come back to the promenade, support the local businesses, and it'll be a celebration of democracy. I'm not here to ask for money. I just wanted you guys to be aware that this is going to be happening, and I always like implementing a good idea first in Santa Monica. So thank you all.
Thank you. We have Jonathan Foster next, and then John Cyrus Smith, Zoe Montaner, L. Deja Connolly.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. Jonathan Foster, and then again, John Cyrus Smith, Zoe Montaner, L. Deja Connolly.
Jonathan Foster, because I didn't know what was the best way to present this and say this. For anybody that knows who I am, I guess if you don't like me, you'll probably love this. And if you like me and think I'm an okay guy, you'll be maybe a little upset if it's something like this has happened to you. Well, my professional drum set, my whole drum set that I had in Victorville, was in Victorville, California at a storage facility. Somebody broke in and stole my entire drum set. And 2 cymbal packs that I had, accumulated for 40 years, some cymbals since 1984 when I was just 14. I've had those cymbals all my life, those sounds, that's the sounds I know and stuff, and somebody broke in and stole them. So as I stood here and I said to council and to everybody in Santa Monica, that thinks, what am I doing just on 3rd Street? Well, I've been trying to do the best I can do to prepare to be able to try to take work and stuff. And I have a whole thing of singing and playing guitar that I've worked on. Somebody just walked off with my life. And, just somebody blasting me with chronically repeated traumas. Like, I think it could be the same person. Here in Santa Monica at my storage place, somebody stole my bass guitar, a mixer, and a guitar. Broke in, stole that. They broke in and stole stuff on my car. They've scratched my car up on this one door. Got nails in my tires. Stole a transcription, clothing. I do feel targeted. I certainly didn't do this to myself. I'm not trying to be a career homeless person when I needed that equipment to help transition out of being homeless.
Taking a nearly $24,000 loss on this.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. John C. Smith.
Hi, John.
2 minutes or 1?
2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm John Cyrus Smith. Tonight's recognition of National Parks and Recreation Month means a lot to me because for the past 12 years as a Rec and Parks Commissioner, every month feels like Parks and Recreation Month. I want to thank the 3 councils who appointed me, the commissioners and city staff who worked with me, and especially residents who often tell you exactly what you need to know if you just listen. I'm also grateful to this council for committing to fund and begin the Memorial Park expansion plan, something I've worked hard for the last 12 years. Finally, I'm just really proud of the progress we've made at Reed Park. Healthy parks make healthy cities. And I think good things happen when people work together. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Zoe Montaner. You are the next person. Yeah, thank you.
I have some images that I sent to the City Council at 11:59 today to be loaded for my public comment. Thank you. Thank you for your report, City Manager Chi. I really enjoyed it. I think the city attorney should also give us a report at every City Council meeting and tell us how many new lawsuits have been filed the residents of the city deserve, how many exposures to litigation have been filed, and how many risk of notices. And you should, because it's you, the city manager, the city is run by the city manager and the city attorney's office. So you deserve the time to tell us what your department is dealing with, because the money should be accountable. And the exposure to litigation should be accountable. And those employees that are exposing the city to litigation and to lose money should not receive a pension, or the money should be removed from their pension when they're retired. I think it's reasonable, don't you think? I think it's very reasonable. Can you put the next picture, please? That is my apartment on 14th Street. The same thing that happened to this gentleman happened to me. And the woman who owned that apartment stole 3-bedroom furniture. The furniture of all my apartment. Marty Kaplan is a thief. Nothing. All the jewelry that my mother left me, all the artwork, all my sheets, all my towels, all my clothing. And she has not been charged because she has a lawyer that is another scammer in the city, Abraham Sanai. And they do horrible things, and because they're politically connected, they can get away with murder. 3 bedrooms. Look how beautiful that apartment was. Apartment 8 on 14th Street between Wilshire and California.
Thank you. L. Deja Connolly. And then we have Lydia Garcia and Jerry Rubin.
Is that noise? Is that?
I see the noise. I hear the noise. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Hi.
Sorry.
Okay. Hello, Council. My name is Aldeja, and while I do not live in Santa Monica, I work here in Santa Monica at Din Tai Fung at Santa Monica Place, about 6 days a week from 4 to 10 hours a day. And the issue that I'm bringing up is the parking for employees at Santa Monica Place and parking structures 7 and 8. I've calculated that me and my fellow coworkers pay about $120 a month to park at Santa Monica Place as workers. That is with validation, okay, because we are offered validation at the parking structures, I don't know what it's called, but which is about $6 for 6 hours at the parking structure 7 and 8, and $9 for 12 hours at the parking structure. Without validation, it is about $300 a month. I feel like that is absurd, as me and my fellow coworkers are working at one of the most main attractions, restaurant attractions at Santa Monica Place, Din Tai Fung, and making money for Din Tai Fung and Santa Monica Place and the city. I feel like it is just not fair and quite cruel to make workers pay for where they're working. And you've implemented cameras, very expensive looking cameras, I see, to catch people tailgating or going under the gates. And I'm sure that was very costly, but I feel like you could use those funds for things like free parking for workers at Din Tai Fung and Santa Monica Place in general. Talking from my experience, I work paycheck to paycheck, and it is not viable for me to be paying $120 a month for parking at the place of my employment. Thank you so much.
Thanks for surfacing that. We have Lydia Garcia and Jerry Rubin.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Lydia Garcia, and I am an applicant for the Housing and Human Services, and I would like to introduce myself. I'd like to let you know that I have lived the experience of being homeless. I'm certified as a peer specialist, and I'm able to give guidance and emotional support to the homeless community. I'm an alumni for Speak Up with the Corporation of Supportive Housing, CSH, Speak Up, and it's a program that teaches you to give a speech about your experiences of being homeless. And I speak at homeless events and express in a 10-minute speech of being homeless of 8 years to being housed for 11 years. I'm able to understand the process of homeless programs from my lived experience with going to outreach, living in the shelter, and being housed in supportive housing with Step Up and Brilliant Corners. I'm able to give back what was given to me by being an example of a success person able to be housed with the support of my caseworkers from Step Up and Brilliant Corners. The program works when you put in the effort and regain your life. My work experience with LA County, I was in charge of employee training, and I planned training from the budget to the vendors, choose what course training, organize the date, the time, reserve the room for training. I received the materials for the course, and I set up training room. I sent out information emails to the manager's department for the training, so I understand the process of organizing public service. So I understand the steps to organize a project, and I'm able.
Thank you for sharing.
Very good.
Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much, Mayor Torosis, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, honorable council members, city staff, fellow Santa Monicans. Hearing the city manager's report was pretty inspirational. I go around Santa Monica a lot. Looks like things are getting a lot better. I talk to residents from all over the country and all over the world. And virtually every one of them says they love Santa Monica. What I want to say is, I've run for city council myself before. I know what's going on, and I know all the flyers that are going to come. But my gosh, can't we make this a kind of a positive campaign? Does there need to be personal attacks? I haven't seen any really yet. And I guess I want to appeal to everyone. I was at a candidate forum at the church in Ocean Park that the Santa Monica Democratic Club put in. At least 10 of the candidates so far all spoke. They all sounded pretty good. I have my own favorites. I won't share it here, but we can agree to disagree. But every one of you I know loves Santa Monica. I mean, my God, sometimes I even disagree with myself. So please, let's make it a positive campaign. Let's lift each other up and then make it a really great election. I love you all. I love Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. It looks like we have another late chit. Do we need to vote to accept this, Kaylee Scott? I see another one in the queue that just popped up. Kaylee Scott? Do people want to hear a late chit?
I'll make a motion.
Any abstentions or objections? Do we have a second?
Yes.
Any abstentions or objections? None. Okay, great. 1 minute.
Sorry, I was in a different section and I had them move me here, so that's why. Okay, hi, my name is Kaylee Scott. I'm a Santa Monica resident. I've lived here for just under a year and I've been looking for a way to get involved, so I applied for the Restorative Justice Commission, and I'm here to introduce myself to you all. So I'm an attorney and I used to be a journalist, and I think these are unique qualifications. I'm so nervous, I'm so sorry. I think these are unique qualifications for me to be on the commission. Combined, both professions have helped shape my commitment to fairness, accountability, and improving the systems that shape our communities. By way of example, my journalism experience took me to the Navajo Nation, where I reported on inequities of water security for Navajo Nation members. I carried this over, I'm running out of time. I carried this over into my law school career, and I continue that in my career today. And I would be very honored to.
Thank you so much. Just For public information, the appointments 16A and 16B have been continued to the next meeting, so I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that. We will, I don't know if someone wants to talk to her, but yeah, because it's not a dialogue. But thank you for being here. Okay,
So
we have some phone calls. Are they all three of them here?
It's two, actually.
Okay, great.
Okay, Mitchell, we're ready for the callers.
All right, Mr. Watley, press *6 and your time will begin when you begin to speak.
City Clerk, can you hear me?
Go ahead and speak.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Okay. Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. To whom it may concern. Good evening. My name is David Watley, and I am an alumnus of the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA Political Science Department, class of 2007. It is my honor to participate via telephone in the City of Santa Monica's City Council meeting. I would like to say for the public record that I received a letter from UCLA Vice Chancellor Michael J. Beck, and I also received a letter from UCLA Vice Chancellor Pete Angeli. My position is as follows. Foreign education institutions that violate American labor law should not be allowed to operate in the United States of America, nor should they be allowed to have a financial contract with the #1 public university in the United States, that is UCLA, which is also a federal land-grant education institution. Respectfully submitted, David Watley, substitute teacher, Arlington Public Schools, Arlington County, State of Virginia, United States. Thank you very much, and go Bruins.
Okay, Mitchell, we're ready for the next caller.
Mr. Montgomery, you can press *6 and you'll be unmuted and your time will begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Terosas and Council. I am here to talk about the things that I like to continually talk about, which are safety and honesty. I have got the sense that things are not improving, especially on our streets, parks, or bus stops. This approach to the unhoused is not working. I think people are left in crisis, which leaves residents feeling unsafe. And we need to deal with transparency. The need for transparency is incredibly important these days, especially after the Ocean Avenue debacle, which never should have happened the way it did. It's very disappointing. And Santa Monica can be amazing. We've seen it with the World Cup and the excitement that's been here. We need to keep that up, and we need to be much more transparent with the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And it appears that we have another person in the queue. Ms. Anderson Warren, do we want to accept a late chit?
Was that Mr. Adler?
Yeah. I see him in the queue now.
Yeah, he said he signed up and it didn't show up.
Okay, well, we already agreed to take the late chit, so Mr. Etter, you have 1 minute.
I generally have in 1 minute. Okay, I submitted 6 pages to you. Okay, about 10 months ago, I gave you an affidavit, declaration, and notice of litigation. I gave it to all council members, to city attorney and city managers. It's lost. You threw it out. That's really effed up. I was evicted from Step Up in April of 75 and were locked out by the sheriffs. This is illegal, gave them notice as well. Also, and Sam Moschel, we were kicked out 3 times. They threw our stuff out and we tried to file criminally. They said we couldn't. The police said that it was their decision, it's conflict of interest. Also, we filed this thing and they threw out our case against Sam Moschel. Okay, this is not just lack of due process. This is not just gross negligence. This is obstruction of justice, and it's covering up environmental stuff with climate change and stuff that we've been working on for 50 friggin' years, and it's outrageous, and it's murder. It's premeditated murder, and it's a cover-up of that. Don't have enough time. F you all.
Thank you, Mr. Etter. We are now going to move on to public input on the items under the consent calendar in closed session only. I did not get any polls, so you did. Oh, it's not in my record here. Okay. Sorry, which number is that? D. Okay. Great. Well, I think we have to hear the public comments first, and then we'll entertain a motion. So, Jerry Rubin and Karen Mielek. And then I don't know, Madam Clerk, if there were, I see.
If others signed up for consent, could you line up on the wall, and we will, and give us your name when you get up there.
Okay.
So Jerry Rubin and Karen Mielek are the 2 that I have.
Yeah, Jerry Rubin or Karen Mielek. Karen Mielek, you can go ahead. Jerry Rubin's not up here. Great.
Good evening. I'm Karen Mielek again. And I'm here to speak on the negotiations regarding the Civic Auditorium with Golden Voice and AEG. I hope this is good news regarding revitalizing the Civic Auditorium. 9 months ago, you voted to not extend the ENA with RPG, and the city website was updated saying that the city will continue to engage residents and preservation groups and art organizations in an open dialogue throughout the next planning process. This has not happened. There's been no engagement with residents and preservation groups. In April, the Recreation and Parks Commission requested an update on the Civic Auditorium. The city replied, "The city is not in a position to provide a meaningful update at this time." With this closed session negotiation, something is going on. Instead of coming up with a backroom deal, please engage and work with the constituents and the RPC. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Rubin?
Yes, thank you very much. This is the time I can speak for the item under closed session?
Yes.
Okay. My gosh, I can just say from the bottom of my heart that I sure hope some miracle happens and we were able to bring the Santa Monica Civic back to the life that it had. And other people have done it with different forums successfully. And there's such an opportunity here. When I saw that this was on the agenda and that our honorable city manager is going to be meeting with all of you with a group called Golden Voice, I could only think of, to my knowledge and everything I've known about them, they're one of the best promoting groups in America today. And if something could happen and we can involve the community, we're going to be much, much better off musically, culturally, in every way, educationally, in every way. It's going to help our economy. It's going to take a lot, but it'll be worth a lot when it happens. It's a landmark. You know it. Everybody knows it. It's been challenging. But please, save the Civic Auditorium.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rubin. So are they just coming up, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
I want to talk
Can you let us know your name?
Oh, yes.
What item
Zoe
you're
Montaner.
commenting on? The item you're speaking on.
Zoe Montaner, item 4C, and I also want to talk on closed sessions and conference with legal counsel. on the Santa Monica Tourism Marketing, I don't know if you have followed me on social media. Organizing and planning the first inaugural Caribbean American Heritage Month. And fortunately, I met one of the lead producers of LA 2028. And he's an event producer that has worked with the NBA, with the Super Bowl. And he is interested in helping me put this event together. I also want to invite the city of LA because the Caribbean has 13 countries, not counting the territories like Puerto Rico. So my vision is to put all the parks and give a country to each park, and they can have their own parties. So activating all the parks and have a passport so everybody goes to all the city parks in Santa Monica and get a stamp of the country in the passport and then enter a big raffle. So that is part of the Santa Monica Tourism Marketing. So I would like to work with them to really market this event for 2027. It's June of 2027. It's going to be after the Puerto Rican Day Parade in New York. And then I wanted to talk about closed sessions because it is embarrassing the amount of money that we are losing. It is embarrassing. Those monies can go to really the community and do better things for constituents. We all pay taxes here. And instead of really exposing the city to more litigation, I remember when I supported the de-escalation grant that the city manager received a couple months ago for the police department. And I was the only person who spoke there. And instead of de-escalating a couple weeks ago, what they did is escalate. And I spoke publicly at this very meeting, in this very chamber, in support of that.
Thank you, Ms. Montaner. Ms. Barton?
1 minute, please. Good evening. On item 4E, why are you hiring an interpretation service when the city employees are paid extra for being bilingual? Then on item 4D, how can you justify passing any budget or work plan for downtown Santa Monica due to you disenfranchising assessment payers downtown by your appointment of board members not owning property, businesses, working or living downtown, which are prerequisites for being on the DTSM board? And wouldn't you think business knowledge is necessary for being on the DTSM board? Because your appointments don't seem to have that by the things they need explained to them. But with the city having 7 votes, the property owners only having 6 votes, you can push through it whatever you want, whether or not it's good for downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any on the phone?
Mitchell, is the person on the phone ready?
We have one caller, Brad Tonoff. Mr. Tonoff, you can press *6 to unmute yourself and your time will begin.
Yes, hi. I apologize. This was meant to be a general comment. Is it okay if I proceed?
Ms. Anderson, what?
I'm sorry, but you missed your window. You would have had to speak before. This is on consent and closed session. Do you want to speak on either of those?
Mayor, I'm going to just make a motion. I don't know if this is to waive the rules or whatever, but just to hear the comment.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Any opposed or abstaining? Okay.
Mitchell, is the caller still there? Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. The council voted to allow you to speak. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is regarding a complaint for the Brookdale Gardens Assisted Living Center on 2nd Street, 851. I'm a resident in the apartment in the alley next to them, and they frequently have a lot of deliveries coming in and are frequently blocking my parking space and a couple of our neighbors as well. I've been in touch with their director over there, and what she has said is just ask the drivers to move if they're blocking your space. Yesterday, a U.S. Food driver refused to move for over an hour, and actually some employees from Brookdale came out and also told me that they didn't have to move. So basically, this is just bring this to the attention of the council. I'm not sure if anything can be done. We have called parking enforcement many times over the last few years, but nothing seems to change.
That appears to
That's
be
my comment.
Okay, thank you so much. We have noted that and our staff will follow up. Appreciate it. We will now move on to 4D unless we want to hear a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar before we hear.
Who pulled 4D?
I did.
Madam Zernitskaya. Madam Councilmember Zernitskaya. I don't know what's wrong with me. Apologies.
Want some spiced apples? No, I don't know if it helps.
So I think either a motion would be in order or we can just hear 4D.
I'd like to move that we approve everything other than 4D.
Second. Great.
And who seconded it?
I did.
Okay.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry, Mr. Councilmember Hall.
Councilmember Zerneskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And Mayor Tarosa?
Yes.
That passes.
Great.
Item 4D is approval of the Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. fiscal year 2026-27 budget and work plan and community event license agreement for Lot 27. Councilmember Zerneskaya, did you want?
Yeah, so I don't need a staff report. I just wanted to ask for some clarification and provide some comments. So I understand that our city staff is working closely with DTSM Inc. as well as other stakeholders to put on incredible events like we just had over the weekend, and I think are going to be having as well coming up. And I just wanted to get some clarification about how are we working collaboratively across these different groups, and what kind of successes are we seeing, and what are we hoping to see in this coming year?
Great, thank you. And I know we also have Debbie Lee, the CEO from DTSM, as well as Sydney from her team. So yes, events are both strategic events as well as some smaller regular surprise and delight events are big part and priority of the Santa Monica Realignment Plan and also the Downtown Santa Monica Annual Work Plan and Budget. It's been a really exciting time over the last month or so, especially with the World Cup. Amazing opportunities to do watch parties on the promenade. But we've also collaborated together, both city staff and DTSM staff, along with some event producers, including Revel Republic and also Yappy Studios, to do night market events and Blockfest. So that was last Saturday. That was the 4th of 5. With more probably to come. So this has been really where we've been working hand in hand. I think both city staff and DTSM staff are working closely to ensure that we get the local businesses participating in the events, and then really trying to see in terms of metrics what kind of things we can move the needle. So how the events can increase footfall activity to the promenade. I know Debbie and her staff are really keen on getting some really good new types of data around sales and spend. So where people are coming to the promenade, how they're spending their money, what types of businesses are going to, and that both helps us to evaluate for future events that we want to try to attract, as well as for some of our business recruitment efforts to try and fill in some of the vacancies with other businesses that will help to benefit.
Thank you. And I understand that we're currently at 75% vacancy of the commercial spaces on, is it on the?
75% occupancy.
Occupancy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, occupancy, my brain, sorry.
Oh,
I've reversed those. It's like that episode of 30 Rock where, anyway, sorry. So is 75 or, sorry,
Oh, I heard
Lee?
we're actually up now. It must be the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles put us over. 77%? 77.5. So let's round up, 78%.
Okay, 78% occupancy, that's great. And where were we roughly a year ago or so? Do we know, or what's the baseline that we're comparing?
That's a good question. Do you remember?
I can't give you numbers from last year right at this moment, but I can tell you that in the last month, there have been 3 new leases that have been signed. So while the spaces are not occupied yet, you will be, I think, they're working through the permitting process, and that is all good news. So you'll see leased signed now up on 3 more properties.
Fantastic. And I believe that our city staff are also working to help bring some art and just more life to some of the vacant spaces, the 22% remaining vacant spaces. So city manager, would you be able to just give a brief update on that, or Ms. Taylor, whoever has
Do you want me?
to?
I can do that. Yeah. And that ties well with your commendation earlier to our RAD team. So both our economic development team and the cultural affairs / RAD team have been working closely with the Artists Everywhere program to do. So we did a call out for artists several months back. We have a short list now with art pieces that can be used for window activations, window clings. We put the first one up actually at 4th and Broadway. And now we're working city staff and DTSM staff along with our brokers and some of our property owners to prioritize the next properties we want to move forward on, but just being mindful of incorporating things like, especially ones that are having the context of the broker information incorporated with the artwork, letting people see into the spaces. We're also exploring opportunities to do actual art installations in some of the spaces, working with cultural affairs and our event producers and DTSM team.
Awesome. And I understand that data is a bit delayed because we have to wait for it to be processed in order to get it. But have we seen generally improvements in downtown and throughout the promenade, and kind of could one of you speak to kind of what those improvements have looked like?
Yeah, so I'll start and Debbie can jump in. I'm not if there's a 2.5% difference in rates. No, we definitely seen occupancies increased. So a lot of business activity, new businesses opening, leases getting signed, which is very exciting. Even our farmers market footprint is expanding on the Wednesdays and Saturdays. We're doing some cool activations around that. Footfall traffic is definitely increased. I mean, the World Cup events, even just today, if you guys have been on, you could watch the game on the promenade, and tomorrow watch England win, hopefully. So that's helped to bring lots and lots of people, both to the promenade and to the businesses. We're seeing actually retail sales revenue. Some of that we're tracking. Some of the data you have, it's about 6 weeks out in terms of when it gets reported. Not real time.
Happy to jump in here. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are tracking data in a slightly different way, a little more nuanced than we did in the past. We are looking at aggregated credit card spend. We are able to then track number of transactions per visit and the average spend per visit, as well as the average transaction spend per visit. This allows us to be very intentional about how we convert those numbers and look at how we can get higher transactions, maybe more frequency of visit. That is a much easier way to build business back than to try to bring in, it's much more difficult to bring people from further away. It costs much more money, as SMTT works really hard to do. So our goal is to do both, right? So short-term, midterm, long-term strategy. And so we are looking at all of that. There is a lag in the spend data. So we anticipate we'll be able to see if any of these major events, the World Cup, our Pride event, which was very, very successful in addition to the Blockfest, we should have those numbers by the end of this month, and we can then use that information to guide our decision-making moving forward.
I understand that anecdotally businesses have been sharing that they've seen increased business during these activations and events. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, we do have footfall numbers, and so we can share that from the first Blockfest in June, or I should say the second one, and the Pride event, we saw an increase of almost 70%, year over year. And the number of people that were here in our downtown core was about 28,000 for the day, which is really great for, a one-day event. Now, that's only one sliver of the pie, of the whole pie. When we look at how spend data actually reflects in that, we want to see both those numbers really high. We want to see a lot of people here spending a lot of time and hopefully, eating and spending money in our stores. And that's really going to show us whether or not we are being successful with activating our spaces in the right way.
Thank you. If nobody has any questions, then I'll go to comments.
Comments? Okay, no, I have a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to really thank everyone who's been a part of putting on these activations, working so hard to get the promenade and downtown Santa Monica back to full strength. I recognize that these are not easy things that we're doing. The easy zones are not very easy sometimes, except to enjoy. But I've just been really, really impressed, honestly, with all these events, these activations, the openings of new businesses, and this really intense focus on trying to get our downtown and our 3rd Street Promenade to a place where people really want to be, and where on an average random night, they'll say, I want to go somewhere, let's go to the promenade. It was really fun when I went there last time. And I just want to encourage city staff and DTSM staff and our community partners, our event producers, everyone to look for more opportunities to collaborate on things to help get people to our downtown and to our promenade, because it really is an incredible place. And my dog and I really enjoyed our time at Blockfest on Saturday. Thank you.
I would just make a quick comment. I think as I understand it, first weekend of the World Cup, we had over 20,000 people on the promenade in one day. I think it would be helpful and instructive for us to include the average daily rate information, the hotel occupancy information with respect to what SMTT is tracking. I think we have to have a whole of government approach here. So this is really important. This is amazing. You all have done incredible work. I have people from all over the county who are saying, I'm coming to Santa Monica because it's fun, and that's the fun place that we want to go to watch these games. So I think, that's amazing. But I do think that for our scorecard, for the Santa Monica scorecard, Mr. City Manager, it would be helpful for us to just have a few more metrics for us to track going forward, especially with like the average daily rate and hotel occupancy in addition to the spend data. So but thank you for raising this, because I wasn't going to say that otherwise. Thanks, guys. Thank you. I think we're ready to vote, right?
And with that, I'll happily move the item.
I'll second it.
Okay, let's take a vote. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarosis?
Yes. Great.
Now we're going to go to the closed session.
Yep.
items. We have a conference with, it's an existing litigation. It's a bunch of John Does. Then we have another existing litigation. It's the city versus ICSOP. Then we have another existing litigation. It's Martha Garcia versus the city. 5D is existing litigation Glenn Mastroberti versus the city of Santa Monica. And then we finally, the last one is a real estate negotiation. It's for 1855 Main Street, it's the Civic Auditorium. City negotiators are the city manager, Oliver Chi. The owner of record is the city of Santa Monica. Parties to be negotiated, Melissa Ormond, COO Golden Voice, and Chantel EVP Ku, COO and General Counsel, and AEG presents. Under negotiations, the price and terms of payments. City Attorney?
We expect to return in about an hour and 15 minutes.
So we will be back at 8:25. Thanks.
Recording in progress.
Okay, it is 8:25. We are now back from closed session. I'll just wait till our city attorney is available. Hi, everyone. So while our city attorney prepares, I don't know, city attorney, do you want to give us a readout on closed session?
Sure, happy to. All matters were heard with 2 reportable actions taken. With respect to item 5D, the City Council approved a settlement in Mastro Berti versus City, a personal injury case involving a claim of dangerous condition of public property. The city denies liability and does not admit fault, but agreed to settle for $160,000, and in exchange, plaintiff agreed to release all claims against the city. The settlement was approved by a vote of 7-0. And actually, I might make a clarification. That was the only reportable action taken, but the mayor is voluntarily providing an update out of closed session on item 5E.
Yeah, with respect to 5E, council gave direction to the city manager to engage in negotiations with AEG Presents / Golden Voice on the price and terms of payment for a potential multi-use entertainment venue. Staff anticipates returning to council with an exclusive negotiating agreement within the next 2 council meetings. Great. We will now move on to our public input on the remaining agenda items.
Before we do,
Yep.
let me ask if any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting.
Oh, sure, I will. I attended, at the last meeting, I was in Nashville for the U.S. Conference of Mayors, National Endowment for the Arts Mayors Institute on City Design, where we gathered with 6 other mayors from across the country and some design professionals from across the country to challenge really intrinsic urban design challenges in our city. Specifically, we talked about the airport in Santa Monica and got some advice about what we do when we convert that to the Great Park. Additionally, this past weekend, I traveled to the National Convening for Local Progress. It's a national organization for local elected officials where we had conversations from leaders across the country who are working on issues like how we handle data centers in our jurisdictions and what responsible use of AI looks like. Also chatted with people in other jurisdictions who have set up their own local housing authorities and social housing models, both for affordable homeownership and affordable rental, and learned a lot. Do my colleagues have any comments? Sure. Great.
I attended Independent Cities Association. I sit on the board representing our city, and I've also just newly been elected to their executive board as the communications director. I was on 2 panels, one with other firefighters, consultants, and public safety folks talking about sharing with them what we did with our system of care in terms of bringing the ambulance services in-house. Also did a session on communicating with constituents, difficult information, and being transparent. And of course, attended sessions on everything from policies around AI, the flock camera, data sharing, data centers, and other issues. There was a big session that we attended on litigation and how it impacts cities in AB 218. So it was in Coronado, and it's an annual conference that happens once a year.
Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you. Yeah, I attended the excuse me, Local Progress National Convening with Mayor Terces and Councilmember Hall, and there were over 500 local and state elected officials across America. We had an opportunity to talk and learn about models for a range of regulatory challenges and opportunities, tenant protections, municipal finance, new revenue, and you know, it's incredible that in America there are so many different models for how local governance can work and work well. And it's really interesting to get a perspective from across the country on what's working. So I look forward to continuing this collaboration with our counterparts across the country.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. As Councilmember Raskin and Mayor Terces just said, I was also at the Local Progress National Convening. It was great to be with other local municipal government officials and electeds. I would echo the sentiments of my colleagues, and it was really fascinating to really see how lucky we are to live in Los Angeles, where we are really standing on the shoulders of giants when it comes to renter protections and policies that are put in place to protect workers and neighborhoods, and have the ability to share what works here with other localities that don't have such protections. I did attend on a scholarship, so no city funds were used. Thank you.
And I did as well. Fantastic. So we will now hear our remaining public comments on all the rest of the agenda items, not for the public hearing. So that's everything up till the 12 items. So Gerard, Joseph Ramos Agla, Kelly Smith, Denise Barton, and Jeff Peak, if you could come, you can just walk up and state your name and then start your comments.
Also, could you let us know what item you're speaking on?
Just state your name. Yeah. Thank you.
Was it 2 minutes? Or?
2 minutes.
Joseph Ramos Fragla, speaking on 11B. We appreciate the city's desire to protect close family members when the renter dies or becomes incapacitated from being evicted due to not being on the lease as a co-tenant. Those protections have existed for years and are known to owners and renters alike. However, the current proposal goes to an extreme that makes a narrow compassion exemption into a highway for literally anyone to falsely claim a relationship, either family or non-family, to a renter even when the renter has voluntarily left the unit. As such, these changes make the existing exemption completely unworkable and ripe for fraud. Also, provisions within the draft contradict themselves and possibly violate state law, which will result in substantial litigation for the city. By removing the requirement the original renter must have died or being incapacitated allows individuals that have never been on the lease to break their ties to the renter and stay beyond when the renter voluntarily moves out. This makes no sense as the reason the occupant was in the unit and not added to the lease was due to the fact that they were there based on the relationship, family or non-family, to the renter. That relationship should continue also when the renter voluntarily leaves the unit. Making things even worse, the proposal expands the exemption to non-family members, despite expanding the definition of immediate family to include domestic partners, spouses, grandparents, grandchildren, and siblings. As a result, literally anyone could falsely claim to have a household relationship to the renter in order to create a perpetual tendency to be sold to the general public. This will create a black market no other city has gone so extreme, including San Francisco. The proposal may also be against state law. San Francisco makes clear that any continuing occupant must sign a new lease at current market rate. This draft has no such clear language and as such may violate the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act. We urge the City Council to send this item back to the Rent Control Board for further revisions to preserve it as a narrow, compassionate exemption in line with other existing cities and ensure compliance with state law. If, however, an eviction special is adopted, it should be based on the renter's actual rent, not HUD small area fair market rent, to reduce the renter's total debt, create standard that is readily understood by both renters and housing providers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gerard. Or, yeah, Kelly. That's fine. I mean, you could just say your name. Yeah, that's fine.
Hi again. Kelly Smith. I'm also commenting on item 11B. First, I want to remind you that several of you were elected with the support of SMER. I want to remind you that you represent and protect all Santa Monica residents, including homeowners and housing providers. Santa Monica has become one of the most anti-landlord cities in the country. Property owners are expected to absorb skyrocketing insurance, maintenance, utility costs, assessments, dues, city mandates, and inflation with little ability to recover these costs. The math doesn't work. This proposal excludes landlords from qualifying affordability and criminal history. So a tenant of 30 years can move in a grandchild, and now they have it for the next 30 years without even being vetted. Or a young professional moves in a friend as they are about to give notice and move to another city. It took me 25 years to buy a one-bedroom condo in Santa Monica, under 800 square feet. I'm paying far more than families in much larger rent-controlled units. This measure would strip individual homeowners like myself of any rights at all. Homeownership should come with the freedom to make reasonable decisions about your property, not dictated by a city who basically takes control of your property. That is borderline communism. That is discriminatory against property owners. It's wrong, unethical, and you know it. This is beyond abusive of rent control and what it was intended for, which is to protect the individual, not for generations in perpetuity. Please, I urge you to do the right thing. I know you want to protect Santa Monica renters. I was a renter for 25 years in Santa Monica. I understand, and I appreciate that, but we deserve to be protected too. If I came under a hardship and had to rent my unit for a year, or I had to take another job for a year, you put me in a very difficult situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerard.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Council. Gerard Wright, Government Affairs Director with the Greater Los Angeles Realtors. In alignment with what my colleague Joseph from AGLA talked about, I will just cover just two main pieces, and that's with regards to the opposition to the ordinance. One, with the tenants requiring at least to know what their rights and responsibilities are. That goes across the board, not just the ones who are having the friends or family members coming into lease, but the other neighbors who are tenants in that property. They deserve that opportunity as well. The current language has no resolution requiring new occupancies to sign a lease after the original renter moves out. Those leases are important. That's a contract between the tenant and the housing provider, and that's very important to make sure that everyone in the building is protected. And most importantly, the last minute amendments for property owners of single family residents and condominiums. This was a rushed amendment. It wasn't even included in the Rent Control Board's decision. It's unclear how the notification will be taking place. And in addition, it just further reduces the housing supply and available rental units in Santa Monica. Housing that's desperately needed to be built in Santa Monica across many neighborhoods in the city. We're talking about an affordability crisis, but part of that affordability comes from not being able to invest, folks to invest housing into the city. That's also a reason why there's some general revenue deficits, because they're not doing the investment that is needed for the city to thrive. And that's so very and vitally important. So with that, with my remaining 15 seconds, thank you for your time and attention. You have a great rest of the evening.
Thanks, Gerard. Denise Barton, and then I'll call a few more names. We have Jeff Peak, Karen Mielek, Kaylee Scott, Zoe Muntaner.
Good evening. On item 11B, I can't understand how you can prohibit evictions for non-payment of rent. Who are you expecting to pay the rent owed? The taxpayers? You know, renting apartment units is a business, with rent making the business's relationship work. And how much more of a disadvantage are you going to put the business owners at? And how much can you intrude on common business practices, which includes evictions, which are already putting the owner at a further disadvantage of income? The rent control increases in rent don't cover the cost of upkeep and or operation. So you're already putting the property owners at a business at a disadvantage before you start telling businesses how to operate their business.
Thank you. Jeff Peak, and then again, Karen Mielek, Kaylee Scott, Zoe Muntaner, Damon Kay, Ted Winter.
This is my first time. Do I get more than 2 minutes because I haven't spoke yet?
2 minutes.
Oh, it's just 2 minutes.
Per item.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeff Peak. I'm a homeowner in Santa Monica, and by the way, I'm speaking on 11A. First of all, it was not, well, let's skip that part. It's my understanding that SMM, let's call it that, operating budget and reserves are in great shape. The school district ended up with 10 million surplus in 24-25. I believe the district's reserves are up to 84 million, and revenues have increased to 225 million. That, by the way, puts our average per student spend a few thousand above LA Unified. I'm not worried about SMM's finances and budget, and I don't think the City Council should either. It's also my understanding that staffing is not suffering and has remained level at 1280, even though the student population, currently at 8520, has declined approximately 19% over the past decade. Currently, 59% of SMM's revenue is funded primarily by local property taxes, which makes me very uncomfortable. Assuming the facts I've stated are fairly accurate, I don't see how the city can make an argument why property owners need to pay more. Cost shifting is not a great solution. Property owners are already carrying the majority of the burden to finance the school district. The city has the money to continue funding the other 6 to 8% that they are currently funding. I already pay for the schools via the Santa Monica 1% of the 10.75 state sales tax through Measure R, which was passed in 2008, which does not have an expiration date as of 2023 and is $496 per parcel, through Measure QS, through a bond that was paid off through 3-cent tax per $100 assessed property value, which is $1,050 for me. So with Measure R, that's $1,546 I am paying. And now with your proposal, I'll be paying $2,041, which would amount to close to 50% of our old Prop 13 property tax. The city has already budgeted for and is paying $12 million annually to the school district, and it has been traditionally funded. So I think that the money is there, and I'm just not sure what I get if you're going to shift that money.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Karen Mielek?
Good evening again. I'm speaking also on 11A, and I wholeheartedly support what he just said, because affordability, that's the #1 issue of Californians. And this parcel tax, instigated by the city last fall, affects housing affordability for both homeowners and renters, as school taxes can be passed through on some rental agreements and may also affect market rates. A partial tax is a regressive tax that puts a disproportional burden on lower income residents and small businesses. School district property taxes, as he just said, are already extremely high, with significant increases coming with bond payments. And housing affordability has contributed to the decrease. I saw 23% in enrollment. But fortunately, as a basic aid district, the school funding isn't tied to enrollment and has actually increased greater than the cost consumer price index. The city had a surplus of $9 million last year while making this school district payment. The city should not be transferring its commitment to the school district onto the residents and should continue to make this payment. Don't solve a temporary problem with a permanent change. I ask that at least one of you stand up for the residents of Santa Monica and for housing affordability and write an argument against the partial tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mielek. Kaylee Scott, is Kaylee Scott here? Okay, Zoe Mountaineer, and then Damon Kay, and then Ted Winter, Cynthia Riddle, Elizabeth Vandenberg.
I want to remind the City Council that tomorrow is Wallis Annenberg Day, and she's a huge inspiration in me because for me, she's so punk rock, and I wore these antennas just to honor her. She put a public, beautiful, gorgeous facility between the most expensive beach clubs in the country. She had a vision for Santa Monica.
Sorry, which item is this on?
11B. 11B, because I'm going to get to the point, if you let me.
Okay.
I know that your vision is not the vision of Wallis Annenberg. I understand that and I respect that. But Wallis deserves attention because she gave a lot of money to the city. And she made it more inclusive for Black and brown people. And I know that after listening to the comments of elderly people that are being pushed of their apartments for tenant harassment and the drama and the theater of this meeting, that we are concerned about them, and a Black man with his whole family and students at Santa Monica College. I understand the theater of this meeting. But Wallis Annenberg, remember her. She stood for what was right, and she put her money where her mouth was. And we honor her tomorrow. So pay attention to what you're going to do in this ballot measure, because I'm going to be writing as a citizen journalist about it, and I'm going to be writing about each of your votes through your whole term. And I'm going to be very candid. A Latina, elderly, and Black. Are you trying to push people of color and elderly people out of Santa Monica? Is that the strategy? Because it looks like that. Today, in this meeting, it looked like that. Latina, Black men, and elderly.
Thank you. Damon Kay, Ted Winter.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm here to speak on 11A as one of the proponents of the measure that's before you this evening, asking you, of course, to, as required by law, to place this measure on the ballot since we gathered the required signatures as a citizen initiative. You know better than anybody that the city has stepped back from the fiscal abyss it's been looking at for the last couple of years, but you're still on very shaky ground. Your own finance director pointed out the other day that if this measure doesn't pass, you will have to face a choice next year in the budget hearings to make a decision about whether or not to continue the rather remarkable $12 million per year of unrestricted general funds the city's been paying to Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District for the last number of years. If you don't have those funds, you'll have to make some cuts someplace. You'll have to choose between schools, public safety, libraries, other community needs. You also, of course, have unfunded potentially liabilities from new legal settlements. You have reserves that are an all-time low. You have unfunded capital improvements. You need this measure to pass to get the city back on better fiscal shape. As for the school district, you got an email from my colleague Pyle Moniar, who's on the Financial Oversight Committee of the school district, pointing out that right now, with the current funding from the city, that the district still has what's the word I'm looking for? It's got structural deficit. Sorry, there we go. And that without that money coming in, either from the city or from the proceeds of this parcel tax, the district will have to lay off the equivalent of 73 teachers out of a little over 400. That would be a big hit to classroom size, big hit to programming, big hit to the education of our students. So I urge you to pursue the staff recommendation, put this measure on the ballot. We've heard a lot of talk about affordability. I'll remind everybody that it would be $1.35 per day per property owner. That's less than the cost of riding the Big Blue Bus or the Metro Expo line. For property owners, your property values will continue to increase. You have $1 million home. Answer any questions you might have about the particulars of the measure.
Thank you. Cynthia Riddle.
Hi, I'm back. I'm here to talk about not this particular issue. Is that okay?
Well, are you here to comment on one of the 11 items?
No, I'm here to comment on the thing I presented last time that we got interrupted and it still hasn't been resolved.
No, unfortunately, that would be in general public comment.
Well, I put my name in. Do I wait till later? I can wait till later.
No, I mean, you could talk with the clerk. We take general public comment at the beginning of the meeting. So we already took that. But I don't know if someone can speak with you. I don't know if someone is able to speak with her just to follow up on what was not followed up on last time.
Well, can I just say one thing? I got a phone.
Technically, no. I'm so sorry.
Well, point of order. I'll make a motion that we consider this late general public comment.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, are we allowed to do that, Madam City Attorney? Does anyone oppose that? Any abstaining? I mean, Jesse, is that a no? Okay, well,
I'll second it.
Okay, fine. You said no? I said I second it. Okay.
Okay,
Right, go ahead.
So I've made it to only 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Barnard Park is a senior residence on Barnard Way. I moved in there and found out that 14 of the residents don't have indoor parking. And every weekday, there are 15 aides that come there. On Monday and Friday, there's restricted parking because of street cleaning. The situation is made worse by handicap placards of beachgoers. I started making calls about this in November. It's been 8 months. In January 27th, I got a note from Peter Zuzwilskowski, that was waiting on input from the fire department. In June, after I came here, I got another call back from him, or an email saying they're still waiting from the fire department. That was a month ago. The solution is so easy. If they put a new sign on the east side of Barnard Way, just north of where this building is, and paint the red curb on the west side, not red, that will allow up to 20 more spaces of parking without affecting anything that the fire department does.
Thank you. Hopefully you do. Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Vandenberg.
I'm speaking on 11A. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Elizabeth Vandenberg Wilmot. Before you take up the parcel tax, I'd like to start with the master's facility use agreement, or what is known as the joint use agreement. This is a critical element between the city and the Santa Monica Unified School District. Wilmot has few front or backyards. We need, as all the neighborhoods do, community access of the school's grounds facilities on weeknights and weekends. If the real purpose is to preserve a community access to school facilities, then why isn't the joint use agreement the only item before you? It should stand on its own merits, not be bundled with a permanent parcel tax. The proposed measure does not guarantee that the MFUA will continue after it expires in June 2027. Santa Monica residents already contribute extraordinary amounts to our schools. School district is a basic aid district that receives tens of millions of dollars above the normal state funding formula from our local property taxes. More property tax revenue will also flow to the district with increasing housing pricing and the elimination of the redevelopment agency bonds. This is not simply a 495 parcel tax. It automatically increases every year with inflation and has no sunset date. Once approved, taxpayers will pay more every year indefinitely until voters repeal it. If additional funding is truly needed, bring back a measure with a specific purpose, a fixed term, and a sunset date. And if the preserving community access is the goal, negotiate the joint use agreement directly instead of tying it to a permanent tax. Please do not place this parcel tax before the voters. Thank you. It's also a regressive tax, as many people have noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vandenberg. Okay, that concludes our comments on the remaining items except for the public hearing items. So we will now move into 11A. Is there a staff report, or this is ministerial because we have to?
Ask me if you want, unless you want to pass the food.
I mean, is there, just to be clear, there's no report on this?
There is, I mean, I can give, I mean, it's just the same thing in the staff report.
Okay, great. Just tell us quickly what we're voting on and why we have to vote on it.
Okay, so I'm asking you to receive, okay, so the reason you're doing this is because a notice of intention was circulated for a petition entitled An Initiative Measure Establishing a Parcel Tax Collected by the City of Santa Monica for the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. It was submitted on time. The city attorney prepared a ballot title and summary. The appropriate documents were published by the proponents, and the petition was subsequently circulated. The petition for signatures was filed at our office on May 29th, 2026. The city contracted with the county to verify the signatures. There was a minimum requirement of 7,038 that were needed to qualify. We asked the county to verify that many, and the petition qualified. So I'm asking you to receive and file the certification that the petitioner has sufficient and met the minimum qualifications for the required number of signatures, to adopt the attached resolution, request and directing actions necessary to place the measure on the November 3rd general election, and authorize the city council members to file written arguments against, if there are any who want to do that, and the measure directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis for the measure.
Great. And I see we have Councilmember Hall and then Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt a finding that the resolution is not a project subject to CEQA, that we receive and file the attached certification of qualification regarding an initiative measure establishing a parcel tax collected by the City of Santa Monica for funding for the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District by adding Chapter 2.74 to the Santa Monica Municipal Code and establishing an annual parcel tax of $495 per parcel of taxable real property located within the City of Santa Monica, and that we adopt the attached resolution on the item requesting and directing the actions necessary to place the measure on the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal ballot.
Second.
Great. Councilmember Snell.
I was going to second it.
Second as well, not just kidding.
Do you want to comment?
Yeah, I do.
Great.
I just want to say that this parcel tax, as you heard earlier, is a relationship between the city and the school district, one that has been a long-standing relationship. But based on our financial situation, the $12 million that we assess to the school district on an annual basis is something that has been vital to our community. Obviously, we always know that our school system, a strong public school system, enhances property values and makes a stronger community. So I'm excited about this parcel tax, and I hope everyone will, in November, vote for it. So I'd like to second it.
Thank you, Councilmember Snell. We have two public commenters who are on the line, so we should not vote until we hear from them.
Yes. Mitchell, go ahead, bring in the callers.
First caller is Brett Morrow. You can press *6 to unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you begin to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brett Morrow. I'm speaking on item 11A in support of placing the school parcel tax before the voters. This measure is about stability. It'll save the jobs of more than 70 teachers and provide our schools with a reliable source of funding that isn't dependent on the city's financial condition. Long-term investments in education shouldn't depend on annual budget decisions or changing fiscal conditions. They deserve a reliable foundation. As someone raising a young family here, I know that strong public schools are one of the greatest investments we can make. They strengthen our community, help families stay in Santa Monica, and ensure our schools can continue providing the education our children deserve. I encourage you to place the measure before the voters. On item 11B, I'm also in support of the Rent Control Board's recommended charter amendments. One thing I've learned while serving on the Human Services Commission is that the efforts to weaken protections for our most vulnerable never really end, usually in the name of profit. They change form over time, but there's always an attempt to chip away at housing stability for people who are already struggling with the cost of living. These measures are thoughtful updates that strengthen existing protections and recognize the reality that even responsible tenants can face temporary financial hardship. Housing stability is one of the strongest predictors of health, economic security, and community well-being. And protecting people from unnecessary displacement makes our entire community stronger. I appreciate the Rent Control Board's work and encourage you to place these measures before the voters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Debbie Mulvaney. Ms. Mulvaney, you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 and your time will begin.
Hi, my name is Debbie Mulvaney. I am calling regarding item 11A and asking you to put the school funding measure on the ballot. I have been part of the hardworking citizens team that helped gather thousands of Santa Monica signatures to qualify for the November ballot. I also sat on the school board's financial oversight committee for many years, including as chair, so I am very familiar with the school's finances. This measure is extremely important for both the city and the school district. If the city does not renew the MFUA in 2027 when it expires, the school district will lose $11 to $12 million per year. That loss would be catastrophic, the equivalent of 73 teachers, which would result in approximately one less teacher in every grade in every school. That means increased class sizes and less options for our students. The school district is one of the best things about this city. It is the reason why my family moved here 32 years ago and the reason many people are still moving to Santa Monica. The city's obligation to turn these funds over to the school district without any strings attached should reassure anyone that the money will go where it is intended, as well as the recent guarantee by the school board that regardless of the outcome, the district's field spaces will be available to the public when not in use by the schools. Please adopt this measure and put it on the ballot in November so that we can all move toward helping both the city and the school district be the best they can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So we will now vote on this item 11A. I just want to ask one quick question before you vote on it. Ms. Anderson-Warren, since this is a citizens initiative, we have no ability not to put this on the ballot. Is that correct? That's correct. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make that abundantly clear for everyone. All right. Not that that was the direction I was going in. Again, it's a citizens initiative, so I want people to know. All right. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarosis?
Yes. Congratulations, everyone. All right, we will now move on to 11.
Sorry, Mayor, point of order. Do you have to request if any council member is interested in writing against the measure?
Is that what we do on the dais?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
That's why I said if there are any council members who want to write an argument against.
Okay, do any council members want to write an argument against? Seeing none, who wants to write an argument for?
We don't write the argument for.
Sorry.
It's just against because
Okay.
it's a citizen initiative.
That, of course, that makes sense. The proponents are the citizens. Thank you.
Okay, so next we have adoption of resolutions placing proposed ballot measures amending Articles 23, rent control law, and 20, oh, okay, I'm sorry. What are the numbers?
Sorry, so we have, you want me to read it?
So the rent control and the housing policies of the city charter for the November
Yep.
3rd ballot.
Rent control law and 23 and section 23 housing policies.
Did you have a?
And I believe that Councilmember Zwick has a recusal on this item.
Yeah, I'll be recusing myself from item 11B due to my employment as a Southern California director at the Housing Action Coalition, which has previously advocated on the issue of rent control and tenant protections.
Okay, we will welcome you back shortly. Or not, is what he just said. Romy.
Good evening. Yes, there should be a PowerPoint.
Madam Mayor, while we're getting that going, I'll make just the public disclosure while Councilmember Zwick's making me out of the office. I think this is a matter of public record, but my wife is an elected member of the Rent Control Board. I've consulted with the city attorney's office. There are no conflict issues, and this will not impair my ability to consider this impartially, especially in light of the fact this is a legislative item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Romy Ganshaw, Chief Deputy City Attorney for the Consumer Protection Division of the City Attorney's Office. I'm here today to present some information about some proposed resolutions to place proposed ballot measures on the November ballot to amend City Charter's Article 18 and 23. So just as an overview, Article 18 of the City Charter is the city's rent control law. That provision governs the role, authority, and structure of the Rent Control Board, regulates maximum rents for rent-controlled units, and regulates the grounds for evictions from rent-controlled units. And Article 23 is what's called the Housing Policies Charter Amendment. That regulates the grounds of eviction for non-rent controlled units, which are defined to include residential units that are basically multi-dwelling units that are not rent controlled, so not single unit dwellings. Section 1806 and Section 2304, the just cause eviction provisions of each charter provision are nearly identical, and they are often amended together. So as some background is how we're here today. On January 27th, the council provided some direction to propose additional tenant protections and stability measures, including looking at tools in similarly situated jurisdictions. We went back, we looked at some of these options. We provided some feedback and input to the Rent Control Board, who ultimately held multiple meetings and public hearings on these recommendations, and they have recommended that these ballot measures be placed on the November ballot. So before you tonight are three proposed resolutions. These are grouped as follows. The first resolution includes an amendment to both Articles 18 and 23 that would affirm that local just cause eviction regulations prevail over state law, would clean up or address some administrative issues in the Rent Control Board's administrative charter, and would help to preserve affordable housing. The second resolution would introduce a ballot measure that would help to regulate evictions based on non-payment of rent when a tenant owes less than a certain threshold of rent. And the third resolution would introduce amendments that would limit evictions based on the addition of new occupants, would also limit evictions based on a new occupant remaining in a household after the original occupant vacates, and would also extend just cause eviction protections to single unit dwellings and update owner move-in eviction regulations for those types of dwellings. So diving a little deeper into each of these, the first proposed resolution would include this finding that is actually required under state law. If you have a local just cause eviction regulation that is stronger than state laws, and ours are, if that local eviction regulation is amended at any point after 2019, you actually have to include a binding finding in that ordinance that it is more protected than state law. So this is just that affirmation that it's more protective and it will apply over state law. The second piece are the administrative amendments that have been recommended by the Rent Control Board. So the first one would clarify commissioner term limits. The second would clarify that the maximum allowable unit registration fee is just a ceiling. It's not the actual fee that's charged, and would allow that ceiling to be adjusted annually upward based on CPI. And then the third provision would clarify the Rent Control Board's authority to set timelines related to issuing decisions on individual rent adjustment petitions. The third major piece of the proposed resolution would add two just cause eviction grounds for evictions from deed restricted affordable housing. So it would provide that a landlord it has just cause to evict a tenant from a deed restricted affordable unit if the tenant does not qualify for the unit under the terms of that deed restriction, and the landlord has complied with all applicable guidelines. I'll explain what that means in just a minute. And then the second ground would be if the tenant is not providing proof that they qualify for the unit, and the deed restriction does require them to provide that proof, often on an ongoing basis. And they also have failed to provide that proof after a written warning that they must do that in order to stay in the unit. So I just want to take a moment to discuss a little bit about what it would mean to add the just cause eviction ground that a landlord may evict a tenant from an affordable unit who is no longer eligible for the unit or is not eligible for the unit. So that provision would require that the landlord complies with all applicable guidelines. And the city does have AHPP guidelines that govern what happens in this situation if a tenant who was eligible for a low-income affordable unit ends up no longer being eligible for that unit because they have an increase in income. So if a tenant was eligible for that unit at move-in, they were met the income threshold requirements or the income ceiling requirements at the time they moved in, they can continue to stay in their unit even if they have an increase in income over that ceiling, over that limit, as long as it's a relatively modest increase in income. But if the tenant's income increases to more than 140% of the applicable limit for that unit, then certain procedures kick in. But even in that case, it's not like the tenant is immediately forced to leave. So first, if there's an available affordable unit at the property, maybe at a higher income level, and the tenant qualifies for that, they can be offered that unit or an available market rate unit if one's available. If the tenant doesn't want to relocate or can't relocate for any reason, then they get a year to move. So it's not an immediate displacement. The tenants still have the right of first refusal to any market rate unit that comes up during that year. And also, if their income ends up dropping back down below to within that 140% of the applicable income ceiling for their unit, they can continue to remain in their unit. So these are the guidelines that would apply for HPP tenants. And even if a landlord were to evict a tenant in one of those units for being over income, they would generally have to comply with these guidelines as well. So the second proposed resolution just includes one regulation in both Articles 18 and 23. So this regulation would prohibit evictions for non-payment of rent if the tenant owes less than the average of 1 month's small area fair market rent for zip codes in Santa Monica for an equivalent size unit. This is sometimes referred to as a rent threshold eviction regulation, and there are similar such ordinances in other cities, including here in the Los Angeles area. And I just highlighted some statistics here just about how prevalent non-payment evictions are. They really do make up the vast majority of evictions and also threats to evict, so notices that tenants get that if they don't pay past due rent, they may be evicted. And in the city attorney's office, where landlords are actually supposed to file all eviction notices and all eviction lawsuits with us, we have seen cases filed for as little as $405, and notice is given to tenants threatening to evict them if they don't pay as little as $73. So this resolution would say that a landlord cannot make an endeavor to evict a tenant in those situations unless the tenant's rental debt actually starts exceeding effectively 1 month of fair market rent for the region. Also, just want to highlight that this regulation would not mean that a landlord, or would not take away a landlord's right to collect that rental debt through means other than an eviction. So they could always demand that rental debt as long as they're not threatening eviction for it. They could seek it through small claims process, whatever they would need. The third resolution also has sort of 3 core components. So the first one is a limitation on evicting current existing tenants based on those tenants bringing in new occupants to the household. And this would be effectively, if a tenant has a provision of their lease that says the tenant cannot bring in additional occupants or any occupants that were not originally in the lease, the tenant would still have the right to do that if the additional occupant that the tenant is bringing in is either a minor child that the tenant, their partner, or their spouse is obligated to care for, or if the additional occupant is one of a specified family member, provided that the tenant has lived in the unit for at least a year and has notified the landlord of who the additional occupant is and that they meet one of these qualifying family relationships, or if the additional occupant is not necessarily related to the tenant, but they intend to create a household with the tenant, the tenant can also bring that additional person in, provided again that the tenant has lived in the unit for at least a year, and the tenant notifies the landlord who the additional occupant is, and the landlord has a reasonable opportunity to deny approval, provided they do it on legitimate grounds that are actually relevant to issues the landlord might apply a criteria for. The second core piece of resolution number 3 would be a limitation on evicting lawful occupants who remain in a unit after the tenant of the owner has vacated. So this would prohibit evicting a lawful occupant who's been living in the unit with the tenant of the owner for at least a year before the tenant of the owner vacates the unit. This expands on an existing protection that's in both Articles 18 and 23 that provides that children, spouses, and partners who remain in a unit and lived with the tenant of the owner for at least a year before that tenant vacated due to death or incapacity, those specified family members can currently stay in the unit, and this just expands that protection. And the third sort of bucket of items in resolution number 3 would be to extend just cause eviction protections to single unit dwellings and condominiums, and to update owner move-in regulations for those units. So currently, single unit dwellings are exempt from Article 23. These are the non-rent controlled units that are actually exempt from that protection. Many jurisdictions, including many in Los Angeles County now, do apply just cause eviction protections to single unit dwellings. So this would sort of bring those in line with other jurisdictions in the area. And then would also just align some of the protections around owner move-in evictions for Article 23 units to align them with some of the same protections that already exist in the rent control law. This is a chart to try to help provide somewhat of a visual of what is in each of the 3 resolutions and which provisions, which articles of the charter would be amended if according to each of the 3 resolutions as they're currently presented, although the staff report does also provide some, potential ways to move things around if the council were interested in doing that. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your efficient presentation. We do not have any requests to speak in the queue. Go ahead, go ahead, yeah.
I had a quick question on something that I wasn't completely clear on. In proposed resolution 3 on the limiting evictions of remaining household members, if the original tenant leaves for whatever reason, would the rents remain at the rent controlled threshold, or would it reset to market rate, or does it depend on the specific situation?
Yeah, so it would depend on the situation. What this proposed amendment would do, it just regulates whether or not the tenant can be displaced. Now, as to rent-controlled units in particular, whether the landlord could, what rent the landlord could charge for those units to the subsequent occupant is a question that is sort of determined under state law, under Costa-Hawkins, and it is sort of a fact-by-fact or case-by-case fact-intensive inquiry. So this ordinance or this regulation would not touch that. It doesn't address that. It just regulates whether the tenant can be evicted simply because they were not initially approved by the owner.
So if legally under state law, the landlord would be able to reset to market rate, at that point they would still be able to do it. But if they wouldn't, then they would the remaining household members would still maintain the existing rent controlled rental amount, right?
Yeah. What the landlord's rights would be to change the rent or increase the rent would depend on the facts of the case, and it would be determined by state law. And this ordinance doesn't touch what that state law determination would be.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that clarification. Sure.
Great, Councilmember Snell.
Thank you for your. So my question is proposition proposal 3. It says what is a non-resident tenant? I think it says with respect to it. I mean, is there, I'm trying to figure out, obviously a family member, extended family member, but could anyone move in and be extended as a tenant?
So one of the proposed amendment does allow for certain specified family members. That doesn't include every type of family member, doesn't include, I don't believe, nieces and nephews and that sort of thing, but certain specified family members could come into a unit if the tenant notifies the landlord that they're coming in. Anyone who doesn't fall into that category could be another type of relative or could be somebody that the tenant is not actually related to, could still be added, or the tenant could still have them move into the unit, provided that the tenant gives notice to the landlord and provided that the tenant and that person intend to create a household. The reason for this is in part to do with California privacy law and fair housing protections for sort of non-traditional households, and also the rights of people to create households with whomever they choose, whether or not they are related to them by blood or legally. So this allows and recognizes that people may choose to create households with people that are not specifically recognized as a certain type of familial relationship, but it is still a household nonetheless.
And so are you telling me that that particular individual that's moving in, if 5 years from now, the original tenant left and another individual wanted to move in, that would still be in compliance?
This doesn't really necessarily speak to what happens if it's not the tenant of the owner bringing people in. It specifically provides that if the tenant of the owner brings in these additional occupants, then the tenant of the owner can't be evicted for violating a provision of their lease that says you can't bring in other people. So it doesn't provide that the people who are brought in as either additional household members or subtenants, it doesn't give them the right to necessarily bring in more people.
So if the original owner or the original tenant was gone, then subsequent individuals moving in, then this doesn't comply with it?
So people are only entitled to, the tenant can only, the original tenant, so to speak, can only bring in additional occupants if they've already been in the unit for at least a year. And a separate provision of this package would allow that if the tenant of the owner has been living in the unit for a year with one of these people that they brought in lawfully, and they complied with all those requirements, if the tenant of the owner then vacates, then that remaining occupant would be able to remain in the unit.
But that remaining occupant wouldn't be able to comply with the law if that original tenant moved out. Is that what you're saying?
It may depend on a little bit on the facts of whether that remaining occupant enters into a different type of rental agreement with the landlord. These protections, especially the one allowing an existing tenant to bring new tenants in, really relate to sort of whether or not the landlord can enforce a provision of a written rental agreement with that tenant that would sort of artificially or arbitrarily limit how many people that tenant can have in the unit. So whether the landlord has a written rental agreement with the subsequent occupant and would try to enforce a term like that would depend on sort of the facts that they develop after the subsequent occupant continues to stay in the unit.
So if they didn't have a rental agreement with that subsequent occupant, then it changes it. Is that what I'm trying to understand?
If there is no written rental agreement, which there are not in many cases, and it's a perfectly legitimate form of a tenancy, there's actually no restriction on people bringing occupants into the unit.
So they couldn't?
Yeah. In effect, this regulation wouldn't apply because it only deals with sort of applications of rental agreements. If there is no written rental agreement, there's really no limitation on the right to bring occupants in, other than sort of public safety and health standards.
Thank you.
Councilmember Negrete.
I'm going to dovetail on that because I just want to clarify, I think more specifically or more in maybe plain language, hopefully a more concise answer, that I think what Councilmember Snell was saying, which is still my question, which is if tenant A has the lease, someone moves in with tenant A that wasn't originally on the lease, is there for a year, tenant A vacates and now tenant B is there. They forget about whether they have to pay market rate or their rent goes up. They are legally now allowed to be the tenant that occupies that apartment. If a year later they bring in someone and that person's living with them for 5 years, when that tenant vacates, does that now mean that the next person, this is why it's called in perpetuity, right?
Yeah, so that could, I think that could happen under this regulation. it wouldn't preclude that.
So I just want to point out, because listen, I live in a rent-controlled unit. I have an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, and I think of the scenario of if my husband and I got in a car accident, God forbid we both lost our life, I would want my daughter to be able to use whatever life insurance we have to stay in our apartment to take care of her little sister. I realize those are extenuating circumstances, and it's really hard to create policy around these very specific circumstances. My concern is in buildings that are deed restricted, a lot like, no shade on the big market dwellers, but they have different reserves to dig into to make up for scenarios that happen that might impact them financially. But I can speak to someone who allowed me to say his name tonight, who was pretty upset about this, not knowing about it and not being talked to about this. He lives, and he's a small family business owner. He owns Casa Martin. Him and his family, there's 10 siblings. They scraped up their money to buy small apartments. They often have Section 8 vouchers, and he's fighting for over a year right now because of a situation like this and unable to remove a tenant who is creating so much havoc in the building. People are moving out, causing police calls constantly. And so I guess this was not the original person that he had the lease with. And this is a family member that is currently, I guess, governed under the current policy, which is different. The concern is that even as someone who lives in an apartment with kids, that like now you're not leasing with the person. I mean, there's some process you have to go through where you fill out an application, maybe there's a credit check. And to the extent that I get that people sometimes fall on hard times and they need to couch surf or stay with a friend, we don't want to put people out. I just feel like we haven't had enough time to, at least for me, to digest this and actually hear from the small mom and pop landlords who this might have unintended consequences with. And that's one of the questions I have. Have you guys looked at how that may impact a small mom and pop landlord with a deed restricted small building that has 5, 6 units, whatever?
Well, I also I will note that even if a landlord, if a tenant who the landlord did not initially approve but comes in under one of these provisions and then has the right to stay, even if they don't have a written rental agreement, but they are doing anything that is interfering with other tenants, with the landlord always has, under both our local eviction laws and under state law, the right to remove that tenant if they're causing a nuisance. The right to evict a tenant because they're violating a lease is actually just one of the 10 or 11 reasons why a landlord can evict a tenant. There are many other reasons why landlords evict tenants. Most often it's because they didn't pay the rent. And this would never, of course, waive the obligation to do that. I will also, so in terms of whether or not we've connected with small mom and pop landlords. They did speak at the Rent Control Board hearing. The Rent Control Board took that under consideration, and they have recommended these proposals.
And what about have they thought about the loopholes that people create, which are rampant? We were talking about that too, that it happens all over in my own buildings where people have their unit and then maybe their kids or somebody else, but they're essentially subletting it. And do you think that has the analysis been done as to whether or not this would create more of that scenario? Like, now that it's not a family member, it's like bringing someone else in, like a roommate, and then you vacate and they're paying. I mean, this is where the rent part, you're saying that it doesn't have, that's a separate policy. It's sort of hard for me to understand, because I guess if at that point, if you didn't want that person in there, you would just be like, oh, rent's going up to market rate. It's getting jacked up $2,000. That's one way to get someone out. But in the event that that doesn't happen, now this person is like holding on to a deed restricted unit that, I don't know, it just feels like it's creating, I don't understand how you can't talk about the rent part. I understand what you're saying, because that seems to play into keeping someone in their apartment. Maybe that wasn't a good question. My other question is, was there any economic analysis done specific to small landlords as it pertains to this crazy math around missed rent? And I call it crazy math only because if your contract is with a housing provider, just like, with your car payment, I can't be like, oh, I had a 0%, but the average rate, going lease payment for a Honda is such, and that's what the missed payment's going to be, based on. If someone's paying, $500 a month and the going rate for their apartment is $1,000, to this math, they'd have to miss 150% of it.
It's the average of the sort of the
40%
median, 40 percentile rents in Santa Monica. So it comes close to 150% of the regional rents, but it's actually, I believe it's lower than that.
So what I'm just saying
Yeah.
for purpose of
It's
simple
not
math,
actually the tenant's rent.
if you're paying 500, but that number is 1,000, you would then have to miss 1,500 before, right? You would be able-
1,500 or 1,001. I mean, a tenant could be partially behind on the rent.
And that's not every year. That was just in totality. Like that wouldn't reset every year where this tenant could do that every year.
That's right. I mean, a landlord also, though, only has the right to evict a tenant. This is a state law thing. They can only evict a tenant for rent that came due within the last 12 months. So even if a tenant owes rent for more than 12 months ago, it's not a basis to evict a tenant anyway. I mean, but yes, a tenant could be behind potentially more than 1 month's rent if they're a below market tenant and not be evicted for owing 1 month or even more than 1 month's rent.
But is that something that could happen every year or is it tied into?
There's no limitation as written on the amount of times that this would apply. It's just as long as the total debt that's sort of subject to eviction remains below the threshold, that could happen more than once. Yeah.
And the folks that I talked to when I asked like what was the thinking behind that was that it was to give the proverbial us more time to gain access to Measure GS funds that's supposed to help preserve folks in their apartment. I wonder why we don't just make policy to make, if that money's there, to make that money available to people and get it to their landlords or be able to pay their rent to assist them instead of putting the onus and the burden on housing providers.
I mean, the reality is it's just when a tenant is in default to the rent, the landlord can give them a notice to pay rent or quit. They have a very short amount of time to pay that. And often by the time that person has started contacting, whether it's a CBO or the city themselves, the documentation that needs to come together, or sometimes there's tax documentation that needs to come together, it just can take longer than the tenant actually has.
And then going back to this perpetual tenancy thing, like the other thing I think about is there's a lot of cases right now where people bring in folks as roommates, and then there's maybe a disagreement, and the person who has the apartment can't. And I know there's other rules around 31 days, and you have rights and stuff like that. Has there been any analysis around whether that would exacerbate an issue where if somebody had a roommate and then that roommate doesn't want to leave, does this perpetual tenancy give this person different rights that they don't already have based on whatever policies we have set forth, not just in Santa Monica, but in California about living somewhere for X amount of days?
I don't believe so. I don't believe it necessarily augments those rights. I mean, these provisions also don't necessarily touch the subletter situation where a tenant brings in a new person to be their subletter. There's actually already a protection for tenants to have the right to do that under the law. So this is sort of expanding on that protection to say, even if these people aren't your subletters, you can still bring them in as long as it's not sort of creating an unsafe condition.
And the difference is that the landlord has to approve whoever you say you're bringing in, and they can't apply a limit to how many people per unit?
I mean, in both cases, whether it's a subletter or not a subletter, the landlord has if it's a non-family member, non-subletter, or if it's a subletter, the landlord can apply a reasonable criteria related to evaluating whether they're basically going to be a problem in the unit. But if the person is not going to be paying rent to the landlord, then what criteria apply may not include things like the person's income or credit score, since they're not actually paying the rent.
I guess that's sort of what I meant, but like just simply, if I'm in an apartment building and the person upstairs, it's 2 people, can they now all of a sudden move in 7 people?
It would depend. I mean, they may already have the right to do that if they don't have a written lease limiting the number of people who can
But
stay
if they
in their
do
unit.
have a written lease limiting to the amount of people, does this now?
So provided that the tenant has been in the unit for at least a year, provided that the additional people that they want to bring in, they're trying to create some sort of like a household with them, and provided they tell the landlord about who those people are, and the landlord has, I believe it's 14 days to approve or deny that person based on sort of legitimate criteria, they would have the right, assuming all those things happen, they would have the right to bring those people in.
To be a real life circumstance, person upstairs been living there 20 years. I'd like to bring in 5 people. It's a friend. We're starting a new family situation that we define, and it's called the whatever family. And they're all going to come in, and this is Bob, Joe, Sam, and Fred, and whatever. And here's who they are, and here's their names. They look really like nice people. And I don't get where is this where is the landlord's ability to say no, yes? Because then what's the point of putting this on there if they have the ability to say, oh, no, I don't like that person. I don't understand where that comes into play. It sounds like what we're saying is, because I know that when you have a roommate, they actually have to fill out a credit app and be added to the lease, at least in the apartment building I'm in, because we have a lot of college students. But to the extent that no one has to do that, and I'm actually asking because we have college students and it rotates a lot, I'm just thinking like, oh my God, there's going to be, they're going to invite people and there's going to be 9 people living in one apartment. And it sounds like under this, it's based on a very loose idea around a family or building a household. And what's this part of, like, where is the part where there's policy that supersedes a landlord's ability to say, yes, no, I don't like you, based on what?
So we have seen sometimes that landlords can sort of use things like a tenant's creditworthiness or a tenant's sort of lack of landlord references sometimes as a pretextual reason to deny the ability for someone to live in the unit. So this would say those like things that are not really related to whether the tenant is going to be a problem in this building or is going to create any sort of real problems for the landlord are not legitimate grounds to deny this person who's just coming in to be a roommate.
Okay, wait, just say that more simply. You're saying that normally they use a credit check, like you have poor credit, you don't have 3 apartments you've lived in. That's usually what tenants use. What is this other criteria then, if that's the only thing they have to go on? And I get that. It's hard if you don't have those things. How do you get an apartment? I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like write a resume and be like, check out my Instagram. Like, how do you prove that you're like a worthy tenant?
So you can have other references. We also have a different housing discrimination ordinance that does require that landlords allow tenants to demonstrate their ability to be a good tenant through means other than landlord references.
Which is some examples?
Which could be some other sort of a reference, a job reference. It could be some sort of community reference. But a landlord, depending on if someone is prohibited from living in a unit because of a registration status or
like a sex offender.
Right. Or if somebody has some other sort of relevant history, actual specific history to that person that raises a concern, that could be a legitimate grounds to deny the person. But just sort of speculation about people with low credit might be a problem wouldn't be a basis to do that.
So is that the change then that currently, I'm trying to get at like how this is changing, because that's the conversations I've been having. Like, well, now, what would happen if, like I just gave you the scenario, where is the landlord's ability? It's sort of very loose, and I'm trying to understand how it's changing from what it is now and what it would look like in this very same scenario of multiple people moving in. It sounds like currently, if in your lease it says only 3 people can be there, that's how it exists. And if you want a roommate, they have to fill out an application. And these things we just talked about, credit, worthiness, whatever, having lived, references of where you lived is what they apply. Now it sounds like we're saying that is not the basis to come into the apartment. Also, the amount of people is now no longer can be impressed upon people. You can't say, they can't point to, well, I told you only 3 people can be here.
That's really the main change. There's already a provision that says you can, if someone moves out, you can replace them on a 1-for-1 basis. This would say that if your lease says you can only have a certain number of people or you can't add people that weren't originally part of the lease, that is effectively not enforceable against the tenant. So this would say that you can have more than the original number of occupants or you can have more than the number of occupants that the lease specifically allows for. Subject to some of these requirements. And there is also a general requirement that it still doesn't, preempt any sort of like fire code or other sort of law that would actually limit based on actual health and safety standards, the number of people that could be in a unit safely.
So more simply put, yes, someone could now have 5 or 6 people, assuming that per square foot, the health code says you can have that. Yes?
Provided, that they complied with all the other, that they gave the notice, that sort of thing. Yeah, and they've been in the unit for a year.
I don't want to hog the mic, but I have more questions, but I just need that to sink into my brain. I'm going to get out of the queue so other folks can ask questions.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Ganshaw, for an incredible presentation, very helpful. Some questions. For the public's benefit, can you explain a little bit further about why we are connecting amendments across Articles 18 and 32, or 23, excuse me?
Yeah, so Article 18, the rent control law, was adopted in 1979. It had this section about just cause eviction. That's a core feature of every rent control law. In 2010, Article 23 was adopted, and it basically just mirrored Article 18. And it's always been intended that Article 23 will mirror what's in Article 18. So the Rent Control Board has recommended that all of these substantive changes be made to Article 18 eviction protections. And it's always been previously articulated as the intent and sort of the plan that all tenants in both non-rent controlled and rent controlled units enjoy the same protections against eviction. So that's why the changes are mirrored in both places.
Okay, thank you. And what is the policy genesis behind extending just cause protections to single unit dwellings? Specifically for, Article 23.
I mean, I think increasingly, especially in condominiums, increasingly single unit dwellings, we are seeing that they are a place that people are using for rental housing. I will say, in the city attorney's office, we frequently get inquiries from people who live in either condominiums or other types of single unit dwellings, asking about whether the protections of the relocation code apply to them, asking whether the protections of the just cause eviction law apply to them. And for the most part, they don't. And so, there's been sort of an increasing recognition that those tenants are also tenants entitled to these protections. And especially, I think, for condominium units where rents are more likely to be lower and sort of in line with other non-rent controlled units, it makes sense to extend those protections.
And are we concerned about the increasing presence of corporate buyouts of single family homes and condos in that essentially renters are in these units with a corporate landlord?
Sure, yeah. The idea that it's just an individual owner may not necessarily be true.
Okay, thank you. Are there statutory definitions or case law surrounding what the definition of a household is?
So there's, as I mentioned, there's sort of a general provision of California law that says that, as I said, under the California right to privacy, people have the right to form households and live with the people of their choosing, form a household with the people of their choosing, whether or not they're related to them. And that cities also have to sort of allow people to do that. They can't prohibit people from forming those sorts of households. And generally, it's sort of construed as people who intend to have a sort of enduring relationship, intend to form a sort of a single unit of a household. So we tried to capture that definition here.
Okay, thank you. And then the question was raised about time to analyze and discuss with community members, landlords, tenant advocacy groups. Would you mind just sharing the process these amendments have gone through to get here tonight, starting with item 16C, that this council passed unanimously at its January 27, 2026 meeting, and then the subsequent rent control board meetings, please?
Sure. So yeah, item 16C did direct the city attorney's office to evaluate and come back with proposed tenant protection measures and tenant stability measures, including specifically asked to come back with a measure to protect tenants when new family members move into the unit, but then also asked to come back and to propose additional measures based on what would be effective here, but also what's been utilized in other similarly situated jurisdictions, places that have other tenant protection laws. So we did a little bit of a survey of that, reviewed some of those ordinances, also looked a little bit at the types of information that we have about the grounds for which people are actually being evicted. The city attorney's office made a presentation to the Rent Control Board, I believe in May. They held a hearing, heard some of the some of the items that we had sort of turned up. They held at least, I don't recall if it was one or two public meetings after that, including at least one public hearing, 2 meetings where the public had an opportunity to weigh in publicly, and including a public hearing, and they did get a lot of feedback from various members of the community, including landlords.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Raskin.
I'm prepared to make a motion. Given the extensive public process this has gone through and given the fact that this has largely been developed by our elected experts at the Rent Control Agency, but given that Councilmember Negrete has more questions, I'll maybe take my name out of the queue and put it back in after that.
Well, I'll second the motion. We can have a motion on the floor.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we proceed with putting the 3 resolutions on the ballot and making the findings, and I think we'll have further direction with respect to ballot arguments, but perhaps we can make that in a separate motion.
Councilmember Negrete.
So I guess I have a comment just based on the public process. I just want to point out here, we've talked about it before on this dais, that before I got on city council, I can't tell you that I was, and I'm an involved person from the schools, and at the time when we had the Seascape, I read it and all that stuff. I didn't know about every meeting, and I could say the same thing about my school PTA meetings. So I just want to be careful about assuming that this city and the people that show up to the meetings or get the communications are actually everybody in the city. I spent time, people called today that were all small landlords saying, I just heard about this. And yes, I could penalize them and make them feel really bad for not, this person particularly runs a local 2 restaurants here, works in the kitchen, serves in the front, runs apartments and goes, I don't think that, they don't not want to be involved. They're just not getting these notifications. And I'm sorry, I happen to be one of those people that was there myself before. I'm not going to pretend to be somebody who was always notified about everything and showed up at city council and spoke all the time. And that's what led me to be up here. So I just want to be cautious when we say that, because I don't know that this process happened in a way. Look, right now we were asking questions and it's not easy stuff to understand. It might be for some of us up here who do this for a living or have been doing this for a while, but it's just not easy to understand. And it's not, listen, I live in a rent-controlled building. My building is poorly maintained. Today, I walked out, there's shrapnel everywhere. I'm dealing with rent control because we were poorly notified about my whole front landing. We can't use our front door. I have to park on the street without no notice. So I know what it's like to live in a dilapidated building that's not well maintained. And my concerns, and so are a lot of my neighbors, is that if we don't strike a balance, we incentivize in the wrong way, and we have unintended consequences for deed restricted buildings potentially being, these landlords that are small mom and pop good landlords say, God, I can't handle this anymore. I'm going to put it up for sale. Or they just find ways to make it harder for us to live in well-maintained buildings. I'd like us to focus on that. I just want to understand these things. I want to be able to protect renters. Look, my dad passed away. I'm glad that my stepmom still gets to stay in that apartment. And like I said, if God forbid anything happened to my husband, I would hope my kids get to stay in that apartment. I just feels like the language in some of this stuff, I don't know if I'm crazy or something. It just sounds a little like, like anybody could go move in now. I think unfortunately, more than we know, people find ways to weave in these loopholes and take advantage of it. And then it ruins it for everyone. So without being penalized up here and just feeling like I can comfortably have this dialogue without it meaning political assassination, I'm just asking questions because I don't understand it. And I had 5 phone calls today from 5 different, all small mom and pop landlords that somehow got some email that they've never received. They're not a part of all the landlords, whatever, of the city organization. So I hear you, and I'm sure you guys did all your outreach. I know there's a deadline. I know that there's a majority on this council who's probably not going to go for this, but I just wanted to propose that in the spirit of understanding it more and helping maybe some of those folks that don't always get outreach, is it possible to push this to the next meeting? Because I think we have until the 28th to make the deadline for the ballot. I don't know if anyone's amenable to that, but I say this because I got calls today, and I think Councilmember Snell did as well. But I know you're in the queue, Councilmember, so I'll let you maybe speak to that.
Councilmember Snell.
I'd like to know, there's a motion on the floor. Could we make a motion on each resolution separately? Each ballot measure separately. Can we get a vote from us on each ballot measure separately?
I mean, that was not the motion.
Yeah, I mean, as the maker of the motion, I'll say that there is a long precedent going back to 1979 and the initiation of the Rent Control Agency to not, to respect the separation of powers and to not second guess the hard work that the Rent Control Agency has done. I understand that, we have the purview over Article 23 portions of this. If you want to make a substitute motion, you could. Look, there's been a lot of hard work that's gone into this. Our elected experts at the Rent Control Board have been hard at work at this over the last 6 months. There have been at least 4 hearings to the Rent Control Agency about this. Our very skilled city attorney team has been working tirelessly night and day on this. I feel very confident that this is the right thing to do, so I'm going to keep the motion as is.
I understand that, and my only question with respect to is, because I also am a renter and really much understand understand the other two resolutions and very much supportive with. But this third resolution is one that I have much more difficulty with. And I understand what it is to be a renter and not to have the comfortability of being able to stay in your place for whatever reason. But I am also a business owner. I am not a landlord, but I also understand for the small landlords and those landlords that do not have the ability, based on this resolution, to be able to dictate who's in the place on a serial basis. And that's my biggest concern. I understand the amount of work that's been done on it, and I do support the other two resolutions. That's why I asked if I can make a substitute motion to vote on each resolution separately. And so if I could get a second on that, we'll see.
I'll second that.
Is that a substitute motion on the table? So you would like to vote on? Okay, so, but it's a superseding motion. I mean,
It is, so you would vote on the substitute motion first. I just would like to note that the, just a clarification on the CEQA finding would also be voted, would still be voted on under the substitute motion as well.
so you're basically asking that we bifurcate 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, Barry? Or are you asking that we pull out specifically number 3? Wait, sorry, number 4. Yes, number 4. You're asking for 2 votes, one on 1, 2, 3, and 5, and one on 4.
Yes.
Okay. So that's a motion before we can consider the first motion.
Okay, can you repeat that again? Which ones are we voting on? For the
So
substitute?
Councilmember Snell, seconded by Councilmember Negrete, is asking us to vote for the adoption of the finding for CEQA 1, 2, for the administrative items on the rent control board, that the rent control board put forward to vote for the less than 1 month non-payment of rent effectively, and the written arguments. He is asking that we vote separately on item 4, that the moving in of new occupants item.
Okay.
Sorry, point of order. Are we able to discuss the motion?
Yes.
Sure.
So do we need to clear the queue, or how does this work?
Is it question related to this?
My question was regarding like a clarification on the limiting evictions based on new occupants and the number, because my understanding is that there is a maximum number per type of unit. So
Correct.
if it's a 1-bedroom, there is still a maximum limit. And I was wondering if the city attorney's office could please just
I
clarify.
think she had stated that, but
yeah,
yeah,
I
if you
apologize
wanna talk
if I
about the
missed
building
that.
and safety requirements.
Yeah, so general standards under any building code, fire code, other health and safety law would apply. But it does vary on the size of the unit, certain features of the unit. So it's not as if every 1-bedroom unit is 3 people. It depends on the specifics of the unit.
So is it based on like square footage, number of bathrooms plus a number of bedrooms? So
I believe so. And it might have also to do with other things related to age of the building, those sorts of things.
okay, all right, got it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hall now had a question or comment.
Yeah, just on the substitute motion, I would encourage us all to remember back what was going on when we passed item 16C. Immigration and Customs Enforcement was conducting raids in our own city, in the city of Los Angeles, where primary tenants were taken into custody by federal immigration enforcement, leaving family members with in pretty rough straits. Family members were moving in with other family members, and landlords were causing problems around this. Non-payment evictions were happening, and what is being proposed tonight, I think, go hand in hand as both a financial protection and a household protection. And I'd like to remind everyone that was the genesis of what we were thinking when we wrote item 16C and when we passed it. Thank you.
And I would also just like to add, sorry, I'm going to take prerogative here because I haven't had an opportunity, that we have seen countless times, and I'll just say in my personal experience on the rent control board, saw it where you have, an elderly parent passes away, child is not on the lease, lives with the parent as the caretaker. We have situations where someone passes away, their wife is not on the lease. We have real life situations that this is trying to address. And I think, of course, anyone can make a scary situation about what's going to happen, but I want to be clear, there is no guarantee that the rent remains at the same rate. It's a fact by fact analysis. And we wrote this and asked for this to address a real world scenario that we were seeing happen in our community. So we're trying to protect folks, and I understand that it's always a balancing test. There's always going to be folks that are concerned, and it could impact them, but we're talking about someone's pocketbook versus a life or death roof over someone's head, and an exacerbating homeless crisis. So, on the totality of circumstances, I just have to look at what's more important. Looks like Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Sorry, a brief comment / question. So, even with all of this, we still have to be in compliance with state rent control restrictions, right? Where landlords are still entitled to a fair return. And if they're not if they don't feel they're getting a fair return, are they still able to file something with the rent control board? Because I don't know if that's the concern of not being able to. Okay.
We're going to allow the rent control.
And I would assume that Costa-Hawkins and the Ellis Act both still apply. We're not invalidating
That
those.
doesn't,
Right.
okay, yeah, so it doesn't touch those protections, okay.
And that's exactly right. I'm Jonathan Holub. I'm the rent control administrator. And the simple answer to that is yes. And they can file a petition with the rent control agency to ensure that they're getting a fair and reasonable return.
Thank you.
Can you introduce us to the other gentleman that you have with us? Because I think
course.
the city.
I'm Kevin Mitchell. I'm the general counsel for the Rent Control Board.
Welcome, Kevin, to Team Santa Monica.
Thank you.
I understand this might be your first council meeting.
Well, in this role, yes.
Yes, great.
I've been to several.
Right. No, I get it. Councilwoman Negrete.
So I just want to be clear that this isn't about not wanting to protect people. You happen to be referring to me and my family in many of the scenarios you just aforementioned between a couple of you on the dais. So I just want to be able to be clear that there's the difference. We're saying pocketbook. Like when I see those big tall buildings, and we're talking about conglomerate LLCs, corporate landlords, I wish we could bifurcate in this small mom and pop landlords. That would be nice, only because there's a lot of those people that are at the point where we saw what happened to the Virginia Avenue apartments, right? Like that person became unable to care for that building and it ended up falling apart and people ended up living with mold for years. It ended up impacting their health. So that's all I'm trying to understand, is that I get the intent. I understand that. I just want to make sure that the unintended consequences aren't greater than the intent, and that we don't end up, because we have a lot of smaller, older buildings in Santa Monica. I would beg to say that maybe more than most cities our size. We have a lot of these older deed restricted buildings that are owned by, an elderly couple, and this is it for them. So that's all I was asking, because I happen to live somewhere where there's constant turnover and people subletting their units and no one paying attention to it because the landlord has given up. And makes it unsafe for me and my family and my kids. We don't know when we're walking back there who we're coming home to, because there's multiple people in a unit all the time. So that's why I was asking this, because it's also something about the tenants that have to live within these buildings. So I appreciate being able to separate the items out. I thought that's how we were going to vote on it to begin with. This has nothing to do with disrespecting the rent control board and the thought that went behind this. And full disclosure, I'm not as bright and I don't pretend to be around these issues. I need to break that information down away from legalese and plain speak. And thank you. I'm not saying that you're so great and it comes natural for you, but for me, I need to just hear it in plain talk. So that's what I needed to do tonight. So thank you for, I guess we have to vote as to whether or not we're even going to vote on it that way. So.
Well, if I could just speak to that, and I'll preface by saying that, we're not making law tonight. Things in the charter are decided by the people. It's the electorate that decides whether it's the law or not. Seeing that we're heading towards, I think, a procedural mess here, and I would like to get unanimous support for those areas in which we have agreement. Councilmember Snell, if you withdraw the procedural motion, I'll withdraw the main motion, and I'll remake this one part at a time.
Why don't we just do what he had previously asked for?
It's just faster that way. We don't have to take votes.
Okay, all right. I don't see that it is faster, but that's
No,
okay.
there's a motion on the floor right now.
All right.
Just Barry's motion, it's just Councilmember Snell's motion, so,
Substitute motion now?
yes, let's vote on that.
All right. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
No.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Terosis?
Yes.
So now we're doing them.
Do you want to change your vote?
Okay. So now we're doing the vote for 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Correct.
Okay. And who wants to make the motion for that? Because the only thing we just voted on was to do the substitute.
I'll make a motion. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Sorry, Mayor, can you please restate the motion?
Sure. We are voting on recommended actions 1, 2, 3, and 5. That would be the CEQA exemption, the administrative items from the Rent Control Board, the attached finding on the prohibition of evictions based on non-payment of rent, and the authorization of the council members to file written arguments for or against.
Are we ready?
Yep.
So if I may, I apologize for the interruption, but with respect to item 5, generally it is the practice of the council to list those council members as part of the motion on who's going to make arguments for or against each particular ballot measure. You may want to defer that one until after you've decided whether or not to advance all of the resolutions.
Okay, great. We will do that. Okay. So we will vote on 1, 2, and 3.
5.
Not 5. We will do 5 after we vote on 4. And who made the motion?
Snell
Council.
made it and Raskin.
Yeah, and you still second that modification?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just getting rid of that. Okay, great.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Terosis?
Yes.
Now we'll go and vote on 4.
I'll move.
Second.
Moving it. That was Terosis and Hall, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So now the motion is item 4, correct?
Correct. This is the,
And then we're going to list who does the arguments after?
yeah, no breach based on specified new occupants.
Okay. Councilmember Zernskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
No.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
No.
Mayor Terosis?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's call for the motion to authorize the city council members to file written arguments for and against. And so it's now going to be 3.
Yep, so we're going to be, in your agenda packet, it's going to be 2, 3, and 4. So I would move that Councilmember Hall prepares the argument in support of item 2.
I'll second that.
I accept.
Can we just do all of it?
Okay, and what about 3?
I will move Mayor Terosis for item number 3, the non-payment of small red debt.
Does someone else want to second it?
I think
I'll
you
second that.
prepared this. It's just.
What about 4?
Oh,
I think you already
sorry,
said
I'll
that.
do it,
Oh.
yeah. And item 4, what about Councilmember Raskin?
I thought you were doing.
I'll second.
Great, so the motion is that does anyone want to file an argument against? Okay, so the motion is that Councilmember Hall will prepare 2, Councilmember Mayor Terosas will prepare 3, and Councilmember Raskin will prepare 4.
Can I ask a procedural question? If we wanted to collaborate with elected rent control board commissioners in preparing these arguments, is there a way to include that in the motion?
They can. They can.
There's no Brown Act problem, right? Did they, I mean, there's
you
no
have it.
ability to select those commissioners this evening, right? There's no ability to select the rent board members this evening, but council may authorize to do, it's 2, up to 2?
Up to 2.
Up to 2 additional rent control board members.
How soon, or at what point in time would the rent board have to select members on its own if they wanted to do this?
Select?
Yeah, like if we ask the rent board to come back and,
Okay, so the arguments are due in 14 days, so they're due on the 28th.
okay.
So basically, the way it's been done in the past is that you would just collaborate with the rent control board and decide which 2 of the rent control board members want to put their name on your ballot, on your argument. I don't think we need to talk about that here.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to get that deep in the weeds. Yeah. All right.
So
let's
the
take-
motion, do you have it?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, do we need to vote on this, city attorney? Okay. All right, here we go. Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zarniskaya. Yes. And Mayor Terosas.
Yes. Great. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations to our rent control board colleagues who worked so hard on this to bring it forward to us. We appreciate you, and thanks to some of you for being here. All right. Councilmember Zwick, someone bring him back. And thank you to our rent control board staff as well and our city attorney team. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Oh, my bad. My apologies. I believe that Councilmember Zwick should hear this. So can someone call Councilmember Zwick back? Oh, he's coming. Great.
Do we need to do a procedural motion to hear that now?
Well, we have the special agenda meeting.
So are we going, because I put the special meeting at the end.
Well, it's related to the ballot initiative, so I'd like to hear it now. Yeah. Is there any public comments on that?
No, people have given.
Okay, they've already given it. Okay. So, Mr. City Manager, do you want to let us know what's going on?
Yeah, we have a brief PowerPoint presentation to walk us through the item on the special meeting agenda. We'll pull that up right now.
Can you guys just pass? This is not related to the special agenda, but I forgot to hand these out. These are my gifts from Local Progress. You can go ahead and hand that out. I forgot.
Yep, that's it. Thank you, Denise.
That was from my conference.
Denise, can you help me
I
steer?
I got one
We
for
go
each
to
of you. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the item before you on the special meeting agenda that was called is related to transient occupancy tax or hotel tax considerations. If we go to the first slide, as the council knows, our TOT regulations, they were last adjusted in 2022 when Measure CS was approved here locally. Our current TOT rate is 15%, and the way we apply that 15% is that pursuant to our municipal code, any person who books a hotel room stay for up to 30 days pays the TOT rate. Our code, though, defines person for the purpose of TOT collection as, I quote, any individual, corporation, company, association, firm, co-partnership, or any group of individuals acting as a unit. Our regulations also stipulate that any stay by any person for more than 30 days in a hotel, that for that stay, if it exceeds 30 days, there is no TOT collected on the stay at all. Based on, that's not atypical for individuals. One of the things that we have noticed, though, is we've been working with Olympic affiliated organizations. As we move towards 2028, we have heard an increasing number of large corporate room blocks that would exceed 30 days in duration as part of the preparation for the 2028 games. Given that those stays would collect no TOT rate, there is a potential that the current circumstance would create an adverse fiscal circumstance for the city. What's the scale of that? If we go to the next slide, this isn't an unusual circumstance that we've had discussions with folks about. If we move to the next slide. So if we look at this scenario, a corporate block of 100 rooms gets reserved. If the rate is $500 per room, they're staying for 45 days. The TOT that would have been collected for that stay should be $337,000 and change. But given that it exceeds the 30-day duration, the actual collection rate would be zero. Go to the next slide. We've been assessing this issue at the staff level. That's something that we can address if we feel like it's an important enough issue to make an adjustment to our TOT regulations. However, in order to do so, we would have to go to the voters with a ballot measure to make that adjustment really in a narrow way to address the issue of corporate room bookings of more than 30 days, especially with the Olympics coming up in a couple years. If we wanted to get that measure moved forward for voter consideration at the November election, we would like to be able to bring that measure forward for council review in July. And obviously, if the council directed us to do so, we'd engage with our hotel operators to make sure we're taking into account all of the considerations in moving this particular item forward. Last slide really is the council decides you would like to take action on this particular matter. The staff recommendation is listed here. Really, it's to direct the city manager and city attorney to prepare the proposed ballot measure language, bring it back at our July 28th meeting in order to see if we can address this particular circumstance by placing the measure before the voters in November. And with that, if the council has any questions, we'd be happy to address them at this time.
Great. I'm prepared to make a motion. I think we'll discuss this further when you bring back the item, but of course we want to maximize our revenue as we usher in our economic recovery. So I would move that we take both of those actions.
Second it.
Great. Any comments, any questions? Great. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zerniskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Terosis?
Yes. Fantastic. I am now going to just do another point of agenda management. So my understanding is that Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is recused on item 12A and 12B. So just in the effort to move this forward, I would ask for a second to my motion to move 12C before 12A and 12B. Second. Great. Do we need to roll call vote on that, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
You can, no, you guys. No,
Okay,
you can just
great. Any opposed to that?
vote.
Any abstentions? Nope. Okay, the ayes have it. We're going to go ahead and hear 12C now, unless you would like to recuse yourself from the other items.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Great, no
Happy to
problem.
participate.
Okay.
Item 12C is introduction and adoption of emergency interim zoning ordinance establishing standards and procedures for light fleet-based service for autonomous vehicles.
Fantastic. And we are going to hear the staff report and then the public comments, and then we will deliberate.
Wait, 12C has public comments?
There are public comments, yeah, because it's a public hearing.
Jane, did you have a PowerPoint?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
all the 12 items, yeah.
Do that.
It's okay.
Making sure you
It's okay. It's okay.
This is 12C, right? Okay.
12.
12C, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, Council. Jing Yo here to talk about the emergency IZO for fleet operations for autonomous vehicles. This is an emergency zoning ordinance to regulate fleet operations for autonomous vehicles. What the ordinance does is it creates a new land use classification and it creates a new regulatory framework for that new land use classification, which is fleet operations for autonomous vehicles. So it creates kind of a tiered system, kind of structured actually on our alcohol exemption and CUP, like how we regulate alcohol, where there's a standard set of conditions and it's a ministerial permit. If you can't meet those, then you can get a minor use permit. And there's also augmented conditions for sites that are within 100 feet of residentially zoned property. The intent of this ordinance is to establish enforceable standards, balancing neighborhood protections, public safety, and innovation. We do want to be clear, it does not regulate electrical vehicle charging, which is, governed under separate state law. So why an emergency IZO? Why action is needed now? Autonomous fleet operations, we've observed they create impacts not addressed by current zoning. We do not have kind of a good framework or zoning rules that establish autonomous fleet operations. What we have observed with these kinds of uses is that there are definitely the potential to impact the public right-of-way in terms of queuing, which results in the potential for obstructing the right-of-way, obstructing emergency access, and also noise and light impacts. So those health and safety concerns, particularly when there are maintenance activities near residential neighborhoods. We also do have a pending building permit application for a facility like this and pending inquiries. So there are definitely an immediate need to create standards to be able to create certainty in the process for these autonomous fleet operations. What the proposed regulatory framework does is, as I mentioned, it creates a new use classification called light fleet-based service for autonomous vehicles. This classification is based actually on existing land use classification called light fleet-based service. So it's not something brand new, and it's just kind of tweaked for autonomous vehicles. That particular classification, and we base that on that. So it is permitted in the general commercial, the GC, the industrial conservation, the IC, and the transit adjacent TA districts. You can see there in the green outline where all of those areas are. So generally, it's kind of what we call like Auto Row and Santa Monica Boulevard between Lincoln and 20th, Lincoln Boulevard south of the I-10 freeway, the Olympic Boulevard corridor on both sides, kind of that navy blue that you see in the middle, and then the entirety of the downtown adjacent to the freeway where that like blue striped area is, are all of the areas where these fleet operations or autonomous vehicles would be a permitted use. As we mentioned, this is really structured similar to the alcohol exemption CUP or MUP process that we have for alcohol sales. I'll kind of walk through how that works. Is basically the framework really responds to fleet operations as a distinct and separate land use, particularly when it involves autonomous vehicles. Why it needs to be regulated differently is that you're talking about a volume of vehicles and the coordinated dispatch of those vehicles, and importantly, the 24/7 nature of the operations. This results in concentrated impacts, and there's a kind of unique ability to affect the public right-of-way because unlike non-fleet operations, vehicles may arrive all at one time or dispatch all at one time. So you kind of get that concentration impact in a way that typical fleet operations don't. Maintenance operations that occur, in these field operations really create a situation where it's much more similar to an industrial work site. And so, the ordinance itself regulates fleet operations, again, that are not integral to EV charging. So for example, maintenance of vehicles, cleaning of vehicles, vehicle servicing. So those are some of the key activities that distinguish that. And it regulates fleet operations to mitigate impacts to the public right-of-way. Again, to emphasize, this ordinance does not regulate EV charging. The standard operating conditions, the first tranche that apply to all fleet operations for autonomous, the focus is really on mitigating impacts to the public right-of-way. So what that looks like in terms of standard conditions is a dispatch coordination plan. We require a parking and loading operations plan, and a requirement that there's no off-site queuing or staging of vehicles. The number of fleet vehicles are limited to the on-site parking capacity. There must be 11-foot emergency access maintained in the public right-of-way. There must be a minimum 2 trained staff on site to deal with any vehicle malfunctions. Ongoing monitoring and operate accountability, including designating a neighborhood liaison. Some of the augmented conditions, and these apply only for fleet operations for autonomous within 100 feet of residential zoning. So these are focused around light and noise. And again, it's only on those sites within 100 feet of residential zoning. This does not apply to sites that are outside of 100 feet of residential zoning. And the noise controls include overnight restrictions on fleet operations for autonomous. So between those hours of 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., no maintenance, cleaning, servicing of vehicles during those overnight hours. However, EV charging would be allowed during those overnight hours per state law and compliance with the noise ordinance. Requirements for shielded lighting and glare, sound walls, and site design were appropriate, and a maximum of 1 autonomous fleet operation per block. That particular regulation is quite similar to how we regulate, for example, cannabis. We used to have a provision like that for restaurants on Main Street that no longer exists there. So this is something that has existed in the zoning ordinance before. That concludes my presentation. The recommendation is to adopt the CEQA finding and to introduce and adopt the emergency IZO. Happy to answer your questions. I also do have some red lines to the ordinance itself. There were some clarifications, which if council chooses to move forward with them, we can put them on the screen as well.
Sorry, but can you just address why we have these red lines and what they are?
Oh,
I think
sure.
or maybe our city manager can talk about the engagement that he's had.
At a high level, as we've been, the council recalls, we had agendized this particular measure for consideration, a couple of weeks ago. The initial construct was slightly different. We had pulled that item because we had gotten some correspondence from the state. We subsequently engaged with the state. We also engaged with representatives from the industry in order to try to craft an ordinance that pursued our policy objective and bring this matter forward, which is protecting residents that are living adjacent to these types of charging facilities. As we engaged those conversations, we had some clarification questions that came up after posting. We published the additional clarifications in via red line to the agenda. We have copies here. Basically, the construct remains exactly the same as Jing described, but there's some clarifications and some wording changes to make sure there's clarity in how the ordinance would be applied moving forward.
Yeah. And I'm happy to I put on the screen here what has been published to the agenda and is available in the chamber. Some clarification wording around the neighborhood liaison contact, just indicating that person shall be the primary contact for neighbor and transportation related concerns and complaints. And then the other one is, again, clarification about that piece around EV charging, except that autonomous vehicles shall be permitted to enter and exit for purposes of vehicle charging only. And then this B is basically a replacement. Previously, there was a provision, kind of like a plainly audible standard that was in the ordinance. So that has been replaced with compliance with the noise ordinance. I'm sorry? Oh, for overnight, excuse me, for overnight operations, compliance with the chapter 9.4.12, excuse me.
Great. Is that it? Or, oh, there's more.
I think that was the last. Oh. And then in the definition itself, striking parking from the definition.
Great. So I think we have some folks in the queue.
I think you already recognized me, and my apologies if I.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's
Yes,
okay.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was like, what? I'm not. Okay. So I just wanted to get some clarification. I apologize if you already addressed this. Why are we doing this as an emergency interim zoning ordinance?
Sure. So it's an emergency interim zoning ordinance because we are seeing kind of like public health and safety impacts, from some of these existing facilities in terms of impacts to the public right of way and also from light and noise. And then secondly, that there are pending applications and we have inquiries, for at least, so we're aware probably of at least 3 potential facilities, and we have no standards in the zoning ordinance to address a use like this.
So would this be in order to allow those 3 potential facilities to move forward with the process?
Yes.
While still giving us time to work out the permanent language for this?
Correct, yeah. So this would get standards in place quickly, provide a predictable and certain path for these kinds of uses with standard operational conditions. So there's no question about what the rules are.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure if this is a question for the city attorney or for you, Ms. Yeo, but can we confirm that this wouldn't be retroactive? Because my understanding is ordinances can only be on a go-forward basis. So would we need an applicability clause that this only applies for applications for these types of facilities after this is enacted, or is that just state law?
So typically, ordinances are prospective, meaning that they apply point forward unless the council makes a policy decision to kind of reach back. I mean, if there was a desire to have clarifying language of that nature, I don't know if there'd be any legal objection to that.
Yes, usually, I agree with the planning director. If it's something council would like included, we could. Usually when you see language, it has to do with pending applications, which actually this would apply to pending applications. But existing operations are not going to be affected by a zoning ordinance change.
Okay, and we don't need to have that in the ordinance in order for that, okay.
No, and we have received questions from the industry about existing operations in the city, and we have confirmed with them that this EIZO would not apply to existing operations.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then one more thing, I really appreciate the language updates that were made today because that addressed some of the concerns that I had heard from folks. One other question on the the standard to have 2 employees at minimum on site, is that for operating hours? How is that calculated?
Yeah, it's just on the site at any point in time. And really it's to deal with, because you're dealing with autonomous vehicles, if there's a vehicle breakdown, a malfunction. We're also considering, I mean, they typically have security on site, that kind of thing. So 2 seemed quite reasonable, based on the need to have security, assuming 1 security, let's say, and like 1 operational person. It's just someone able to, address things that might happen.
And for EV, like for overnight EV charging only, so if it's only EV charging at night with the additional language that ingress and egress from the site is still part of EV charging only, do they still have to have, I assume they have to have people on site just to plug in the vehicles, because I don't think we have autonomous vehicles that plug themselves into charge yet.
Yeah, that's what we have observed when it comes to vehicle charging.
Okay, and also to clarify, because I saw fueling in here, apologies, I know I said one more question. Does this also apply to autonomous vehicles that are powered through means other than EV? So hydrogen powered, I'm not aware of any autonomous vehicles that are powered by combustible gas, but who knows, somebody might. So it applies to autonomous vehicles no matter what type of fuel they use, whether electric, hydrogen, I don't know, maybe somebody will invent something that runs on happiness and laughter. That'd be great, but yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for those clarifications.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for this. One question, I think I saw no mention of sound walls and other mitigating elements that might help with compatibility with residential zones. But I've also heard that some of the current standards that we might have from a building and safety or other perspective might be delimiting on some of those types of mitigations. And I'm just wondering how this will interact with say, our code, in terms of what kind of on-site improvements can be made on a space, but, some project like this is contemplated.
Yeah, the sound walls themselves, it would just be like a typical wall, with like acoustic measures, if you will. You may be referring to maybe some confusion with respect to like if we treated, things like parking lots or what have you, which have a different standard, lower walls, what have you.
We just have different standards often.
Yeah, but that's a completely separate land use, and this is a different land use. So these are not considered parking lots. These are fleet operations. So there wouldn't be that limitation there in terms of wall height. The only one I'm aware of is like up to 7 feet. You don't need a permit. Beyond that, you need to get a building permit. So.
Okay. And then, so I think this was just mentioned by Councilmember Zernitskaya, but it says that fleet-based operations include fueling. So that's considered different than charging?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're charging, that's kosher.
The ordinance is not about electric vehicle charging.
But if you're fueling,
right,
that means you're operating a fleet.
You're fueling. Autonomous vehicles are not necessarily, they're not the same as electric vehicles.
But they can be electric.
They can be electric. However, as we said, EV charging is regulated under state law. This ordinance does not cross over into that state law.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Let's hear the public comments and then we'll potentially hear a motion or have some discussion. So we have Alex Brown, Harvin Melendez, Dylan Moore, and Amar Veerbrar. So Alex Brown, maybe you can go first. Or if Alex Brown is not, oh, Alex Brown is here. Go ahead. Yeah.
Hey guys, how are you? I'm Alex. I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. So firstly, I just want to say thank you to for the revisions to the proposed EIZO. The redlining looked like it covered a lot of the issues that we had. Allowing the overnight charging, softening the noise standard, addressed our core concerns, and we appreciate that you did all of that. One just note is that moving forward, the original draft would have effectively banned overnight charging near residential areas, and with a zero tolerance noise standard. Language that's that sweeping brought forward without advanced consultation can rattle businesses and make future investors wary of regulatory fights, even if they have potential to get fixed. So going forward, we just hope that there's a conversation between business stakeholders, the chamber, if necessary, before language like this reaches a public draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Harvin Melendez.
Good night, council member. So my name is Harry Melendez. I'm a Uber driver, and I live in Santa Monica. Today I'm speaking as a member of California Gig Worker Union. So as a full-time doing Uber driver, the streets are my workplace. I am out there day and night in all conditions, responsible for the safety of my passenger and myself. When autonomous vehicles block traffic, interfere with emergency service, and run noise, 24-hour facilities in our neighborhoods, it put our street at risk and disrupt our communities. The emergency ordinance is a major step toward making sure autonomous vehicles operators don't put new strain in our neighborhood. My hope is that this one ordinance limit how our neighborhoods are impacted by any future autonomous vehicles facilities, as well as those already operating here in Santa Monica. Autonomous vehicles companies need to know our street and our neighborhoods are not testing grounds. It is time to hold them accountable. Thank you, council member, for thinking about how autonomous vehicles operate in our city. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dylan Moore.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dylan Moore. I live near the AV fleet lots on Broadway, and I've spoken here before about how my neighborhood has been impacted by fleet operations next to our residences. I appreciate the work that went into tonight's item 12C, and I recognize my neighborhood's lived experiences in it. I came to voice my support and to say thank you, and thank you for taking our concerns seriously and moving it in a direction that can help modernize and future-proof our city. Thank you. Please vote yes.
Great. And then Amar Veerbrar. Oh, are you not talking? You're good? Okay. Great. We will now. Oh, great. Let's hear the phone caller. Do you have another request in the queue? Or you, okay. All right.
Go ahead. We're ready for Mr. Wasserman.
Mr. Wasserman, you can press *6 and your time will begin when you begin speaking. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Jacob Wasserman. I'm a planning commissioner, but I'm speaking for myself right now and a Wilmot resident. I was glad to see the changes that were redlined right before the meeting, because as it was originally written, it would have banned AV charging despite what the staff report had said. But what I really want you to ask yourself is, do gas stations and do other automobile uses that are comparable have the same regulations? So there are gas stations in Santa Monica that are open 24/7, that have gas pumps that you can operate 24/7, that have vacuum pumps. That's the exact cleaning that is proposed in this ordinance, that operate 24/7. In fact, you have to provide free air at gas stations in Santa Monica. And those are far dirtier for our environment. AVs are cleaner. They are safer driver than me and anybody in that room. And they're not without their problems. They're not without their noise. I think Waymo should have worked better with the city on the issues that this ordinance was used to address and muted their cars. But I am worried this is going too far in the other direction. It could be written in a way that doesn't single out autonomous vehicles. You could talk about number of cars or number of cars per hour. You could have a human-driven fleet that operates like an autonomous fleet. Singling out autonomy is stifling innovation and stifling safety. Like, an autonomous vehicle saved a kid's life in Santa Monica. That's the finding of the NTSB. And I used to be an AV skeptic, but I've seen them operate on our streets, and I've seen how they make it safer for other drivers, for pedestrians, for bikers, you name it. And I recognize the need for reasonable regulation, but again, ask staff right after this, ask yourself, is a gas station being held to the standard? Is a commercial parking lot being held to the standard? Is an Uber waiting lot being held to the standard? And for many of these regulations, the answer is no. So I'd urge you to send this back for further review. I don't think pending applications are an emergency, frankly, either. Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, we've heard all the public comments. I'm prepared to make a motion. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Zernskaya.
Sorry, I just had a quick question for the city attorney. Do we regulate non-autonomous vehicle fleet services, and how do we do that?
Yes, so there is a separate use classification that already exists in the zoning ordinance for light fleet-based services that are not for autonomous vehicles. The planning director can give you more detail on that, but they are permitted to operate in different portions of the city, I believe.
Yep. So this
different
map shows
zones.
this is regulated the same way. So that it's called a light fleet-based service. So that is this new classification that is being proposed is built on that existing classification. So that map shows exactly where light fleet-based service for non-autonomous is allowed, and basically autonomous would be allowed in the same area.
I think the only other point I'd make, and Jing emphasized this during her presentation, this only applies when a site is located within 100 feet of residential. Given the 24-hour nature of the operation, the evening volume of vehicles is what we're trying to address, to create an ability for autonomous vehicles to exist while also creating some reasonable standards if you are located next to a residential neighborhood.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. I would just say, I had a lot of engagement on this item from residents who are concerned, from the companies and their attorneys. I really appreciate city staff for incorporating all of the feedback and really truly taking a moment to have a process that was informed by users and by the industry. And so I feel very comfortable that this strikes a balance, and I am prepared to move the item forward.
Second.
Sorry, who was the second? Was it Councilmember? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Swift. Okay, let's take the vote. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swift?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarosa?
Yes. Great. Thank you. And I believe Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, I forgot, you don't need to vote on my 16 item, right? You're going to leave. Okay.
Yeah, I will. Let me pull this up. Thank you. I will be, excuse me.
Thank you, everyone, for coming and staying so late.
I will be recusing myself from item 12A and 12B due to my employment as Southern California Director at the Housing Action Coalition, which advocates for housing production. And both of these items do potentially touch on housing production in the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night and good luck. Councilmember Hall.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am recusing myself from item 12A because my residence is located between 500 and 1,000 feet of one of the Gateway Master Plan parcels and one of the city-owned sites that is proposed for exemption from the zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. Are you okay for us not to do 12A right now, though? Okay. All right. 12A, let's go.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ross Furman, Planning Manager for the Community Development Department, and I'm joined here also by the Community Development Director, Jing Yo, and our Environmental Planner, Rachel Kwok, to present the most recent realignment plan implementation efforts. So tonight, we will be overviewing the objectives that we are here to present, doing an overview of the proposed amendments based on the Planning Commission's recommendation. We have a handful of policy questions for the Council, and then hopefully we will end this item with adoption of a resolution and an ordinance effectuating the goals of the realignment plan regarding the gateway sites and city-owned sites in the downtown. Just to go over a little bit of an anticipated timeline. So the steps we took to get here: on May 6th and June 17th, we had stops at the Planning Commission to conduct a study session and then ultimately get a Planning Commission recommendation to Council. That brings us here tonight for hopeful Council adoption. And if it is adopted tonight, the amendments that we will be presenting will become effective on August 27th. So what are the objectives we're here to talk to you about tonight? Really, they fall into two buckets. The first one is developing affordable, livable, and secure housing for all. These efforts were around focusing development in our downtown core and studying potential boulevard incentives to provide a different scale of development in relation to the residential neighborhoods that they abut. And the second bucket is strategic uses of city's land assets and removal of artificial land value constraints. This is specifically regarding city-owned sites in the downtown and gateway master plans areas as well. So what are the steps we took to get here tonight? On May 6th, we had a study session with the Planning Commission where we went over the following concepts. We reviewed a Boulevard Low-Skill Housing Incentive Program, a Downtown Housing Local Bonus Incentive Program, and then two items regarding driving downtown economic opportunity regarding city-owned sites and gateway sites. Ultimately, after that study session, the Commission adopted two resolutions of intention to only move forward with potential amendments regarding the Downtown Housing Local Bonus Program, the city-owned sites, and gateway sites. At that study session, the Commission voted to not move forward with the Boulevard Low-Scale Housing Incentive Program in the ROI. Therefore, the amendments for that objective did not move forward through this process. That then led to a June 17th Planning Commission hearing to review the proposed amendments that ultimately had the Planning Commission recommend that the Council adopt proposed amendments regarding city-owned sites in the downtown and upzone gateway sites. And I will go into more detail later in this presentation regarding what those amendments entail. But however, the Commission voted to not recommend amendments to effectuate a downtown housing local bonus incentive program. Ultimately, their decision was based off of that they felt that we should consider that program together with the Boulevard Low Scale Incentive Program that had in the previous meeting also voted to not move forward, as they felt like this was a comprehensive planning effort that should be included in the future loose update, potentially the 7th cycle housing element, or what you might hear later tonight, an SB 79 TOD alternative plan. Because ultimately, the Commission specified that such a program should be reviewed holistically with development citywide, and therefore they wanted to reserve the potential implementation concepts such as increased development standards or flexibility in our affordable housing production program for future efforts. They wanted to reserve that ability to use later. So then what is included in the amendments that are before you? So the first topic is regarding city-owned sites in the downtown. To no surprise, city-owned land represents some of the city's most valuable assets. And the realignment plan envisions taking a strategic approach to expand economic opportunity and growth specifically in the downtown, with the objectives of providing a more flexible framework in order to solicit innovative proposals during the public property to maximize not only land residual revenues, but also community benefit, and to really be a catalyst in driving reinvestment in our downtown through joint venture opportunities. So some city-owned sites in the downtown include the Downtown Expo Station, the Kiss and Ride lot, Parking Structure 1, the old Fire Station 1, and 4th and 5th in Arizona, just to name a few. So what these amendments do, so currently only projects that include affordable housing on city-owned sites are exempt from the standards of the zoning ordinance. This was put into place through implementation of Housing Element Program 2E. And what this ultimately means, though, is non-housing projects on city-owned properties are subject to the same standards applicable to private property, which would include land use, height, and FAR, or floor area ratios, so the size of a building. So what the proposed amendments do is we are looking to exempt all city-owned sites in the downtown from the standards and requirements of the zoning ordinance. However, while this does remove a regulatory entitlement process, this does not mean that there is no public process. A proposed development will still be subject to a public process and through the approval of a disposition and development agreement, or a DDA, that comes before City Council. So while there's no official entitlement that comes with this, we want to make clear that that doesn't mean that this can all happen without the public involvement. This ultimately allows the city to evaluate site-specific opportunities and weigh them against the community benefits without the constraints of the standards that were primarily designed for private property development. So the next topic is gateway sites. So the DCP, the Downtown Community Plan, identified the need for a gateway master plan, as these sites are located in unique strategic importance. These locations are of unique strategic importance due to their visibility, proximity to transit, and the potential to accommodate significant investments. So the three sites that compose this gateway area, and you can see on this map, are 402 Colorado Avenue, which is the downtown station, 302 Colorado Avenue, which is the Sears site, and 120 Colorado Avenue, which is the Pierside Hotel. These are the three properties that make up the Gateway Master Plan site that was always envisioned in the Downtown Community Plan. So the realignment plan envisioned considerations for this gateway area to better allow creative proposals on private property while also providing certainty for housing projects at this key entrance into the downtown. So what the proposed amendments include is essentially upzoning of these three sites. So you'll see on this table, this demonstrates what the current standards are for housing and non-housing projects. I do want to reference that although it appears that non-housing projects are eligible to go up to 84 feet as our housing projects, that is only through a tier 3 development standard. So the DCP has kind of a tiered development system that a tier 3 requires a development agreement in order to achieve that height. So what these standards are proposing is kind of an equalization across all uses for these three sites with a proposed height of 130 feet and a 5.0 FAR. These would make the standards consistent for all projects. And the proposed height didn't just come out of nowhere. It is already an established height identified in the DCP for our large site overlay. And the FAR was reviewed by staff in relation to some recently approved projects to see, what FAR would be needed to actually fill that new height. So those are the amendments for the gateway sites, but this does then result in a few policy questions that we presented to the Planning Commission, but ultimately do also want to present to the council. So the first policy question is regarding processing thresholds. So to just give a little bit of background, currently in the Downtown Community Plan, there are kind of 3 tiers for processing. This would mean that projects less than 10,000 square feet have an administrative approval. An AA is essentially a non-public hearing. It is only processed through staff. We make sure it just complies with the development standards found in the Downtown Community Plan. Then it moves up for projects between 10,000 and 30,000 square feet. Those would go through a development review permit, which is reviewed by the Planning Commission. And then ultimately, anything larger than 30,000 square feet is a negotiated development agreement that ultimately is approved by council. So since adoption of the DCP with these processing thresholds, no development agreements for non-housing projects have been submitted, and no proposals for non-housing projects have been even proposed on gateway sites, regardless of the tier of entitlement. And so as part of the realignment plan, council ultimately endorsed exploring opportunities, including process flexibility, to better activate the gateway sites in order to unlock land value and redevelopment potential. So we did take this policy question to the Planning Commission and regarding, what process should these new development standards be reviewed under. And Planning Commission ultimately recommended that an administrative approval, so again, a no public hearing entitlement, would be okay for a non-housing project up to 30,000 square feet. But anything above 30,000 square feet should still be subject to a development agreement. The commission considered whether, instead of a DA, a non-housing project should have a more streamlined and predictable entitlement process, but ultimately they made this recommendation because they felt it was important to retain some level of discretion for these much bigger buildings, and to be able to better negotiate for community benefits. So the question that staff would like to either reaffirm or potentially provide an alternative option to the council would be, what entitlement process should non-housing projects on the gateway sites be processed under? So one option is the Planning Commission's recommendation, where the 30,000 square feet is the threshold of what is a ministerial review versus a full-blown development agreement. Or staff has two additional alternative options in a way to still retain some amount of discretion so we could better negotiate or achieve community benefits, which we'll go into in a different policy question. So we're proposing two additional options. One is, we could still just provide any size building through the administrative approval process. No public hearing. This would be the maximum process certainty for non-housing projects. And ultimately, that is the entitlement that housing projects are reviewed under. The second option is what kind of still achieves some level of discretion and the ability to maybe impose more community benefits. So this option would mimic kind of the DCP's tiered option that I mentioned in a couple slides ago, where depending on how big the building gets is where entitlement you are reviewed under, anything from the AA to the development review permit to the development agreement. But we aligned we revised the size thresholds to better align with the tiered system already in the DCP. So in this proposal, it'd be anything up to a 1.75 FAR. So for example, on a 50,000 square foot site, this would result in a project that is 87,500 square feet, which at the moment is up to only 10,000 in the DCP. So a significant increase, but would provide some reassurance for these bigger projects. And then there would be a development review permit for anything between 1.75 and 3.0. 3.0 is the current maximum in this area. And then anything above 3.0 up to the proposed 5.0 FAR would be the development agreement. So just to give you some context, a 3.5 FAR on a 50,000 square foot lot is 175,000 square feet of floor area for a project. So these are sizable projects, given also these gateway sites are some bigger sites, especially the Sears site, for example. So we felt this alternative approach still kind of mimicked what the Planning Commission's considerations were getting at, but aligned it a little bit better with kind of an existing structure that is already found in the downtown community plan, while still providing some additional flexibility that the council kind of authorized through the realignment plan. The second policy question is regarding land use limitations. So for a little bit of background, as I mentioned, these new proposed increases in height and FAR would apply to all projects. So this is anything from residential to commercial to hotel to office to mixed-use developments. And so would these potential procedure modifications on what entitlement are these projects reviewed under. However, in the past, council has previously excluded certain uses from streamlined processes, such as a hotel use, from exempting a project out of a ministerial review process. We included that in our housing project definition, actually before state law has already introduced that back into the definition. So we were, as usual, ahead of the game. So that kind of led us into the policy question, on gateway sites, should certain land uses exclude a project from a potential ministerial entitlement if there is one, regardless of size? And an example would be potentially saying hotel, motel, bed and breakfast inn, or any transient lodging would exclude them from the AA process and maybe kick them into the development review process or the development agreement process, regardless if their size technically fell within the ministerial process. So a vote for yes would be yes, let's talk about some excluded uses, and the council would provide those uses to staff. Or the answer would be no, that all uses should be eligible for a potential ministerial process if they fall within the size threshold. The last policy question is regarding implementation of community benefits. So a little bit of background and summary of the Planning Commission recommendation on this topic. So as I mentioned earlier, the Planning Commission's recommendation on that process threshold of 30,000 square feet really was intended to ensure that adequate community benefits were applied to projects with these increased development standards. But however, as development agreements are a very uncertain and a very extensive process, staff is proposing an alternative approach that we feel like gets to that goal. And just to give you some highlights, the DCP already has a community benefits structure built into it that if you do anything above a tier 1 project, so again, anytime that you're accessing these bigger heights, these bigger FARs, your community benefits also increase with that additional square footage that we're offering you. The current system says that the current system requires that a 23% of impact fees, so that is our Parks and Rec impact fee, our transportation impact fee, our childcare linkage, our normal impact fees would be required to do 23% increase above the base fee for any portion of the building that is above the tier 1 base standard. There's also additional transportation demand management measures also applied. So to kind of mimic the existing community benefit structure already in the DCP, we are asking a policy question to ensure proportionate community benefits are provided. Should a tiered community benefit system similar to what is already currently in place in the DCP be implemented in order for non-housing projects to be granted these proposed increases in heights and FAR? So answer of yes would be yes, apply a similar tiered system in order to get more since we are giving more. An answer of no would be that let's just equalize impact fees regardless of the size of your building. And that ultimately ends my presentation. So the recommendation from staff is to adopt a CEQA finding that these amendments have already been reviewed in prior environmental impact reports, to adopt a resolution to change the text of the downtown community plan to effectuate these goals, and also to introduce for first reading an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance to also effectuate these amendments. And staff is here to answer any of your questions.
Great. We will take a few questions and then we have to hear the public comments. Do we have any questions on this item? Councilor Raskin?
Just for the benefit of our discussion, can you explain why the Planning Commission chose the 30,000 square foot cutoff? For
the 30,000 already exists in the downtown community plan, where anything above 30,000 square feet for a non-housing project is a development agreement. So I believe they just used kind of an existing threshold that already existed, but opened up the door, essentially got rid of the development review permit for anything under and just allowed everything to be an administrative approval or a ministerial process under that threshold.
Right. So essentially it just collapsed tier 1 and tier 2 into
yes,
one administrative.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Okay, let's hear public comments. We will hear from Jonah Breslau, Dennis Zane, who I believe left, Elizabeth Vandenberg, and Denise Barton.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jonah Breslau on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. We urge the council to maintain your discretion and require development agreements for all commercial projects over 30,000 square feet at the gateway sites and to disallow hotels from accessing the administrative approval process. We feel the tiered system in the first policy question using FAR could potentially allow very large projects, for instance, at the Sears site without any public review. And these are really important sites at the gateway of Santa Monica. That's the whole purpose. And so the city should continue to exercise discretion and negotiate for good public benefits. As we've explained in the past, we're concerned about streamlining hotel development, which is uniquely in competition with housing. But our concern here is broader, that streamlining large-scale commercial development could, one, crowd out development of housing at a key location near businesses and workplaces, and second, reduce the council's ability to fight for the strongest community benefits. These are some of the most essential sites for the future of the city. If there is going to be commercial development there, the public and the council deserve a role in assessing their appropriateness and whether the public benefits are commensurate. We're also particularly concerned that streamlining commercial projects in a way similar to housing negates the advantages we're trying to create to encourage housing production. In the midst of a very much ongoing housing crisis that I feel like we heard many vivid stories about today. Development agreements really do work. They can work. Many amazing projects in Santa Monica have been built under development agreements, and we believe that the Planning Commission was headed in the right direction to focus on ensuring that all commercial projects.
Thank you. No Denny Zane, Elizabeth Vandenberg.
Good evening. Elizabeth Vandenberg, Wilmont Chair. I urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendations for these downtown sites. The staff report does not provide enough analysis to justify rejecting the Planning Commission's recommendations. Rezoning these major sites for virtually any project a developer can finance and can build is not sound planning. Important questions remain unanswered, including what happens to the 4th and 5th Street site identified in the city's suitable sites inventory, and why including the adjacent parking structure would conflict with the Coastal Commission Authority. As well, does this change impact the size, height, or configuration of the Geary project or the Fairmont Miramar project? I'm also concerned that the city relies on the existing program EIR to justify changes of this magnitude. That is not what a program EIR is intended to analyze. Most importantly, the Downtown Community Plan was created through years of public engagement. Residents consistently said they do not want heights above 84 feet downtown. The Planning Commission's recommendation respects this vision. Please uphold the Planning Commission's recommendations. If you choose not to, then require a broader public process and complete environmental, fiscal, and economic analysis before fundamentally reshaping downtown Santa Monica. Your use of the realignment plan to ignore all prior work on the DCP is inappropriate and disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. On item 12A, I wonder why the city thinks it can change the DCP without a vote of the downtown assessment payers. In addition, I question you significantly raising the height and area for city-owned property when this will also increase the weight of these buildings on an unstable bluff. You know the unstable bluff extends past Ocean Avenue, right? I also have to question your exempting the city from the CEQA process on an evaluation done for the DCP 20 years ago, since that at that time, neither buildings of this size, height, or weight were included in this analysis. And since the pandemic, this city's planning has included structures pulling the street down or in individual parcels sinking and pulling away from the building next to it on Second Street, showing you are not good stewards of the coast. Then giving international entities entitlement to do oversized projects. Would that be international entities that are allies or enemies of the United States? And would the city need more staff because it does require more work? And why would the city want international influence on the city's policies? Then the city-owned property is technically property owned by the public. So do you not think cutting the public out of the approval process, as with administrative approval, is not the right thing, as well as exempting city-owned property from community benefits until it reaches the maximum height is not helping downtown either? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we don't have any requests in the queue. I guess I have some additional questions for staff. So the city does not currently have a community benefits policy that we apply to projects on public land, do we? I'm not aware of one. I'll just put it that way.
We don't typically exempt ourselves from the regulatory's framework of the zoning, so I don't believe we do. That's the one that's specific to ours, so no, unless
But we wouldn't have like affordable housing, local hire, small business utilization, et cetera, requirements on city-owned parcels.
not through the zoning ordinance.
And then isn't it true that a city-owned parcel, if we did anything on a city-owned parcel, it would be subject to council approval, correct? Like this is a contract that we are entering into with the developer. Is that not correct?
It's a disposition and development agreement. There's still very much a public process, regardless of there not being an entitlement.
Right. So this allegation that we're getting from folks that all of a sudden we're just going to give all authority away is especially on city-owned sites is incorrect.
Correct. You are the authority.
Correct. So I think what is more important is that there is an actual framework, at least from my perspective, that if there's a project using city-owned property, that it is conferring a public benefit to the public. And so to the extent that we have a framework for that, I haven't seen one. So I think just something to think about in the future. What is our community benefits policy for these economic development projects on public land? I think it would be helpful if we had that. That's not I mean, these were my questions. So and then would there be any issue that you would have with us exempting all hotel, motel, bed and breakfast and other transient lodging uses from any ministerial path here?
No.
Okay. Great. Does anyone else have any questions or comments, or anyone want to say anything? I could make a motion, but okay. Council.
I want to be clear just on, because some of the conversations I had were, I mean, you sort of said that right now, I think, but I just want to be sure that tonight's policy choices aren't changing the underlying zoning development standards, but
for
gateway sites, but instead they're determining like the approval process that already comply, right?
For the gateway sites, it would not be removing the underlining zoning district. We are just upping the height in FAR, but everything else still very much complies as it would apply to any other project. On the city-owned sites, though, ultimately, if adopted, we are removing those sites from the zoning ordinance. So the kind of process or what land uses go there or what development looks like will ultimately be a public process determined through the council.
Right, and so what's the change then? Isn't that a public process now?
Yeah, I think the difference is the city-owned sites would be subject to the zoning ordinance right now. So the height limits, the land uses, anything that any private property would be subject to. By doing this, it essentially provides the greatest level of flexibility for council to determine, what best to do with our land for the benefit of the public.
Right, so it's not the community's process, it's the seven of us up here.
Yes, but I mean, I would argue that this is a community.
I get that. I mean, it's essentially 4 votes on a Tuesday night. It's not when you say community process, you don't mean like it's going out and.
No, I think it's a process determined by the city council.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this fully correctly. This is for the gateway sites. We're only talking about upzoning potentially or amending the height and FAR for commercial projects
Yes, ultimately, a lot of this is to bring better parity to non-residential projects with what we already allow for housing projects, to kind of equalize what could be done on these parcels. As through the housing element, we had already significantly upzoned a lot of the city for housing projects. This is to provide some more opportunities for maybe non-housing projects that still could have housing in them, but might not technically fall under the definition of housing project.
Thank you. Actually, that was going to be my, that's my other question. At what point does it become a commercial project rather than a housing project?
So there's a lot of layers to it, but I would say like high level. A housing project has to be at least 2/3 residential, and then 1/3 could be anything else. So you could do a 50-50 project that still has 50% housing, but technically it's no longer defined as a housing project. That is a high level. There's a lot of layers. But yeah.
If it's less than 66.6,
it would be no longer a housing project, and then would be under significantly lower standards than what a housing project would get.
Got it. Okay. And question. So I understand that another question on the alternative options to the Planning Commission recommendation. So I noticed that, and I think you said it already as well, that these 3 sites are all very different in size and in shape and everything. And so in my mind, why would it be the 30,000 square foot threshold rather, like what was Planning Commission's discussion around why 30,000 feet for all 3 of these sites, even though they're all very different, rather than this, tied to the specific site-specific conditions?
Sure. I think, the thresholds that are already in place in the DCP, it rarely kind of grows or shrinks based on parcel size. It's truly about the development size, like the square footage of the project. So yes, a 30,000 square foot project might be small on one parcel, but quite big on another. Ultimately, the Planning Commission, wanted to acknowledge greater flexibility, which is why they allowed for ministerial up to the 30,000, and they kept the 30,000 square foot threshold that already is in place in the downtown community plan for when a development agreement is triggered. But because development agreements, we have seen none since the DCP was adopted, because except for the ones that were very much already existing, we have seen them as kind of a burden to these projects, given their uncertainty, the extensive length that they go under. So some of these alternative options are to still get at, I think, what the Planning Commission was trying to do in order to retain some level of discretion, some ability to impose additional community benefits, but to still meet the realignment plan's goal of really trying to provide more flexibility than there currently is.
And so if someone wanted to do a housing project on one of these 3 sites rather than a commercial project, would they have effectively greater flexibility?
So if it was a true housing project, they would get the new heights and FAR as those apply to everyone, but housing projects already citywide are administrative approvals. Housing projects go through no discretionary process, except if they have a hotel component part of them, which you were all ahead of the game, and those were excluded from the AA. So housing projects already go through a no public hearing entitlement process.
Got it. And that's the way it is now.
Yeah, that was part of the housing element program to streamline and incentivize and speed up and provide greater predictability to housing projects.
Thank you so much for those clarifications.
Thank you, Councilwoman Raskin.
I think we're going to have more discussion about the 30,000 square foot threshold. Yeah. Can you kind of contextualize how many properties realistically could accommodate the type of development that's greater than 30,000 square feet?
I mean, ultimately, I think what that means is they just go taller. Typically our parcel sizes in the downtown, a 30,000 square foot parcel size is, I know we're talking about development size, but typically what we're seeing is someone has, pulled together 2-3 parcels in order to provide a building that can ultimately go much higher. I would say typically we're only seeing housing projects that are significantly bigger. You know, some of them are 20 plus stories. Those are also using density bonus, so I don't want to confuse the process, but it is hard to say what sites can ultimately handle the 30,000. I do think that the 3 gateway sites, I tried to provide some average size of the parcels. So the downtown Kiss and Ride kind of collection of sites is roughly approximately 80,000 square feet. The Sears site is around 136,000. However, that is a landmark parcel, so the Sears building is going nowhere. They would have to build around it. And the Pierside Hotel is actually a 30,000 square foot parcel. So just to kind of show you what the sizes we're talking about of where these amendments could be implemented.
Got it. And, well, yeah, I mean, that's all the questions I have. I have more policy discussion.
Yeah, and I think we should go question by question when we do that discussion, but we're still in questions. Councilmember Snell, yeah.
I want to thank you very much. I mean,
yeah, of course.
My first question is the four city-owned sites. Whatever agreement, I mean, we got parking structure one. If someone wanted to come down and build another parking structure, they could. Is that correct?
I mean, ultimately, it would be the discretion of the city council to decide what could be built on our property. I also want to say, those were just 4 examples. There are more than 4 city-owned sites in the downtown. We just kind of highlighted, I think, the ones that get talked about a lot, but there are more.
Okay, and you answered my other question from Councilman Raskin. With the Sears site, it's a historical site?
Yeah, so it's a landmark parcel. So it's not just that the building itself is a landmark, but so is the parcel. So ultimately, even it would have to go through some type of landmarks commission process to make sure that any new development on the site still met the Secretary of Interior standard. So that site would have a little bit more discretion compared to the other 2, given its status as a landmark parcel.
And then my last is more of a comment. I mean, there was a project with the 4th and 5th Street project. Was that before the DC plan? Is that what you're thinking when you said there hasn't been any?
I think I've heard kind of a handful of potential 4th and 5th in Arizona proposals over the years. I don't know if there's an
So yes, there was previously a proposal on the 4th, 5th in Arizona site that did not proceed forward. We're currently in the surplus lines process for 4th and 5th Arizona and parking structure 1. That was, prior council direction. So that process is not yet complete.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Negrete.
Hi. Thank you for explaining all of this. I just want to be clear, like, just really simply to break it down, like, what is the benefit of doing this? Because for me, I know there was discussion around like the trade-off of maybe down zoning the neighborhood corridors in exchange for this, but that's sort of off the table now.
At the moment, yeah, because
Yeah.
it did not move forward for the Planning Commission.
So I'm just trying to understand, just really simply for everyone that's watching this, like, we go through all this, like, and then the FAR, the list, what is like the, you know what I mean?
I would say for city-owned sites, it's providing the council the greatest level of flexibility for you all to decide what best to do with our city-owned land for the benefit of the community, and that can mean many things. For gateway sites, this area was already envisioned for special consideration in the downtown community plan to kind of handle more development and to be a very visible entrance into the city. And I think this really just kind of equalizes the standards across both housing and non-housing projects. So an equal level of flexibility can have if someone has a creative proposal that if they're not a housing project, they're not subject to only 30 feet of height. It's to provide a little bit more flexibility in the development standards.
When you say flexibility, do you just mean a faster, more ministerial process? Because can't people still present something anyway?
I guess flexibility, I want to say it provides greater potential of these sites, given that they have a higher height to work with, a higher FAR to work with. And FAR is essentially the size of the building, the actual square footage. And unfortunately, if you're a non-housing project, these are the development standards you have to build within. Housing projects get a little bit more flexibility through state law to futz with our standards a little bit, or more than a little bit. Non-housing projects don't. So this is what kind of is like equalizing the playing field between these 2 uses.
But even if we didn't pass this, couldn't someone that has a non-housing project still present something that's beyond the current?
Yes, so they definitely could. So the current DCP system for a non-housing project means that anything above 30,000 square feet has a development agreement. They go up to, I think this actually shows the best. So the maximum standards a non-housing project could get right now through a tier 3 process, which is a development agreement, is 84 feet in height and 3.5 FAR.
Right, so, but.
So ultimately, this is giving more, it's increasing the maximums to
Councilmember-
provide more flexibility.
Councilman Negrete, maybe this more practical example might help. Some of the way that we identified the gateway site enhancements for commercial projects really has been informed through proposed projects, ultimately, that weren't able to move forward, that could have added value. We've seen projects like a super cool museum project that was proposed with a large art structure that would have been needed more than 84 feet of height in order for the project to move forward. And I think what we're trying to do through this adjustment is to signal to commercial users and housing developers, if you have a cool idea that needs a little bit more flexibility, the gateway sites should be somewhere that you look, because the current standards have resulted in ultimately, no development on those particular properties. And so as part of the overarching realignment plan on the gateway sites, it's really how do we try to encourage some type of additional investment into that area. As relates to the approval process, we're looking forward to having the council's feedback on that policy as relates to where should that sort of approval process administratively versus through the normal process occur. We'll have that conversation with council tonight. On the city-owned sites in the downtown core, one of the things that we are looking to do, to Ross's point, and thought he articulated it really well, is provide maximum flexibility so that the council will have different pieces of property, will have different purposes. Some properties may be, man, that makes sense to go and try to maximize the land residual so we can make some money. Another site, it might be, man, that's a great affordable housing site. We should maximize housing on that site. Another site might be, hey, we want to build, parking, commercial, and housing, because that would make a lot of sense in this location. It basically unshackles the city so that on the sites we own, we can identify what's the best use of public property in a manner that serves the council's policy objectives and our overarching economic recovery objectives in the best way possible.
And we can't do that the way it's set up now.
No, you
And,
can't.
and you couldn't come and present that, hey, I have this project, but that museum, for example, because that cap just wiped out the ability to do it.
There was no opportunity under the current plan for that larger project to be considered. And it's not really a larger project. It was a required art sculptural element of the museum that had to be structured based on the investment from the museum at a certain scale. And there was no ability for that type of project to move forward, given the regulatory structure and the land use structure we currently have in place. And so ultimately, this is about creating more flexibility and opportunity for different types of uses in the gateway site. What I've heard from the council questions so far, really, it's what's that approval process? I think those are two separate conversations. One, do we like the opportunity to potentially create more flexibility for uses in the gateway site? Because those gateway sites have not developed since the DCP went. And that's the world telling us our regulatory structures impeding the ability for these sites to develop. So if it is an objective, we probably need to look at the land use situation a little differently. The approval process, how the council prefers that, that's a separate issue. And again, we're looking forward to having that feedback from the council, how we should contemplate those matters.
Okay.
Great. So I propose that we, because I don't see any requests in the queue for questions, that we go through these policy questions. So the first one, what entitlement process should non-housing projects on gateway sites be processed under? So we have the staff recommendation, which is option 1, just AA, no public hearing, or option 2, with these different tiers. Do we want to take a straw poll as to whether or not anyone has strong feelings about one of these options? I would,
Propose option 2.
yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of option 2.
Me too. I propose option 2.
Okay,
Second.
Okay.
great. And then,
Hold on a sec, we just, to put a finer point on this, we're talking about,
we're not making a motion yet, we're just taking a straw poll.
yeah, I mean, this, we're doing this for the straw poll purposes. I'm also in favor of option 2. I think that the AA threshold should be probably less than 30,000 square feet. 30,000 square feet, it's big. It's a lot. And I mean, I in my time in the planning commission, I don't recall a whole lot of, projects.
But this is their recommendation, is it not?
And this is on the gateway sites, right?
Correct. Right, and,
Yeah.
and
So-
I'm going to make a motion to exempt certain
Right.
types of sites.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that's later policy question, right?
I'm sorry, if you don't mind me asking, are you talking about where it says 50,000 square foot, you're saying reduce it to 30,000?
That was just an example, sorry. That was just an example of what a 1.75 FAR would look like on a 50,000 square foot parcel. Ultimately, what staff's recommendation in option 2 was not tying it to the square footage of a project, but actually the FAR of the project, which actually go to a prior council member's question of like, well, should this grow or shrink with the size of the parcel? Basing it off of FAR would do that.
Okay.
More than just a hard square footage.
Right.
Yeah, I think I can get on board with that.
Okay, so we're
Okay.
hearing option 2, and then let's go to policy question 2. Do we want to allow all uses to be eligible for a ministerial entitlement process or exclude projects that contain certain uses from being processed through a ministerial process?
I'd like to exclude hotels, motels from that item, but all others.
Yeah, so I would suggest that we exclude hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, and other transient lodging uses from the ministerial path.
Right.
Understood.
And then the third one?
Sorry, can I ask just a quick question before we go on to that? I mean, there would still be like the list of like prohibited uses.
Yeah, so this is not removing the land use regulatory framework that's in the transit adjacent zoning district, which all these 3 sites are in the TA zone. All this is doing is, let's say you did have a project that technically fell within the limits that would apply in AA. If you have, in this case, a hotel, it would kick you automatically to a DR regardless of the size.
Got it.
Okay, and then on the third policy question, should a tiered community benefit system similar to what we have currently in place with the DCP be in place, yes or no? And I will just say I already forecasted, I think we even need stronger community benefits, but hopefully that can come back in a later time. So I'm going to say yes on that.
Yeah, I'll say yes on that also.
I agree.
I agree. I do think, though, that we need to be mindful of what it is that we're asking so that we're not making potential projects infeasible.
Right, and I think I'm willing to try this before just giving away the whole house.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm with
Yeah.
you there.
Great.
But I want us to be mindful as we move forward and develop more.
Of course, and I mean, I think anyone who comes with a project before this council should expect that there is going to be some, I mean, again, we're not just agreeing to this. We have to have a level of scrutiny with respect to if it benefits the community.
Well, I wanted to ask it, and what public processes, I mean, that's my concern, is like, I realize that we're saying we're the public, but
I will say for the gateway sites, this is, sorry, yeah, there's 2 kind of topics. The city-owned sites are the one that will have a process that is you all. The gateway sites will still have a very,
Robust public
the current public process which is what policy question 1 was about.
Right.
So if you're a DR, it goes to planning commission. If you're a DA, it comes back before all you. The only one that wouldn't have a public hearing would be the administrative approval process, which is the smallest building size.
thank you for making that clear.
Great, and
You're good at this.
yeah, you guys are awesome. And I think let's just, again, remind everyone that we are trying to effectuate an economic recovery in the downtown. We are not trying to upzone the whole city. We are trying to concentrate the uses in the downtown. Councilmember Raskin.
So I'd like to pose something to my colleagues. I mean, this wasn't in one of the policy questions that was teed up, but one of the issues that was proposed was whether the city-owned sites should get flexibility or really exemption from standards, in addition to the DDA process that already exists. And I'm wondering if my colleagues would be interested in conditioning that type of flexibility on exceeding the affordable housing targets that we've set in the housing element. And I'm saying that because we've committed to developing a certain threshold of affordable housing to the sites, and the sites have to provide that.
Yes, this would not remove that housing element program where we have kind of committed to 1,880 units of affordable housing on city-owned sites. That won't go away. We always have the flexibility to kind of move those around. So if we developed one site as something not that, it would just have to be absorbed somewhere else. So we would have to kind of show that our city-owned sites continue to have the capacity to achieve that target.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the goal is to use flexibility to facilitate those housing goals, and so I wouldn't want to have us give a thumbs up to an exemption through the DDA process without having some sort of guaranteed affordable housing that comes with it.
I think maybe taking a step back is that I wouldn't suggest you make decisions in a vacuum tonight. Ultimately, what we need to return to you with is a strategy, right? Overall, strategy for city-owned sites in the downtown. And I think without understanding that, sort of doing it in isolation of we're going to condition this or that, there's a full public process. Council will have absolute discretion as to what happens, the conditions under which the disposition occurs, what it is, the uses, all of that will be a very public process. I think that's what we would suggest. I think that's good for a future discussion to sort of think about that. This is really just setting up the framework and the foundation to even have that discussion.
Okay.
Right. So do we need a motion?
So I'm happy to make a motion, then it sounds like we're in agreement. I would, for any non-housing projects in the gateway sites, administrative approval connected to the existing DCP tier system and FAR limits, that's option 2. We would exclude all hotel, motel, transit occupancy uses. And policy question 3, we believe that a tiered community benefit system is important. And I would move that we move this findings of facts, conclusions, and those 3 policy directions.
I'll second that.
Great.
Yes.
Any questions? You got that, right?
Yep,
Okay.
that was very clear. Thank you.
Councilmember Zernskaya?
Sorry, before we vote, just clarifying. So you're going to just incorporate this into the ordinance then?
So what will happen is when we come back for a second read, which will be the next council meeting, the amendments effectuated through the policy questions will be folded into the amendments for the second read, and then they will become effective 30 days after second read, so around August 27th.
Sorry. All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Councilmember Zernskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Tarosis?
Yes, great. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, planning team. Great job. We can't wait for the museum with an art installation that's over. It's 100 feet tall. Thanks, Oliver, for bringing it. All right, someone bring Councilmember Hall back in. He's not listening, allegedly.
Okay, so the next item is 12B.
Ross, are you finding him?
Yes.
It's
Baby?
introduction
Okay.
and first reading. Shall we wait?
No, let's start reading it.
Introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend the text of the zoning ordinance to exclude certain sites from Senate Bill SB 79, implementation until 1 year following adoption of the 7th cycle 2029 through 2037 housing element, and to increase development standards for parcel zone multi-unit residential that are located within 1/2 mile of the Metro Expo Bundy Station.
Great. We also do have 3 public comments on this item as well, but we'll hear the staff report first. Sure, I am happy to entertain that if you'd like to.
I mean, the point of taking comments after the staff report is so that the public can tailor their comments to the staff report.
Does someone want to make a motion to hear the comments first?
I don't want people to stay
Okay,
if they don't
great.
want to hear. I make a
Let's-
motion to allow the public comments to come prior to staff's direction.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say generally with public hearings, the practice is to have the
To-
staff report and
okay.
questions from council
Okay.
so that the
I-
public can react to it.
Okay, we're just trying to please you.
Thanks, Councilmember Snell. We aim to please here. I see some sad faces in the audience, but we do generally, okay, Elizabeth's nodding and no. All right. Councilmember, Ms. Yo.
I'm so glad to hear everyone's so excited about
I
the
know.
staff report. Warms my heart. It really does. So before I just want to acknowledge the work of the planning team, Rachel Kwok, Jesse Brown, Anna Fernandez. They pulled this together in 2 months, and it was an incredible and extraordinary amount of work. And just say thank you. We wouldn't be here without that. So to start, just giving an overview of SB 79. So it is in effect already. It went into effect on July 1, 2026. What it does is it upzones housing development projects within a half mile of a TOD stop if the project complies with certain requirements. And it provides guaranteed height, density, and FAR for housing projects near a TOD stop. The ordinance, or the state law, excuse me, also provides opportunity for local control through alternative means, and that is why we are here tonight. SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, adopted the official map identifying the TOD stops throughout the region on July 2nd, 2026. So that debate around what is or is not a TOD stop has been settled with respect to SCAG's action. Within Santa Monica, we only have Tier 2 TOD stops. So we have the 3 Expo Light Rail stations, the Expo Bundy station in Los Angeles, of which the half mile does bleed and a little bit of the quarter mile bleeds into Santa Monica. And then there are 3 downtown bus stops that are adjacent to full-time transit lanes and have the 15-minute or less service intervals in the combined AM and PM peak. So those are the 6 qualifying TOD stops in Santa Monica, in addition to the Bundy Expo station that is in Los Angeles. And we do have a website up that provides all of this information and overview. This is a map showing all of those TOD stops within Santa Monica. The green bubble is the half mile from the stations. The purple, the lighter purple, I guess, is the quarter mile. And then the little orange looking thing is the adjacent, defined as 200 feet from the TOD stop. And this map is consistent with SCAG's adopted map. In order for a project to be eligible to use SB 79, you can see here the multitude of criteria that project needs to meet. So you can see there's a location requirement within half mile of a TOD stop. It has to be a housing project, and no portion of it can be a hotel, motel, or transient lodging. It has to have at least 5 units. There's a minimum density requirement, an average unit size maximum. There's an anti-displacement piece where it is not located on a site with 2 or more housing units, and it would require the demolition of a rent-controlled unit. That sort of condition would be ineligible for SB 79, in addition to affordable units occupied by tenants within the last 7 years, or had more than 2 rent control or affordable units demolished within 7 years of the application. So those are some of the anti-displacement provisions that are baked into the state law. And there's also affordability requirements. And then finally, there are labor standards if the proposed project is over 85 feet in height. So this provides a summary of the guaranteed standards under SB 79. You can see here that the standards get more and more intense, if you will, the closer they get to the TOD stop. So, as high as 140 dwelling units per acre, 85 feet, 4.0 FAR in those areas that are immediately adjacent to the TOD stop at that 200 feet. And then at the half mile, it goes, ratchets down to 55 feet, 80 dwelling units per acre, and 2.5 FAR. Also gives a minimum density to qualify for. There's additional concessions in addition to state density bonus law that a lot of housing projects do access. The Planning Commission and Council have previously talked about this in 2 separate study sessions, and the Planning Commission made their formal recommendation to the City Council at their June 17th public meeting, where they recommended the Council adopt this ordinance temporarily excluding qualified sites from SB 79 until 1 year following the adoption of the 7th cycle housing element, and also recommending upzoning of all the R2 and R3 parcels within a half mile of the Expo Bundy Station. We will walk through in detail that particular recommendation in this presentation. Council directed at your prior study session as well to enact this ordinance, basically bring back this ordinance temporarily excluding the TOD sites from SB 79. So we are being responsive to Council's direction. And really it was within the context of allowing the city to take a comprehensive planning approach to this. Unlike most state housing laws, this particular law, does provide this measure of local control and a way for cities to exercise that local control. And really it's in service of being able to do, the coordinated planning as part of our upcoming loose update, our 7th cycle housing element update, and also Council's additional direction to prepare a TOD alternative plan under SB 79 just allows us to consider all of those factors together. In terms of the methodology, we won't go into great detail, but this sort of provides, I think, on a high level, how we determined which sites are eligible for exclusion. So you can see here was a 5-step process. First and foremost, it starts with sort of like the big bucket of like, what are all the sites, that are within that half mile, and it's a big universe. The only thing that is excluded is public open space, which has no density assigned to it. It's not allowed to have housing on there. From there, then you calculate local capacity in a second step. You calculate SB 79's capacity, and you kind of have to compare, how those match up. And then there's a site level exclusion analysis, essentially. So you sort of do like kind of location analysis and a site level analysis. And then finally, that TOD zone exclusion analysis, where there's sort of different criteria that have to be met for that TOD zone to meet the temporary exclusion. So you can see here that based on crunching all the numbers, all the TOD zones in Santa Monica, so the 6, that's our 3 expo stations and the 3 bus stops downtown, they meet the criteria to be excluded from SB 79. The only one that does not meet the criteria is Expo Bundy in Los Angeles. And again, it's because that little bit of the quarter mile and a lot of the half, or some of the half mile bleeds into Santa Monica. You can see there sort of in the red where it said the 19%, there simply are not enough sites, that meet the criteria. So it's a total number of sites issue within the Expo Bundy. Also, I think what we wanted to highlight here is that in terms of capacity, you can see the comparison between the local density and the SB 79 density. That first column basically shows that the city's local upzoning that was done of the 6th cycle housing element, it already exceeds SB 79 density. So, we really meet the spirit and intent, like more than meet the spirit and intent of this law with the upzoning that the city already has undertaken. We have gotten the question, I think, in public comment, and it was discussed at the Planning Commission as well, why couldn't, could the city just not include like some of the commercially zoned parcels, from this exclusion ordinance? And when you look at this, there's really not a reason to do that. The city standards are better. We have a clean process, for housing projects. And the numbers kind of show that up. So we looked at the potential displacement impact within Expo Bundy, knowing that all of the TOD zones in Santa Monica qualify. So all those parcels, can be excluded for use from SB 79. So really these next few slides are going to focus just on that Expo Bundy half mile. So there are 381 total parcels in that Expo Bundy TOD zone within the city of Santa Monica. 89 of those parcels would not be eligible to use SB 79 because there are 49 parcels that are already, they sort of are in that overlap with the Bergamot TOD zone, so therefore they already qualify for exclusion. There are 36 parcels that have 3 or more units and at least 1 rent-controlled unit. So that's a project-level exclusion. And then there are 4 parcels with deed-restricted affordable units. Again, a project-level exclusion. There are 54 commercially zoned parcels where those local standards are already equal or more than SB 79 standards. So again, no impact there. And then of the 233 remaining residentially zoned parcels, there is likely not an involuntary displacement risk, largely because we've got 212 R1 parcels, ownership units. So if someone chose to leave, that's, voluntarily displacing. There are 5 parcels with no existing units, meaning they're like surface parking lots, basically. And then there are 16 multi-unit zoned properties that also have ownership units, either single unit dwelling or TORCA conversions. So what that leaves us with is, in this assessment, there are really 5 parcels with potential involuntary displacement impact as a result of SB 79 within that Expo Bundy area. So you can see there's 2 parcels with 2 or fewer units, and then 3 parcels with 3 or more units and no rent-controlled units. It just kind of helps to kind of understand the universe of if the state law went into effect. So here is a picture of the Expo Bundy zone, and you can see, a large majority of that TOD zone, probably about 75%, lies in the city of Los Angeles. What's unique about this particular zone is that the commercially zoned parcels in Santa Monica are significantly larger than the rest of the city in this area. What that means that there are fewer total sites to qualify the TOD zone for exclusion. Unlike other ones where you've got smaller sites, you've just got more parcels. It's a numbers game. You need at least 33% of sites to be zoned for at least 50% of SB 79 standards to qualify for TOD zone exclusion. So you remember the number here, 381 total parcels, right? So we've got 74 commercially zoned parcels that already meet or exceed those standards, which mean we need 52 additional parcels that need to be upzoned for at least 50% of SB 79 standards in order to qualify the TOD zone exclusion. Just kind of walking you through the math, of this recommendation for targeted upzoning. The reason this is being brought back is when we were last at council, there was direction to kind of come up with options, on what we can do about Expo Bundy. So this is really us bringing back that request from council. So what this entails in a targeted upzoning is that there are 66 multi-unit zone parcels located within a half mile of that Expo Bundy station. So you can see here, that's all of the blue outlined. We tried to make that as clear as possible, but you can see that the blue outline within the green circle. There is a tranche of R2 zone parcels along Exposition and Dorchester there. You can see why those are not highlighted is because they overlap with the Bergamot TOD zone. Of the 66, 60 are in the R2 zone, and they would be upzoned from 1.0 FAR to 1.25 FAR and from 29 units per acre to 40 units per acre. There are 6 R3 zone parcels, which already has an FAR of 1.5. So there's no FAR increase needed there, but they'd be upzoned from 35 dwelling units per acre to 40 dwelling units per acre. You can see here how this breaks down. This is just maybe to make it more concrete. This is kind of a hypothetical demonstration of that, a comparison of the targeted upzoning with existing standards. So what we tried to highlight here is you can see that first line. This is based on an assumption of a typical 6,500 square foot parcel size in that R2 zone. Existing standards, 1.0 FAR, 29 dwelling units per acre, so you can have a maximum of 4 units. There is existing state law, however, that has effectively, created more development potential in these areas. One is SB 684, which is small lot subdivisions, and you can see there that there is a minimum 600 square foot per resulting parcel or 30 DU per acre, but up to 10 units max. So in this particular scenario, someone could get, under existing state law, up to 10 dwelling units per acre. Under SB 79, you could get up to 80 dwelling units per acre. And, how that works out in this sort of hypothetical example is 12 dwelling units per acre. So the targeted upzoning kind of falls just slightly above what's existing, but less than existing state law, and certainly well less than SB 79's, potential maximum development potential. R3 parcels, again, a similar kind of analysis using this hypothetical typical parcel size of 6,500 square feet, existing Santa Monica zoning, maximum of 5 dwelling units that you might get on a site like that under existing state law of Senate Bill 684, that maximum of 10 under SB 79, again, 12 dwelling units. And again, the proposed upzoning here, slightly more than the existing, what we already allow under existing Santa Monica zoning, but well less than existing state law. Why we went through that exercise is really, it was one factor in assessing the displacement risk. We don't propose this kind of upzoning gently. I think it has to be done thoughtfully and to really consider that this is something for consideration if it doesn't increase displacement risk, over SB 79, over existing rules in place already. So part of that assessment included the likelihood of turnover based on the following factors. So consideration of existing use, comparison of the existing units to potential upzone density, comparison of the upzoning to existing state law, and then really, considering the combination of, if someone were to redevelop, the combination of state replacement requirements, our local AHPP, our rent control charter, when there's rent control units. So all of those factors, play into kind of like, would someone, sort of move forward with redevelopment? The analysis of these 66 parcels concluded there would be either no or low displacement risk for all the 66 parcels proposed for upzoning. Of that 66, 30 parcels have no displacement risk. When we say displacement, we're talking about like involuntarily displaced. Either there are no existing units within those 30 parcels, it's ownership housing, there are more existing units than the potential upzone density, or there are existing affordable deed restricted units. So in those cases, there's not that involuntary displacement risk. For the remaining 36 parcels, taking a look at it and this is just based on kind of, our experience of seeing, what has turned over, what's likely to turn over. And I think our assessment was, these are probably unlikely to turn over. I mean, certainly, we wouldn't be in a position to say guarantee absolutely 100%, right? This is just based on kind of our assessment of this, is that in these 36 parcels, you have situations where more than 50% of the total potential upzone density would be replacement units, of which, some of those, or they would all need to be affordable units. So in those cases, it's unlikely someone would do that. Potential upzone density is substantially the same as what's allowed under existing state housing law, to the extent Senate Bill 684 has been in place, for some time, and that turnover hasn't happened. And this is the same, amount of density that is allowed under that existing state law. Again, I think kind of unlikely, that would turn over. And then that combination of the remaining, where there's replacement unit requirements under state law, the AHPP requirements, when you build new market rate project, and then rent control provisions, make redevelopment unlikely. So, just kind of walking through our assessment of these 66 multi-unit zoned parcels that are proposed as part of this targeted upzoning. This targeted upzoning is what tips the scales and allows the entirety of the TOD zone. So by upzoning these 66 parcels, it means all of the parcels within the TOD zone would qualify for exclusion from SB 79. So this here kind of breaks that down in terms of if targeted upzoning of these parcels occurs, the Expo Bundy TOD zone would meet the 33% criteria. So that it would mean that 33% of the sites, carry at least 50% of SB 79 standards. So it qualifies the whole zone for exclusion from SB 79. Displacement risk, as you saw there, was no or low displacement risk. And in the effect, all parcels, the overall impact, it means all the parcels in the Expo Bundy zone, including 212 R1 zone parcels, could be temporarily excluded from SB 79 until 2030. If no upzoning occurs, then the Expo TOD zone would not qualify for exclusion from SB 79. The displacement risk would be substantially increased, especially for those 5 parcels that we identified earlier that don't kind of qualify for those automatic protections, if you will, within SB 79. And then all parcels located in the TOD zone, including all the residential zone parcels, would be subject to SB 79 standards, which guarantees that 80 dwelling or 100 dwelling unit per acre, depending on the distance to the station. Oh, excuse me. So this is just a summary of those potential options. So the recommendation before you is to adopt the ordinance, which excludes really all of the 6 TOD zones, right? But for Expo Bundy, the ordinance before you does not include the Expo Bundy piece because we really need this direction from council. But the recommendation would be to give that direction to upzone the 66 R2 and R3 zone parcels that would qualify this entire Expo Bundy bubble to be excluded from SB 79. As an alternative, however, if there is concern about upzoning the 66 R2 and R3 zone parcels, in order to have a rational basis for an alternative, really the only viable alternative would be to upzone 212 R1 parcels, which would accomplish the same thing, right? You unfortunately can't pick and choose, 52 of those or some subset of those. It's really hard to identify, that would, look a lot like spot zoning. So it's sort of, R2 and R3 or all of the R1. We did explore the idea of, looking at just all parcels within the quarter mile, again, as another rational basis to upzone all of those, but you don't get enough sites within that quarter mile to meet the exclusion criteria. And then alternative, also council could choose to take no action, which would allow SB 79 to continue to be in effect. And, it results in that displacement risk to remain to those 5 parcels that we identified earlier. So what comes next is that we actually did submit the draft of this exclusion ordinance to HCD as required 2 weeks before this meeting. And if adopted by the council, within 60 days of the adoption, we're required to submit this exclusion ordinance to HCD for a review period, which can be up to 120 days. However, the ordinance would become effective 30 days after second reading, which would be, if council gave us that direction tonight, it would be anticipated for the end of August. And that would be in effect even if HCD review isn't completed yet. As I indicated, SB 79 is in effect as of July 1. It would continue until the effective date of this exclusion ordinance. In the meantime, we have that direction, standing direction, to incorporate the TOD alternative plan as part of our comprehensive planning efforts. So you can see here, these are the recommended actions I had just discussed. And I did want to note there is a minor correction to the title of table 906030, which in your ordinance is really the table that lists, the upzoning of those parcels, really to add that word exclusively. It's important because there's overlap between Expo Bundy and Bergamot. There's not any to upzone parcels unnecessarily in that. So just adding that one word exclusively into the title of that table. And I think that we would probably recommend that council consider maybe additional direction with respect to those. If you move forward with targeted upzoning, if there's concern about involuntary displacement, that you would direct the city manager to proactively engage with parcels at risk of involuntary displacement not covered by SB 79's displacement protections. With that, happy to answer your questions.
Okay, I have some, but I don't know if my colleagues would like to go.
Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Yeah, we have to hear public comment.
Yep.
My sincere. Okay. Sorry. Councilwoman Raskin.
Well, I'll tell you what's first.
Oh, I don't see her in there. Yeah, I know. I don't see Natalia in there.
I unmuted to ask about the public comment portion. Is it okay if I reserve my questions until after public comment?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about what it would mean to potentially upzone R1. So just to confirm, if the alternative that you're proposing would involve upzoning all of the R1 in this bubble.
Yes.
And so you couldn't, for example, have, I don't know, a geographic subset. Like, well, I know you proposed a quarter mile as like one option, but like you couldn't say, for example, only upzone like Sunset Park R1.
Right. I mean, it's because it's a land use action, you really have to consider parcels equally. And, trying to think about a rational basis, like location is one. It's a little hard to think, what else, might be out there. I think geography is one, and what would be the basis of, why south of Pico and not north of Pico? It's sort of, I think we would have to articulate, what that is, the reasoning, for why some and not others.
Got it. And forgive me if I missed it in the materials, but by how much would the R1 parcels need to be upzoned to get us to the, or I guess maybe we already have it then.
They would need to be upzoned to basically like 50% of the SB 79 standards. So in this case, it would be help me, like 1.25. It's a 40 dwelling units per acre and 125, right? Yeah, 1.25 FAR and 40 dwelling units per acre.
Got it. Okay. All right, I'll reserve my comments for later.
Councilmember Negrete?
Are we able to ask questions after public comment? I just feel bad. I'll reserve mine for after public comment.
Okay, great. So we have Jenny Zane, Maddie Fuchs Lynch, and Elizabeth Vandenberg. Sorry that it's so late.
Appreciate it.
Almost the next day.
Almost. Good evening, Mayor, Councilmember Snell. Thank you for your motion earlier. Civic engagement feels like an endurance sport sometimes. So tonight you're being asked to delay SB 79 in Santa Monica and the sorely needed homes that will come with it. In May of last year, this same council voted 6-1 to sign a letter in support of that same law. That letter read, quote, "We are in a statewide housing crisis that demands bold systems-level responses. The situation hasn't changed. By moving to delay SB 79 now, you would be making it clear that while you might support those responses, you don't want them in your backyard." This council was elected, as I recall, in the hopes of getting past that kind of short-sightedness. Santa Monica has blocked housing for decades, and you only need to look around to see the results. Living in Santa Monica is deeply unaffordable, if not outright unattainable for many. The people who make our city function cannot afford to live in it. The homes the city has blocked over the years could have housed the teachers who make our school district exceptional, the bus drivers who keep our city running on time, and the new families that keep our city vibrant and alive. If we hadn't blocked housing for so many years, local kids like myself, and like some of your own children, might be able to entertain the idea of living in our hometown in something other than our parents' houses. Displacement is what happens when people can't afford to live here, and people can't afford to live here because we haven't built enough housing. I would urge you to think of the future and not of the 5 parcels that are at risk of displacement if we allow SB 79 in Santa Monica. SB 79 is a chance for Santa Monica to finally change course and build housing where it is needed most around transit. Please do not fall back on the same knee-jerk exclusionary response of blocking housing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Vandenberg? Even though you're unhappy with us.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Elizabeth Vandenberg, Wilmot Chair, and I urge you to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt the proposed ordinance. The Planning Commission unanimously concluded that Santa Monica should use the flexibility provided by SB 79 to temporarily exclude eligible sites while the city develops a thoughtful, transit-oriented development alternative plan. I believe that to be the right recommendation. I ask you to affirm it tonight. The ordinance also preserves the city's ability to plan comprehensively by temporarily excluding qualifying sites, protecting design historical references, and establishing interim development standards around the Expo Bundy Station while the alternative plan is prepared. Good planning requires more than simple reacting to state law. It requires looking at infrastructure, neighborhood compatibility, environmental concerns, historic preservation, housing goals, and community input together. This ordinance gives the city the time to do that exactly. I was surprised to see the 3 new transit stops reported to SCAG by the city in the June 10th letter. These 3 business stops have extremely limited coverage of their dedicated bus lines and should be questioned and appealed whether these are really true major transit stops. I would also expect the city during their development of the alternative transit plan to look to the impacts to vulnerable communities in the renter and single family covered by SB 79 to determine how to continue to support neighborhoods that are economic, cultural, age, and ethnically diverse, as well as minimizing dislocation of tenants and owners, and provide affordable housing. Market housing alone will not accomplish these goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vandenberg. Okay, now we will go back to questions. Councilmember Negrete? Questions/comments?
Yeah, I did have a question about those, just briefly, on how the creep into Wilmont was created based on those bus stops being added, if it's possible just to touch on it briefly.
Yeah, so it was based on really, looking at the state law, and then ultimately the state law defers to SCAG in terms of, how they define or how they identify those bus stops. So they publish guidance, and these bus stops met that criteria in terms of having a full-time dedicated bus line. And we worked with our Big Blue Bus staff to verify, because there are actually red zones like painted throughout the city that are just kind of bus loading zones, if you will. But in this case, these downtown bus stops, they are dedicated bus lanes, and they meet that 15-minute service interval, if you will, in the AM and PM peak.
I get that, but when were they added?
They were added, was it prior to? Yeah.
Sorry, Rachel Clark, environmental planner. They were discussed extensively with SCAG. A map came out on June 26th identifying them, actually identifying Lincoln and Pico, which was not correct at all. So we submitted a comment letter identifying which ones actually met the bus service criteria that was based in their SB 79 methodology. And so we worked with them to identify the correct stops. They took out the Lincoln and Pico one and added the 3. Because we did pose a lot of questions like, what is considered a qualifying bus stop? They said had to be next to a dedicated full-time bus lane. We asked even if it's only 5 blocks, they said yes, it qualifies. So we went through that extensive process of verifying that each of these bus stop really, if it met those criteria, and it did. So, and then they officially adopted their map on July 2nd.
So just very, very recently. So there really wasn't a public process, and that's why it's a surprise, I guess, for that neighborhood.
Yeah, and we discussed with SCAG, how all of that information came out. They were working at furious speed as well, because there was very little guidance from HCD at the time. So they were working still with HCD to make sure that their definitions of a TOD stop was correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification on, so I appreciate your earlier comments about why not do just R1, or why not pick and choose in the relationship to it looking like spot zoning and our attempt to try to stay away from spot zoning. When it comes to SB 79 upzoning versus other state laws for R1 lots, do we have an idea of which actually would have a potential greater impact for actually producing more homes?
That's pretty, it's hard to speculate, honestly. Like, I think the state law that we have seen used the most, and I think Ross, keep me honest here, but it's SB 9, right, in the city. We have 2 SB 684 projects, I think, yeah. But I will say the use of these state laws relative to just the city's local process for housing, and most of the housing projects we see are of the mixed-use residential variety in our commercial districts, largely because that was the streamlined process that has been set up. The standards are there, the combination of state density bonus. So most of our new housing capacity really is in residential zones. The protections for residential neighborhoods were very conscious and deliberate as part of the loose and even as part of the housing element. The state laws are, the state laws that I just named, their use has primarily, I think, been in those residential neighborhoods, but they by no means do they make up anywhere near, where we see most of the housing production coming from.
So, but as compared to, for this specific section that we are discussing, that's this part of the TOD zone, if the R1 lots in that area were to be upzoned to SB 79 standards, or, I mean, they technically are, SB 79 is in effect.
It's in effect,
so,
yeah.
Which, on like a per lot, and recognizing that there's variances depending on the lot size and that calculation, for example, for like an average 5,000 square foot lot, would SB 79 or something like 1123 result in a greater potential number of homes on that site?
Oh, you mean which one gets the most number of units? It'd be SB 79 by, just because pure dwelling units per acre,
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, I might have more questions later, but that was it for now.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the really granular report here and all the analysis that's gone into it. I know it's been a lot of work. Can you share about the TA letter, the technical assistance letter we submitted to HDD regarding the Expo Bundy zone and the questions that were asked?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to run that down, Rachel? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see here, most of Expo Bundy lies within the city of LA. So we did ask them, well, the state law is unclear as to when we're calculating capacity and percentage of sites. It's unclear as to whether or not we needed to include sites from other jurisdictions. What we discussed with HCD was, well, can you use them? They said we don't have to use the sites from City of LA, but can we use them? And they didn't really give us an answer. They said, give us some information and we'll get back to you. So ultimately, when we were proceeding down that path and we looked at City of LA's data and we connected with their city planning staff to get their data, even if we included the sites from the City of LA, it wouldn't get us there. So it was just still right below the 33% criteria. And when we looked at their data, they were just over at 34% in terms of the percentage of high capacity sites. So we kind of gave up that pursuit of whether or not we could add City of LA sites because it didn't seem to help us at all.
Okay, thank you. Why did we not consider upzoning the commercial or just letting SB 79 happen on the commercial?
So I think as we showed in the kind of results of the analysis, is that the city standards actually are same or exceed SB 79. That's really no, further upzoning of that doesn't really get us over the edge, if you will, with respect to if we're just talking about Expo Bundy, because it's really what it is. It's number of sites. It's not about capacity. It's 33% of the total sites, so you need individual sites, and that's the issue with this particular TOD zone is because there's so many big parcels, you just simply have fewer number of parcels to work with.
Yeah, understood about the exception process. I'm just wondering why we didn't consider, because I'm looking at Table 3 in the April Planning Commission report, and it looks like there's 8 different zoning districts that have lower existing standards than what SB 79 would allow. So I'm just curious why we aren't just exempting, or why we aren't just allowing SB 79 to go into effect in our commercial zones.
I mean, I think the overall reasoning is also just being able to have, I think we haven't seen that our local standards have been a hindrance, if you will, to housing production. We have 6,000 housing units in the pipeline. The fact that they haven't moved to building permits is really outside of the city's control, if you will, right? They're frozen, and the council has enacted, things like the offsite incentive program that has unlocked hundreds of units, and we're starting to see use of that. So we're trying to pull those levers. So I don't think part of it is like, is it really a standards issue, and is the city's own standards a barrier? And I think secondly, we were talking about kind of taking a broad brush and consistent approach, like enacting an exclusion ordinance that allows us to have, I think, knowing what the standards are right now, here are the local standards, temporarily excluding it from SB 79 in service of that comprehensive planning, because we may need to take a look at capacity later on, whether as part of a loose update or the 7-cycle housing element. But absolutely, I mean, based on that April report, there is some minor changes, but I think from the perspective, of like, is it really an issue? Has it prevented the production of housing or even the proposal of it? And I think the answer really is no.
Okay. When looking at the R1 option, do we know how many renters are in those R1 parcels?
We don't have that information, unfortunately. Yeah, we only have data, as we know, on rent control units, but when it's not, we don't know.
Prime opportunity for a plug for our rental registry and getting that off the ground. Thank you, staff. I guess when looking at the exemptions and the proposed solution, is this not effectively just a paper upzone?
Yes.
Okay. And last question for now, in our city, what has been the history of which types of parcels have carried the majority of upzoning and displacement? Is it the multifamily zones or the single family zones?
Probably the multifamily.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thanks. So I just tried to do a little bit of the, obviously not back of the napkin or back of the envelope math, just if an average parcel is, let's say, like an average R1 parcel is 5,500 square feet, that would be about 126 of an acre, right?
Sure. Let me see.
And if it's 40 dwelling units per acre, that would result in approximately five new homes for that site under SB 79. Is that?
It's about right, yeah.
Yeah. So, but aren't there other state laws that would be that would allow a greater number of homes on that lot? I see Ross coming up. Having fun with math now.
So specifically in the R1 zone, I think you're talking about either SB 9 or 1123. So 1123 has a minimum lot size of 1,200 square feet. So on your proposed 5,500 square foot parcel, it came to 0.45 or 4.5. So in that case, similar. But ultimately, 1123 also caps out at 10 units. So there is a cap there that is a little bit different than SB 79. And then SB 9, sorry, there's a lot of nines. Those typically kind of are ending at 4 units unless they are a parcel that is 10,000 square feet or greater, which in this area, I don't believe there are many, if any, R1 parcels of that size that could get up to 8 units.
Do we have many R1 lots that are larger than that roughly 5,500 square foot in this specific area that would?
I don't believe in this area. When we did the R1 update, I think the biggest R1 parcels tend to be in the Noma area, then in Sunset, and then Northeast Neighbors, and then Sunset Park. This tends to be the smaller, around the 6,000 square foot parcel size.
So if we allowed SB 79 to go into effect and apply to the R1 and maybe some R2, R3, but not all, understanding that we want to be sensitive to the spot zoning question, the actual capacity for R1 sites isn't really that much greater than what's already allowed under other state laws.
It appears it might be 1 or 2 units more, but not significantly different given the parcel size in this area.
And given the portion of the presentation that discussed potential displacement risk, my understanding is that most R1 sites, most, not all, obviously, they're primarily owner occupied. So the displacement risk effectively much lower, or involuntary displacement risk, I should
I think
say.
that's the assumption that R1 is typically, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
That R1 is typically, owner occupied, so therefore, we also, as mentioned, don't have the
We don't have
data.
the numbers
But yes, I would
specifically.
assume single family tends to be owners, where multifamily tends to be renters.
And and I think this had said that we would need to upzone all of the 212 R1 parcels to meet the number of parcels.
I think given that there needs to be a rational basis, that's why we would say that all the R1 parcels would need to be upzoned, because how could you choose some and not another? So I think that's what the slide is getting at.
And when this was presented to the Planning Commission, was it presented as either upzone R1, the options being upzone R1 or upzone R2, R3, or was there something that was a combination of the two within a specific area that was like closer to?
Yeah, given what we heard from the community and council, we were really presenting only two options to the Planning Commission, which was the quarter mile, upzoning all parcels within a quarter mile because there was a logical basis. And that's kind of consistent with what Planning Commission was saying, that they wanted more density around the stations. And so we looked at that. That was one option. However, when we looked at that, it didn't really get us to the criteria of 33%. And so that option was kind of dismissed. And then the second option was what is being presented for you, which is the upzoning of the R2, R3.
Okay, and I'm so sorry. How many total R1, R2, R3 parcels are there?
66.
66 in this, and we would have to upzone all of those 66 or the 212
Correct.
R1. And it doesn't make sense to do
If
combo
the
both.
goal is to exclude, the goal is to qualify the TOD zone for exclusion, it is the 66 R2 and R3 or the 212 R1.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier, you mentioned that there needed to be a rational basis for potentially choosing which parcels versus the others. So if we could pick which parcels in the R1 we wanted to do, what's our number? 55?
You have to have at least 52 parcels.
52.
Yeah.
Could we not say pick the 52 closest parcels to the TOD stop?
I mean, so the
not
purple,
rational
so
basis.
the purple circle here shows the quarter mile from the TOD stop, which is 19
Correct.
parcels. I don't know what we mean when we say closer.
Close. No, I'm saying the
Yeah.
closest. So you'd have to do some
Like
measurement
Third of a
using
mile,
GIS.
yeah.
I know. I'm just saying, like we know where the entrance to that stop is. We've expanded our circle, right, so that it's actually indicative of where the entrance
Yes.
to that metro stop is. And then couldn't you, in theory, sorry, this would be a lot of work, I recognize that, but couldn't you, in theory, identify the 52 R1 parcels that are closest to the entrance to that stop based on pure distance?
I mean, yes, it would be iterative. It's painful.
Sorry,
It's
Jesse.
painful, but like, yes.
I'm just imagining the neighbor next door that somehow made the
barely-
52 versus 50. Yeah, and so.
Right, so to kind of put a finer point on that rational basis thing, I mean, one way of looking at how zoning rules are kind of examined is equal parcels, equal treatment, right? So similarly situated parcels are required to be treated similarly, which is kind of the basis for why you create a zone, and then all of the development standards apply to the same parcels in the same zone. So it's not impossible to do it, but we would need to kind of look at it through that lens to make sure that that parcels that are similarly situated in that area are treated the same. So again, it's something that could happen. We would need to look at what it looks like.
Yeah. I would almost, I mean, if we did, we could look at using like a street as a boundary. That's the closest one. So you don't have this situation of like,
Right,
I'm
like
over the
Warwick.
fence and, you know, all of a sudden it's a different set of standards. You know, I mean, we can absolutely look at that if that is what the council wants us to do.
Like, I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but maybe you could get that capacity through Warwick Ave and maybe 33rd.
Maybe.
We would have to come back.
Yeah.
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 Okay. That's fine.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, I mean, all the council members just kind of framed the questions that I was getting at. But, to put an even finer point on it, I recall from the Planning Commission staff report that within that quarter mile, those parcels got it up from 30, it got it up to 32%. Like it was just short of 33%, if I recall.
It was, no, it was quite a way. It was quite a way below, yeah.
There's a chart.
Yeah. We weren't close.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, and we've made a lot of fine-grained, detailed dive into the parcel by parcel data. So data has changed since the Planning Commission report because we were working with different layers. And so I would say but we weren't close. I think we were just at like 20-something%.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then that point. Changing gears. So, in what I've seen in my time being involved in Santa Monica politics is that there are unique displacement incentives in multifamily housing, and particularly those that are covered by rent control. I mean, is it fair to say that we have seen quite a few properties over the past decade or so that have been Ellis and then just sit vacant for a long time?
Yeah, actually, the Rent Control Board did an Ellis study, I want to say maybe 10 years ago.
It was less than that.
Yeah. Yes, it did reveal there are, I'm not remembering exactly, but it was like hundreds of units that have Ellis, and we don't really have information as to what's happened to them since then.
Yeah. And is it fair to say that, in R1 properties, there's not that same Ellis Act pressure?
Probably not, yeah. I mean, you have, I think just by definition, you probably have a lot fewer registered units within there.
Yeah.
I don't think you can have any registered units if it's a single-family home.
No, if it was rental, some of them did
Oh,
get
that's a good
registered.
point. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
I mean, it's rare, but I mean,
Yeah.
it does happen. I mean, to that point, I mean, given the way that the timing of all this lines up, and I mean, I get the sense that there's still a consensus among us to delay implementation of SB 79 and figuring out how to do it equitably, that there could be pressure now to start the process and to start the clock so that if SB 79 does go into effect when we implement the 7th cycle housing element, that you'll already be 2 or 3 years into the Ellis Act vacancy process.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, I think we'll have more to say in discussion, but I'll end it there. I'll just note, by the way, just to pick up on Councilman Zerniskai's point, I was looking at the assessor's map while we were doing this, and I saw that most of the parcels along, in the Pico part of the R1 between, Expo and Virginia, that those are generally about 6,500 or 5,500 square feet.
Yep, that's about right.
I have a question, but Councilmember Negrete is back in the queue.
I just wanted to make a motion, to move this along with the Planning Commission's recommendation, in case anyone wanted to second that. Getting tired, sorry.
I totally feel you.
All the square footage talk is putting me to sleep. No, I'm sorry.
I mean, I actually would make a substitute motion. What? Yeah, I don't hear a second.
Okay, you guys want to stay here?
No, we do not. I mean, I would make a substitute motion that we actually. Correct. No one seconded, Councilmember.
I can't repeat it. I was saying I would like to move the planning commission's recommendation. Does anyone want to second that?
Did you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all on board. I mean, unless someone tells me differently, we're all on board with the delayed implementation approach, local implementation that we've been talking about before. And so I'm in agreement with the Planning Commission to that extent. I've given this a lot of thought since we last talked about it, and I've come to the conclusion that I think that my guiding principle in figuring out the way to do our upzoning, at least with respect to the Expo Bunny area, is to do it in a way that minimizes risk of displacement. And I think that the way to do it is to do the alternative of the R1 upzoning. And there are, I think, a few reasons for it. I mean, one, as Councilmember Zerniskaya said, you can already get above and beyond the upzoning thresholds that we would get to through other laws like 684, 1123, and other pathways. So it's really, it has no practical effect on the total development capacity of these parcels. But crucially, in those R1 parcels, you don't have the displacement risk because it's the owners of those, for the most part, those are owner occupied buildings where one, they are in control of their own destiny. So they can choose, whether they want to evict themselves or not, or sell their property or whatever. But two, they have a very different incentive for how those properties are used. For the most part, people buy R1 properties in Santa Monica because they want an R1 property, and they're not redeveloping it through these new state laws. I mean, we've seen like 4 SB9 projects? I mean, we've seen a little bit more. Okay, with like 3 684 projects, or yeah, two of those. So I mean, people aren't doing it. I mean, people want their R1 homes, and so there's not going to be the same incentive to turn over and redevelop. And so I think that we're going to see probably very little change in the look and feel of the neighborhood between now and when we do the 7th cycle updates. But if we were to do what the Planning Commission recommended, which I think is it's a sensible, it's fine enough, but it I think has a greater risk of neighborhood change and greater risk of displacement because the owners of those buildings have an incentive to kick out the tenants and start the clock and to start the process of upzoning. And so with my North Star being neighborhood preservation and making sure that tenants are not displaced, I think that we should do the alternative approach of the R1 upzoning, which is really just paper upzoning anyway. And I'll add too, just for the sake of saying it, I have to say, like kind of like a mea culpa for the way in which I think that I approach the way of our endorsement of SB 79, because we're at a point now where we're seeing impending displacement pressures. At least in the Expo and Bundy areas. I mean, we've already upzoned the other areas, far beyond what SB 79 envisioned. But, it's really incumbent upon us as elected leaders to work with our partners at the state level to, find legislative fixes for these Ellis Act problems where people are kicking people out of their homes and leaving things vacant. I almost put together a slideshow. I didn't do it because I just ran out of time before this meeting, of all the Ellis Act properties around the Pico neighborhood and Mid-City, of buildings where they've been sitting vacant for a decade or more that have become a blight in our community. And it's really incumbent upon us to figure out a legislative fix for that. And I wish it would have happened through our advocacy on SB 79, but here we are.
So is that a motion?
Yeah, so moved.
What was that?
It's to do the delayed phase approach. Essentially what staff recommended, but we're swapping out the Planning Commission recommended upzoning for the R1 parcels at the threshold upzoning that would be required to meet our eligibility for delayed implementation of SB 79.
With some sort of like artificial barrier around, are you saying all 200 plus parcels, or are you saying within some sort of 1/3 of a mile radius?
I don't know. Gene, what can we do? What's feasible?
So as the planning director approaches the mic, if I may just raise a procedural point for you. The recommended action and the agenda title actually mention upzoning of multi-unit residential zones only. So just depending on where you want to go with this, we'll just have to talk through the process about what you're adopting tonight and what we will need to bring back. So that's just something for you all to consider as you are deliberating.
So I think to answer your question on like the R1, why don't we do, like, we can bring back options. I think I'm hearing, what are the fewest that are closest. We would obviously work with the city attorney's office on what would be, a rational basis for that. Hearing, obviously 212 is the biggest universe, and we will see what we can do to make it the smallest. Knowing we have 52 parcels is where we need to land, and, can we land on some sort of like geographic boundary or distance?
I mean, I'm fine if it goes over 52 to the extent that it's a more enforceable and fair implementation standard.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be our guiding light on that. Yep.
I had a question, but it went out of my head. So the motion on the floor is to adopt everything except for the upzoning of the R2 and R3 for the I'll second it.
Well,
Oh my God.
I mean,
Okay. Restate the motion.
Is it your preference to just move forward to all upzoning right now, or did you want to look at the option of limiting the geographic scope?
No, I think we're giving direction to come back with the option of limiting the geographic scope and what that looks like.
So we're not adopting the ordinance tonight. We're just going to come back with more.
Correct. And
Yeah. So what we would suggest is you can adopt the ordinance to that affects to introduce for first reading the ordinance that addresses, well, I'll just say like the six other TOD zones within Santa Monica. However, what you're giving us is then direction to come back to you for this Expo Bundy TOD zone, to upzone R1 parcels in order to qualify for exclusion.
Yeah, that's the motion. I'm doing it.
And finding
Yeah, with the CEQA
the
findings.
CEQA findings. Is there a second?
I'll second that. Just a quick question. We are asking for the planning department to come back with options around upzoning the R1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then yes, second.
And I still would like to see options for how to implement this faster than the 2030. I mean, the pause is going to be till 2030 the way that we've currently looked at this, correct?
No, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea is to line it up with the 7th cycle housing element implementation.
Okay.
Which is going to happen 2028, 2029.
Okay. I still am slightly uncomfortable with the delay, but I know we've litigated this and we don't need to relitigate it. Okay. Yes.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Zarnskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
No.
And Mayor Terosis.
Yes. Councilor Negrete, would you like to explain your no vote?
Yes.
Great.
It may be a surprise to everybody in the audience. For those of you at home, you can't tell that there's thousands of people here that I am voting no because I wanted to go with the Planning Commission's recommendation, and I wanted to just make a quick comment about your idea. Thank you. I appreciate your explanation and the preservation of the neighborhood. My concern is that it actually creates a more speculatory process and properties become more vulnerable to be sold by corporate predators that come in. And we're already seeing a little bit of that, maybe more than I'm aware of, and that they'll look at these properties as an opportunity to build much larger units, opposite from what you were saying, that, hey, everybody comes in just to buy an R1 home, but if we're creating a situation where you can actually come in and build much more, that is my concern. So that's all I want to say. Thank you. Good night.
Sorry, that one other thing, Ms. Yo, is it possible for you to tell us when you come back which of these R1 parcels were previously, if ever, subject to rent control?
Yeah,
We work with the rent control board. I do want to, before I make a final decision, want to know which of the R1 parcels could have been under rent control at some
are
point.
subject to rent
Yeah.
control or were previously.
Well, because there could be a removal, I
Yep.
mean, I don't think, if it's R1, there probably isn't a removal permit, but
If there are rent control records or they would have that, we think.
Or,
so, yeah.
yeah, let's say someone demoed it, built a single-family home, then they decide that they want to rent out that single-family home, but it still would potentially be subject to rent control. I just want to know if you can talk to the rent control board to figure out which of the R1s could be affected. Okay, sure, great. Thanks. Okay, now, thank you all so much for staying here. Really appreciate it. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask if, when y'all come back, if we could still keep the, just for options on the table to retain the 212 number, just in case, because if none of the other, I hate to make y'all do a bunch of work and then us just go with 212 for whatever reason, but you know, I think it's about having the options, and I think that should still be included in the options for us to consider if the rest of the council is comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you, staff, for all of your hard work. Really, really appreciate it. I know, Rachel, thank you. Ross, thank you. I mean, maybe Ross wasn't part of this, but thank you. Okay, so sorry. Roxanne, thank you all for your work on doing this so expeditiously. Now we are moving on to the 16 items. I don't think we need to hear it. I would just say that I did a 16 item PICO bid is bringing back the Dia de los Muertos event that they have not had for quite some time, and they need significant amount of sponsorship. And I think, you know, that is something that we care about elevating, especially in that area of the community. So if other folks are interested in using their discretionary funds, I know they are still looking for more funding. But with that being said, I would love to move 16C if that's possible.
I'd like to add funds to it. I just don't know what I have, so without really knowing how much is in my piggy bank, I'm just going to go with 2,500. Sounds like a good number.
They need $35,000, FYI.
You have 21,000.
Oh, I have 21. Shh, don't tell everybody, Oliver.
We don't tell people those numbers.
All right,
guys.
well, I'll match
We
your
have a
5.
competitive application process.
If you're saying they need that much, I'm going to put 5,000 towards that as well.
I'll match as well.
Oh my God, they're going to be so happy. This is so great. No pressure, anyone else?
I'll contribute 2,500 as well.
So we are in for 1,750 at this point. That we will be giving.
17.5, right?
Well, we all gave 5 and you gave 25 because you're being cheap.
Yeah.
I'll do 5.
Okay, $20,000.
No pressure.
No. I mean, seriously speaking, I think the bid has really tried to do more for the community. I really appreciate how much they've done. This is a substantial outlay of our money, but this event is important for the community, and they haven't had it in
5,000 too,
PICO.
okay.
I wasn't trying to pressure
Yeah,
anyone.
5,000 too. All right, let's get.
Okay, how much does Councilmember Snell?
I said
5. So now we're at 25. Okay, and I feel confident because I told them I would help them get some sponsorships. So they'll be fine.
I've been really impressed with the work they've been doing.
Me too. Who seconded my motion?
I'll second.
Councilmember
Unless-
Zernitskaya.
I think I did.
I'm sorry,
but-
Councilmember Negrete,
Councilmember
sorry.
Negrete seconded.
Great.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, let's take a vote. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Tarosis?
Yes. Great. We're so excited. We'll see you all there. And with that being said, we do have an adjournment. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, team.
Thank you, everyone. I do have one adjournment tonight. We will adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of beloved Santa Monica community member Joey Bravo, who tragically passed away on June 21st, 2 days after his 33rd birthday. Jose Joey Bravo grew up in Santa Monica in the Pico neighborhood and attended Santa Monica schools, including Santa Monica High School. Joey was a hard-working young man who was dedicated to giving back to his community. After facing adversity early in life, Joey became a diligent and dedicated community leader. He was honored with the Pico Youth and Family Center's Hope and Unity Award in 2010, which is the organization's highest honor. He went on to become a mentor and a counselor for other at-risk youth at the Pico Youth and Family Center. Joey was devoted to his family and a great friend to those that he knew and loved. He loved animals, art, and giving back to his community. In the words of his family, Joey didn't care about what others thought of him. Joey was Joey, and we loved him for it. We will miss him dearly. He was a ray of light to everyone he crossed paths with. Unfortunately, he left us early in his journey, but there is so much that he gave us all that we will cherish and carry in our hearts forever. Joey leaves behind 5 siblings, a significant other, his mother Rosie, and his nephew Oliver, and others close to him. On behalf of the entire Santa Monica City Council, we extend our heartfelt sympathies to the Bravo family and all those who knew and loved Joey.
Thank you for that. We will see everyone in 2 weeks. Oh, sorry. We'll see everyone for our next regularly scheduled meeting in 2 weeks. We'll see everyone for our special meeting on Friday. Thank you.